Greetings, everyone. Give me a minute. All right, y'all. We're gonna get ready to do our daily recitation of the conspiracy to right all wrongs. Um, my name is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. hmm And every day since May 20th of 2025, we have been engaged in this collective goal, this collective global ceremony that we will be participating in together every day until August 25th of 2025. And if you are interested in participating in this process that we are engaged in, then you can, excuse me, you can email me at evoemetemp at gmail.com. That's evoemetemp at gmail.com, where I will give you the instructions for how to participate in what we are calling the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. And I'll give you the details because I'm not going to do that now, about why, the history of this process, how we came to this conclusion, so on and so forth. Right now, we're going to get ready because every day at 11:11 Universal Time, every day at 11:11 Universal Time is when we're going to be reciting together. I'm going to come on here live every day until 2025 to lead the recitation in this conspiracy that will be engaged in until August 25th of 2025. Okay, so 4:11 Pacific Standard Time, but it is 11:11 p.m. Universal Standard Time everywhere on Earth. So adjust accordingly for the time. It's 4:11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So we're going to do that here at 4:11. So it's 4:07 now, or 11:07 Universal Time. And then there's some things that I want to talk to you about because, as you know, there's a lot going on in the world. There are a lot of people out in the street everywhere on the planet, literally. And today is also the full moon, what they call the strawberry moon, which is the full moon in Sagittarius that is happening in the sign of Cancer. So we want to talk about that a little bit, and so we're gonna. There's several things I want to talk to you about because the summer solstice is coming up in a little over a week. Let's see, today, today is the 11th. So actually, in a week is the summer solstice, and I am going to be facilitating an online Zoom conference for 3 days, next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I will be facilitating a live Zoom. I haven't decided on the time yet, but if you're for the summer solstice, so I'm calling this a practical ritual. I will explain that later. But if you are interested in participating in this practical ritual of the summer solstice next Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, please let me know. Email me at evoemetemp, and be sure to put summer solstice in the header, in the subject header, so I can send you the details on how to participate in that and give you the details about why I'm calling it a practical ritual, what we're going to be involved in over those 3 days. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is every time we do the recitation, either before or after, depending upon how late I am coming up on this live, we not only do the recitation of the conspiracy to right all wrongs, but we also read two other things to power up and further confirm what it is we're doing together. That is the prophecy made by one of the ancient sibyls who resided in Rome at the time, who foresaw in a prophecy the fall of the Roman Empire. And then, so we're going to recite that. And we're also going to recite the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence's standard conspiracy, which is the global conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. Okay, so I'm going to do that now since we have a couple of minutes before 411. First, the prophecy foretelling the fall of Rome, written in 150 CE, in the year 150 CE. Thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome by the strife her people shall perish. Rome is doomed to perish, and that indeed by the judgment of God, because it held her name in hatred, and being the enemy of righteousness, it destroyed the people who kept the truth. There shall come to thee sometime from above, O heaven, from above, a heavenly stroke deserved, O haughty Rome, and thou shalt be the first to bend thy neck and be raised to the ground, and thee shall fire destructive utterly consume, cast down upon thy pavements, and thy wealth shall perish, and wolves and foxes dwell in thy foundations, and then shalt thou be wholly desolate, as if not born. And then, it's 411. So we're going to do now the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. And then what we're going to do is read the Temple of Evolutionary Emergences conspiracy. So let me bring that up right quick. Let's see. Yep. Awesome. Okay. Mine is a little different because I told you I made adjustments yesterday, and I'll send those out. All right. We are the breaker of curses, the casters of glorious conspiracies, and the creators of the new world. Where I talk about, by the way, being protected by our mother's blood and water, call your mother's name. Call your birth mother's name. Okay? I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on she who governs everything, all time and every space in between. She with 10,000 names. Today it is Oya and her co-conspirator, Kali, the usheress of the new age. I call upon all the divine ancestors and the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse casted upon the mother and her children in all timelines and in every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everyone in every timeline and dimension that is caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. We the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. We, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courage. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We are the architects of the new age. We create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. We employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to a swift and immediate end. scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the disseminators of divine time, retribution, rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the divine serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will. We are the divine executioners of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly as we say, forever and ever, Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right. So that is today's recitation of the global conspiracy to right all wrongs. And let's see here. So I'm going to put this down. And then, like I said, there are a couple of things that I want to talk to you about today. It's going to be short because I have a lot of work to do. I promise it's going to be short. Okay. I have a lot of work to do, and I have procrastinated as long as I can on these long ass lives this week. So today it has to be short. Let me read the conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra-Floyd, as a peculiar expression of the almighty divine she, the great cosmic mother, now join in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the Mother's divine reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our Mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly as we say, Mommy and I are one. All right. So again, this if you're interested in participating in this ritual, aka ceremony, that we have been executing every day since May 20th and will continue to do every day until August 25th, then email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. evoemetemp@gmail.com. Okay, and put conspiracy in the subject header. Okay, so so a couple of things. Let's see. Also, if you are interested, again, as I mentioned in the beginning of this live, in participating in the summer solstice practical ritual that we're going to be embarking upon on next week, on June 20th, 22nd, 20th, 21st, and 22nd. That's Friday, Saturday, and Sunday next week. Then do the same. Email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com to ensure that you get the link to be able to register. Okay. One of the things that I require is that you only share this once I send you the link. You only share it with people that you trust or that you know directly. Two, everybody has to register. I am, like I said before, and I'm going to reiterate regularly, the need for registration is a security measure before it is anything else. I am beginning to notice even more now, like the proliferation, if you will, of state-like behavior in these social media platforms. People have been talking about it on Zoom, how they get trolls that come into their Zoom conferences and they don't know how they come. I have experienced this. So as a security measure, more than anything, I am not even requiring, it is non-negotiable. Everyone that wants to participate in the solstice ritual next week has to register. Now, the reason I'm specifying that is when you receive the link, there will be methods for which you can make contributions, and I am going to set a recommended donation for the on the link. However, if you want to participate and you do not have the funds to participate, it literally is going to say recommended donation. So you can make whatever donation you want. This is the recommended donation based on the work that I am going to put into this ritual. Do you understand? Even more. And I'm sure everybody got $1. So everybody should make a donation to participate in this ritual. However, if there is some extenuating circumstance and you literally have $0 and still want to participate in the ritual, you can still register for free and still receive the further links that are going to allow you to participate. No, it's not going to be an issue. You do not have to participate in all 3 days, but it is recommended. But if you cannot participate all 3 days, there are 2 things that I'm going to do for those of you who make the recommended donation for participation in this practical ritual. I'll explain later what the practical part is about. For those of you who make the recommended donation or more, you will receive video recordings of the entire thing. So even if you cannot make it all 3 days, you can definitely receive the recordings of all 3 days. Okay. And then the other thing is, I don't remember. It'll come back to me. So let me just really quick shout everybody out who's making donations. Let's see. Ursula, thank you so much for your donation. GJP, thank you for your donation. Okay. And then that's the other thing. So housekeeping. The Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is a recognized, federal recognized religious 501c3. So just to, let you know, that's the reason I'm making calls for donations right now. This is not a paid gig. So this channel, which is the primary, what do you call it? Like the primary method of participating, finding out, receiving more information about the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. This is functioning as everything. This is functioning as everything. Okay, that's part of what we're going to be doing in this ritual. So if you want to support, contribute to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, there are a myriad of ways that you have the ability to do that. First, using that email, evoemetemp@gmail.com, is the temple's official email address, and you can use that email address to email me, obviously. And then 2, you can use that email address if you would like to make a donation or contribution via Zelle or via PayPal, evoemetemp@gmail.com. You can use that email for Zelle and for PayPal. If you want to make a Venmo contribution, you can do that using my name, Cassandra, with 2 S's, -Floyd. That's CASSANDRA-FLOYD. If you would like to make a Cashapp contribution, you can do that by using $DaughterOfTheFates. Fates is plural, all one word, DaughterOfTheFates. Okay. Also, my Etsy store, which also functions as a part of building the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, very culturally and spiritually centered creations by myself on my Etsy store. I think I have like 532 unique pieces. And if you don't see it, you can request it. You feel me? There is not too much I cannot make. So if you have an idea for a piece that you want and you don't see anything like it on my store, you're always welcome to make a personalized, order. Okay. So that is DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. DaughterOfTheFates, Fates is plural, DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. Some people have been having links, problem with the links for whatever reason. I haven't worked out the kinks yet. So if you cannot, no www, no HTTPS, like just straight up enter it that way, DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. If that doesn't work, then just go to Etsy.com and put it in the search engine. The other way that you can support the work of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence is to book readings or 5 elements consultations with me. I facilitate those readings and consultations via Zoom. So you can do that. And so the way that you would inquire about both readings and 5 elements consultations is the same way. Email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com and put in the subject header 5E consult or divination, okay, or reading, whatever. But email me and I will send you the document that I send everybody on how to book a session with me via Zoom. The other thing is, let's see. Galactic Seed on IG says, how can we request such services as readings? Also, what reading services do you? Okay, so I'm sure you got that message, but I will repeat it. Email me with what you're interested in the subject header, and then I will email you the details of the services that I offer, how I offer them, depending upon whether you are local or whether you are, what do you call it, remote, or not in the greater Los Angeles area. And then we can talk via email on how to book your services. Okay, and that's evoemetemp@gmail.com. And then there was, and then today, okay, so it's 4:26 now, right? I still have 3. What's today? Today's Wednesday. So I still have 2 slots left. If you are wanting to receive a divination or 5 elements wellness consult today, I would recommend the reading. We are in the energy of this full moon, and we will be in the energy of this full moon until 12:44 Pacific Standard Time. 12:44 p.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow. So that's Pacific Standard Time. Adjust for your time zone, because we're still in the energy of the full moon, 24 hours before, 24 hours after. And so it is a divine time to get yourself a reading. If you are interested in the time slots that I have available, again, email me. I still have several slots open for tomorrow. But I'll be honest, even though this the full moon, we're in the full moon right now, really from yesterday till through to the 23rd, every single day is pretty magnanimous in terms of things that are happening cosmologically that will allow you to really benefit from. Not only that, this full moon, we talked about minimally last week in preparation for this full moon. The energy of this full moon, even though the direct energy, which is yesterday, today, and tomorrow, that what most astrologers are communicating is that this full moon is the most powerful one of the entire year 2025, and its indirect impact, its direct impact is from the peak of the full moon all the way until October. Am I right? November 19th of this year. So what we do every day until November is going to be really impactful specifically because of this new moon. This full moon and what it represents. We can talk about that a little later. I am going to talk about that a little later. And then also we have the summer solstice coming up. And for obvious reasons, I may only be doing 1 or 2 readings a day during those 3 days of the solstice, because our time together in the practical ritual is only going to be 3 hours each day. And I've been considering it It's going to be 3 hours each day. It's going to be 3 hours each day because I know us and I know me. I'm trying to be idealistic, but I know us and I know me. And so it's going to be 3 hours a day each day. And so that will only leave me about enough time to do 2, maybe 3 readings each one, each one of those days. I see y'all laughing at me. So even if you do not want to book a reading within this full moon period of time that we're in, I would still say try to be up on game about consolidating your space for the weekend of the solstice, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday next week. Okay. All right. That's that. Okay. Got a lot of emails and a lot of timestamps from you guys because of the live that I did. Not so many on the one I did yesterday, but a lot of response on the one that I did the day before yesterday. I have been listening to that live a lot because of the timestamps that you guys have sent, and what you drew out was like the most important for you in that live. Excuse me. Let me grab my water really quick that I forgot to bring over here. I said water, but beer looked better. So, all right. So several things that I want to briefly talk to you about, just based on so much has been happening. And I'm going to tell you, even though we all do not have direct contact with one another, like in-person contact with one another, I feel like the speed with which my personal growth and my personal breakthroughs, and I just feel like daily, honestly, I feel like more certain with every passing day, and I feel more connected with every passing day, and I feel more emboldened with every passing day, right? And the reason why I'm saying this is because of just what's happened, especially over the last 3 weeks. Over the last 3 weeks in particular, I just feel like, excuse me, I just feel like, and y'all are witnessing it, so it's not my imagination, even though I'm basically in my place by myself most days. And this is the only form of communication that I have with human beings these days because school is over. So I'm not leaving for that, different things that are contributing to why, for the better part of the last 3 weeks, I've pretty much been in isolation that has not been deliberate. I do go out to walk every day, so I don't feel like, a hermit up in here, but for the most part, and I do try to leave I like deliberately leave the house at least once a week. So like last night, I went dancing, right? Let me just digress for a second. I went dancing last night, and y'all know I have, we got to find a different word. I hate using the word discipline. I hate using this word. I hate it. And I know it's going to seem irrational, but when I tell you I hate that word, I hate somebody. I've looked it up before, but do it again. In my comment section, somebody Google the etymology of the word discipline. Its root, which is disciple, its root and and its own etymology. So the etymology of the word disciple and the etymology of the word discipline. And then I'm going to communicate to you why I hate this word and why we have to come up with a new word that communicates our commitment to meeting immediate goals, even if the immediate goal is something as seemingly simple as I'm only going to stay out for an hour. Right? Like something like that. Because last night I was like, I'm gonna do it. I got so much to do, but at least if I go out for a little while, move my blood, because that's the other thing. I be sitting up in this chair with y'all for long ass periods of time. And then I get up from this chair and go straight to the other chair to start going back to the process of creating stuff, jewelry and this and that, or sitting for long periods of time, taking notes, writing notes, going into wormhole deep dives, this and such and such. So I'm sitting on my ass a lot. So I'll go outside, walk the block real fast, or run up and down my stairs a couple of times to try to move the blood. But I was like, last night I've been up in my chairs, multiple, for so long over the last 4 days, especially since this shit jumped off in LA, that I was like, no, I need to go like rigorously move my blood. I gotta move my chi. You feel me? So last night I went out. This guy teaches Afro-Cuban dance at the spot every Tuesday night. I was like, I'm gonna go. You feel me? And I'm only gonna stay for the class. I'm not gonna stay any longer than that. I'm only gonna stay for the hour-long class, knowing good and goddamn well that was an impossibility, but I was gonna try. You feel me? I go out there, get my swerve on. The bartenders out there love me. When I tell you, there are about 4 bars that I can go to, like clubs, like posh ass nice clubs that I can go to any day of the week and never have to pay for a drink. This is one of them. I mean, and they give me top shelf everything. Like I never have to pay for a drink. Probably because in the last 6 months that I've gone off and on, I am always only one of maybe 2 sisters in the whole spot. So I can go from bar to bar to bar. It ain't even like it's one bartender. Every bartender in that place, if I come in, they're like, hey, what you want to drink, girl? There's like 5 bars around this joint. I never pay for drinks, right? So I was like, you know what? I've been sitting up in this chair all disciplined today. You feel me? Making my little jewelry, doing this and that. So I deserve to go out and cut the rug on the brink of this full moon. You feel me? Cut the rug under this strawberry moon, get my little swerve on, and then come back and commence to doing what I was doing, right? So anyway, I had a great time. I was there a lot longer than I intended to be, but I didn't feel no kind of way about it. They had a live Afro-Cuban band after the dance class, so we got to practice our little moves with each other, and everybody's moving from partner to partner to practice they do little dance steps. It was cute. I had a lot of fun. Let me tell you something. I walked out of that club ogling at the moon because it was so big and bit the fucking dust. I fell so, because the sidewalks in this city are just like the streets. Trash. The streets here are terrible. So much so that you can actually regularly sue the city if any damage happens to your car, and it ain't even no shit. They'll pay you. Like the streets are terrible, which don't make no sense because the economy of California is the 4th largest economy on earth, on the whole planet. California is the 4th largest economy on earth. So it don't make no sense that the sidewalks are terrible. When I say terrible, I mean terrible. The roads, every single one, horrific. Child, when I say, and my heels weren't even that high. Like I don't wear very high heels. My heel was like maybe that high, just enough to get a little incline so I could dance good. I can't dance flat-footed. You feel me? Child, when I say I bit the dust so hard, I slid on the concrete, stepping on this freaking weird ass like in the freaking concrete, right? I fell so hard last night. Oh my God, my whole body hurts. My shoulder, my freaking hips, my knees are both scratched the hell up because I'm going to decide last night, unlike my usual self, I usually wear long dresses. I decided to wear some cute little short shit last night and scrape the fuck out of both my knees. Child, when I say I bit the motherfucking dust last night, I am not joking. I woke up hurt today. Hurt. Every time I stand up, I'm like, uh, uh, uh. I'm gonna heal just fine. I'm just sharing with y'all what happened last night as a digression. But yeah, I'll be fine. I'm gonna go down here to the Korean spa tomorrow and sit in a little hot tub and a little sauna. I'll be right as rain. Anyway, I digress. So what was I saying before that? Oh, let's see what y'all got. Um Instruction, teaching, learning, knowledge, the development of self control, the etymology of discipline. Disciple, from discern, to learn, to take, to accept. Some the necessary treatment for instruction in order to align with a system. That's what I like, that etymology better. Treatment that corrects or punishes. Galactic Sea, can you tell me the source for your etymological search? Can you email that to me at evoemetemp, the source and your what you found in terms of definitions and etymologies? Because listen to what hers say. Galactic Seed. It says to subject, to correct, chastise, to subject, to correct, to chastise, punish, punishment, treatment that corrects or punishes, the necessary treatment or instruction in order to align with a system. That's why I hate that shit. That's why I hate that shit. It's Miss D. You also send me your etymology, but now what I want somebody to do is, instead of putting into the search engine etymology of the word discipline, etymology of the word disciple, which I need, okay? Now, so both of disciple and of discipline. And then now what I want you to do is do Hebrew etymology for the word disciple, Hebrew etymology of the word discipline, and put that up in the comment section, please. Okay, so TAL 2021 says origin and history of disciple or of discipline, 1200, circa 1200. Penitential chastisement, punishment for the sake of correction. That's from the Old English. Let's see, from the Old French, discipline, physical punishment, suffering, or fucking martyrdom. I knew I hated this word for a reason. That's why I tell y'all search everything. If you feel the slightest pause when you read a word, if you feel the slightest tingle when you read a word, I'm telling you, at the slightest hesitation of a word, the first thing I'm doing is searching its etymology. That's why I hate that shit. That's why I hate saying that shit. That's why I hate that shit. And the reason it's been so hard for me to make a break with the shit is because that is what governed. That is what governed my 15 years in the African People's Socialist Party. In this revolutionary organization, that word, probably more than any other, is what dominated the culture of the party. Revolutionary discipline, revolutionary discipline, revolutionary discipline. And I'm telling you, I knew there was a reason I hated that word. So I'm never going to say, I know I need to be disciplined. I'm not going to say that. So we have to create a new word or find a new word that actually communicates what it is we actually trying to say. Because that ain't no shit I'm trying to say. Physical punishment, suffering and martyrdom, the necessary punishment required for correction. What you say over here, Galactic Seed? TAL 2021. Email me that, please. Email me that, please. Email me that, please. And the source, where you got it from. Always beat my up for not liking the word discipline. I thought I was just undisciplined. Ain't that bad a bitch? Because that's what it's intended to do. And lazy. Ain't that bad a bitch? And just never sat right with me. Trust that. Trust that. You understand? I told y'all the story. I'm going to reiterate it for people that are new, child, that the first time, as a matter of fact, the determining moment that made me say that if it don't feel right, if it don't sound right, if I hesitate in the absolute slightest, I'm searching the meaning and the origin of the word. was when I was asked to manage this woman's mayoral bid for the city of Los Angeles in our first meeting. I said, I checked out your website, and I'm just curious about why you use the word compassion on your website 16 times. 16 times on one website, she communicated compassion. And I was like, I said, I don't understand, first of all, when you say compassion, who you are talking to. First of all, I cannot clearly discern who it is that word 16 times on the website is communicated and who it actually is that you are talking to. One. Two, I hate the word. I'm telling her this in the meeting. I hate the word compassion. Can you come up with another word that is synonymous with this word or what you think this word mean in your head? Can you come up with another word? She was like, why you hate compassion? And in myself, I'm thinking, I don't know. Like, am I a weirdo for hating the word compassion? I said, I can't explain it. I said, but just in my spirit, I hate the word. And I said, if I end up running your campaign, I'm just going to tell you now, you may be able to keep one compassion on your website, but I'm taking it. When I tell you, I am going to take compassion out of your whole website. You feel me? And I didn't lie. The first thing I did when we signed the contract for me to run her campaign, that shit came off her website. I said, because first of all, I'm speaking as a working class woman. Don't nobody give a fuck about nobody goddamn compassion when they talk about levying the power of their vote to another. You are yielding power to someone else. You are yielding trust to someone else to govern on your behalf. When you make the energy necessary, you have the mental decision-making process, the getting up out your bed when you don't want to, sitting in goddamn lines for hours. There is a lot of energy and thought that goes into going somewhere and literally conceding your energy to another because you have leveled a certain amount of trust that they are going to govern on your behalf. And I, as a voter, have never been interested in the quote stated compassion of someone that I'm talking about levying the power of my vote to. That ain't no shit that even come up in my goddamn cipher about what is going to make me decide whether or not I'm going to vote for this person. Not once. I said, I guarantee you, the people who are suffering in this city, the people who feel like there is no way out for them in the city, I guarantee your compassion is not on their radar at all. At all. People don't need compassion. The people suffer. This is what I told her. I said, the people that you talking about being compassionate to, compassionate leadership. I said, I guarantee you, you won't be able to find a voter in this city who is suffering in this city that one of the top three things they're going to tell you is that they're looking for compassion in their goddamn representative. I guarantee it. I said, I am a thinking woman. I said, I am an educated woman. And it would not even come up in my radar. If I had a list of 100 items, it wouldn't be one. I said, I can guarantee you that no matter how uneducated a voter may be, I said, and even if they don't have the ability to articulate it, what they are experiencing, what it is that drives them to yield the power of their vote to another is even if they cannot communicate it, they say they see this vote as an opportunity for them as a quote suffering person, as a quote starving person, as a quote overworked person. They see you and in your platform as the opportunity through which they may finally be able to leverage power. You have to be a representative of those who are denied access to power so that you can wield power on their behalf. Outside of that, you ain't talking about shit but what everybody else is talking about. And then throwing some pretty words up in the mix or on top of it to quote fucking fool people or some shit. People want power. I'm guarantee you, if you presented it that way, because people are not educated in a way that allows them to articulate what they feel viscerally. I guarantee you, if on the platform was three things: we want power, and what power guarantees us, and what power guarantees us is food, clothes, and shelter minimally. And the other thing that power guarantees us is the resolution to any other issues that may come up as a consequence of the way the system is set up. And then what power is supposed to guarantee us is fucking peace. Peace on the terms that we set. food, clothes, and shelter, a guarantee to prosperity, that to be able to leverage what y'all motherfuckers Constitution say is a guarantee, which is what? The pursuit of happiness. That's what y'all say. That's what y'all say. And no matter how many taxes we pay, no matter how many hours we work, no matter how many multiple jobs we got, no matter what we do to concede to what you say is a guarantee by the Constitution, we don't never seem to, that shit don't never seem to materialize in our life. Don't ever seem to materialize in our life. But that's y'all shit. That's what y'all say. Guaranteed freedom of speech. Guaranteed the pursuit of happiness. Guaranteed all of these things. And that shit don't never seem to match our experience. So every few years, you want to come around the block talking about what you gonna do for us, and that shit has never materialized. Power guarantees us not only the absolute bare minimum, which is a guarantee of food, clothes, and shelter. God damn it. A guarantee. It shouldn't even be something that's on the goddamn platform, because it's a guarantee just by virtue of being up in this bitch. And so that's why. And so me going home after having this meeting with this woman was like, you know what? Maybe I am a weirdo. Let me just look up the meaning of the word compassion. And I was like, even that don't sit right, but it don't sound right neither. I said, you know what? Let me look up. This is before I started really going into etymology. I was like, let me look up the origin of the word compassion. The origin of the word compassion was enough for me to be through. Okay. And then I went to the etymology of the word compassion. I was like, that moment really consolidated several things for me. First, I'm always going to trust me before all others and all else. I'm always going to trust my flesh. If it don't feel right, then it ain't fucking right. I'm always going to trust myself. That's one thing that was concretized. I already had that as a position in general, but that moment, because outside looking in, that's a crazy statement to make. Who don't care about compassion? What you got against compassion? Like, that don't make sense, right? I said, let me just go home, because maybe I am crazy. You feel me? Maybe I am off my rocker. You feel me? Got home, and spirit instantly confirmed why I had a visceral response to this word. Always, right? And so then I look up the origin and the etymology of the word. The word did not come into the human lexicon until after the proposed crucifixion. Y'all remember that movie, The Passion of Christ? I think Mel Gibson did it. Y'all remember that movie, The Passion of Christ? I'd never seen it, because goddamn, why are there 10,000 movies about the life of Jesus, as if they ain't gonna tell the same story over and over and over again with just different actors? I digress. But I never saw it because I had already seen the 9,999 other movies about Jesus. I ain't need to see one more. But everybody was up in arms about this movie even before they had seen it, because of the title, The Passion of Christ. In our mind, in this world, passion is always something that kind of implies like sexual lust, like desire, like sexuality. There's some, that's what we feel like it means, or a deep desire for or to something else. It doesn't have to be a person, but it can be, right? That's typically how we understand it. But it could be passionate for the arts. I have a deep passion for the arts, or whatever. But it's like defined by desire. And so everybody, even before they saw the movie, was like, there's gonna be some bullshit about him and this prostitute. You feel me? But it was some sleight of hand shit. Mel Gibson made this movie, and it was some sleight of hand shit. Because the etymology, he was not incorrect, as a matter of fact, in calling the movie. I haven't seen it to this day, but he was incorrect about calling the movie The Passion of Christ, because both compassion and passion have their origin in the crucifixion. When I tell you that those words did not exist before the supposed crucifixion, that not only did they not exist, they deliberately emerged in the human lexicon tied to the crucifixion. Passion means, in its etymology, to suffer. That's what it means. It means to suffer. Passion means to suffer. To suffer. That's what it means, because they are specifically um, um, referring to the crucifixion, the suffering of Christ. Passion literally means, as its origin implies, to suffer. To suffer. There are some etymologies that say that it means to suffer for a great cause. To suffer for a great cause. This is the passion, right? And then compassion, also directly tied to the crucifixion. It means, so passion, I'm so glad this is coming up again. Because, baby, when I say the okie doke is perpetually revealing itself, it's perpetually revealing itself. It's perpetually revealing itself in seemingly simplistic, unintended ways. This conversation is an unintended way that it is revealing itself, because passion implies one's own personal suffering. The suffering that we willingly accept. What does that sound like? Some sleight of hand shit way to, again, refer to what? Asceticism. Not just asceticism, masochistic asceticism, self-punishment, self-suffering, self-punishment, right? Compassion means to suffer with. Literally means to take upon oneself the suffering of others. That's what it means. To take upon oneself the suffering of others, or to suffer with. Both are supposed to be emblematic of the acts of Jesus by enduring the crucifixion. But Jesus as an archetype, Jesus as a quote icon, represents three things. He represents the passionate self-suffering. I am doing this act, participating in this act, knowing that it is going to cause me pain and suffering. That's the masochistic shit. That's one aspect of the masochistic shit, is to take it upon yourself to suffer. To suffer. I made this decision. I'm going to suffer. You feel me? The second part of this masochistic act in the crucifixion is the fact that the suffering has, because it's not Jesus flogging himself like some penance and asceticism had required in the old time. It's not Jesus cutting himself like has been required in past ascetic acts. You feel me? That's not it. Because you remember I told you the other day, I said Jesus is God. He knew all the way from the beginning there was going to come this period where his malignant ass as the Father God was going to need a rebrand. And so he's like, look, I'm going to make this little phony ass display to guilt people into submission. You feel me? But it's going to require me to make a real act, a real display. I'm going to have to put on a real show. So I'm going to come in the form of the flesh. You feel me? I'm going to be born in the flesh and then make the proclamation of my divinity as God on earth. You feel me? And then I am going to literally self-promote a horror show. I'm going to self-promote a horror show. First, though, as my gentle me, as my peaceful me, as my forgiving me, as my turn the other cheek me, as the hero that is guaranteeing you be saved. I have to first put on this long play to make people love me. You know what I'm saying? I have to make sure that everybody is affected when they see this thing that I have planned supposedly since the beginning. Supposedly since the beginning, Jesus, what they say, Jesus the word. And in the beginning was the word. Jesus always been. So he say, I got to make sure I put on a play so I win the hearts and minds of the many. And then once they love me and follow me and do anything I say, then I have to put on another play, you feel me, that makes sure that my suffering is literally internalized by everybody that bears witness. This is the implantation of the guilt. And I can't, because what the decision that he made in the beginning, you feel me? The decision that he made was that he was gonna commit divine, heavenly, preordained suicide. That's what the act is. If you all knowing, all seeing, if you omnipotent, there is no time. You see everything in the future. You see everything in the past, and then the decision to die, isn't that suicide? Because you made the decision. Only you can make the decision. Is that not suicide? So he couldn't come down here and say, what I'm gonna do is off myself in front of everybody, because nobody would feel empathetic. Like, why that nigga did that? He said he got, like, why he out here killing himself? That would not have elicited any grand empathy. It wouldn't have elicited a deep spiritual unity, conviction. You feel me? That could last 2,000 fucking years. That's some deep conviction to that shit, to this monstrous play, quote, God incarnate put on to make sure that his plan was consecrated in blood. But he couldn't commit suicide because it would have defeated the purpose. He had to be the grand ascetic. He had to be willing to do the most grandiose styles of asceticism. He had to really perform the grandest display of asceticism. You understand? So the masochistic aspect is, quote, the passion. It is to be so passionate about this mission, this New Testament, this new covenant represented by your life on earth, that keep people committed to what we talked about yesterday in terms of oath, that keep people commit, this oath, this blood oath you just performed in front of people, keep them committed until what? The completion of the oath, the fulfillment of the oath. So here he is, a masochist, a masochistic ascetic, in, first of all, taking upon himself to, quote, be the grand sufferer. Okay. But again, what the three pillars tell us that erect this whole thing is that if there is going to be somebody that has taken into themselves the divine necessity to accept pain and suffering, to accept pain and suffering as a divine act, that's what has happened. To accept in your body, in your blood, in your brain, in your spirit, in your consciousness, that to willingly accept pain and suffering as a divine act, then there must be someone in the society equally divinely ordained to be the disseminator of pain and suffering. This is why Jesus couldn't off himself, because in his death he had to represent the two of the necessary pillars that erect the entire world, not just the religious world, not just the spiritual world, the state. Every government, every institution that exists has these pillars as its foundation. The accepting in yourself the divinity in being the perpetual victim. He had to represent both in his crucifixion. Do you understand? And so, as the divine victim, as the divine masochistic ascetic who could not commit suicide, because it didn't matter either way how he died. It didn't matter, because he got, and he was back up out the ground in 3 days. You understand? What had to happen is he had to have a divinely ordained disseminator of pain and suffering to teach the masses how to take your suffering and your pain in stride, because it's the divine's will. What does Jesus say? That in order to prove your that you can see what I'm talking about, in order to prove your love for me, in order to make sure that you too, after you die, will go back into the pearly gates and all of this bullshit, you feel me? In order to prove it, you must do what? You must, Christians say it right now, you got to be like Christ. What does that mean? Christ says you must be willing to bear your cross. He reiterates it over and over and over again. It is richer, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is a rich man to enter heaven. Isn't that what he say? That wasn't for everybody. That scripture was not for everybody. That scripture was to teach those who had already been deemed lower than in their proximity to the image of the great white God in the sky. How do you force people who are the furthest away in their proximity to this image of God floating around the world? How do you convince them to take their suffering in a stride? How do you teach them against their divine flesh's natural instinct to defend itself, to fight to the death, to protect itself, to preserve its own sovereignty? Every single biochemical processes in your body always telling you fight back, always telling you protect yourself, always telling you your flesh is divine and that you have a right to live because you came here. Da, 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 da. How do you convict people in a way that has them not only not protect their right to live, but to actually embody that the more pain and suffering they do or they endure, the more close in proximity to the Father God in the sky they become? Do you understand? So that's why these people did see Jesus wasn't a man to them. Jesus was not a man to him. He was not a man to them because he came out the gate in his mediocre and basic presentation. He came out the gate saying, what? I am God's son. I am the Messiah. I am here to save you. I am a representative. I'm a psychopomp. That's what he said. I'm a psychopomp. I am the only way that you can communicate with God. That's what he said. He said, not only am I the only way that you can communicate with God, I am the only way that you can see his face. That I am the only way that he becomes knowable to you because I am his son. I am God in the flesh. So here they're like, damn. Now, mind you, these are the same people who before the arrival of Jesus have been practicing the same ritual ceremony for 5,000 years. The requirement of a sacrificial animal and a scapegoat animal, an animal through which they could impose their sins, and another animal that they have identified as pure and their life has to be taken. Their blood has to be spilled in order for the sinner to be absolved. And so all of a sudden they're like, damn, this man who is the son of God, this is God we looking at. He done got up on this cross, let these Romans do all kind of diabolical dirt to him to teach us how to suffer. Not only to teach us how to suffer, to teach us how to endure suffering at the hands of others, to teach us how to accept aggressions by others into ourselves as a divine and necessary requirement in order to secure an afterlife where we can see God. That is a hell of a drug. That is a hell of a drug. That's a hell of a drug. And so here I am talking about the difference between passion and compassion, not even realizing, not even intended to tell y'all the story. I was just talking about why I hate the word discipline. Well, I hate the word discipline, but why this fucking narrative exists everywhere. There is no space on earth where this fairy tale does not exist. Nowhere. Not in business, not on the stock market. There is no single space on earth where this narrative does not exist and has not corrupted the space. And so even in a simple, what I thought was going to be a super short little live about, what's to come next, and you feel me? And let me do a little digression because I went dancing last night and me supposedly being disciplined, and I'm only going to stay out for an hour knowing good and damn well I'm going to stay out an hour, and then it descends into something that the mother had to tell y'all. She had to tell y'all. Because when I talk about what is required today of us, I will continue to hammer into your spirit, into your flesh, into your cells, into your DNA, is that there is no aspect of our personal lives that have not been corrupted by this drug. This drug. And it's why right now, child, I've been watching video footage and news reports about what's happening in Los Angeles, but not only Los Angeles, damn near every major city in this country and several major countries around the planet, and how the most brutal and brutally trained military forces, police forces, when I say brutally trained, I mean exactly what the fuck I mean, and how everybody is chanting the same mantra over and over and over again. These are peaceful demonstrators. The only time it got violent was when the the National Guard and the police started getting violent. But even in this statement, there is a way that state violence is always equated to rebellion. Y'all violent first. Our reaction, our rightful reaction to the violence is what you say is violence. And somehow we unarmed, all we got is some rocks and some bricks and some spray paint and shit. And how this becomes made in a mantra equivalent to state violence. Why? We stay confused about the why, y'all. Why? Perpetually. Why is there always this equating? Only the state can commit violence, first of all. That's my personal position. Only the state has the power to commit acts of violence. Anybody that responds to state violence is not committing acts of violence. They're committing acts of self-preservation. It's what their fucking DNA, their very existence, their DNA, their biochemistry has trained them to do. Preserve your motherfucking life. Preserve the lives of those around you. Because every one of you that live have a right to exist. By virtue of living, by virtue of being here, you have a right to exist. And if you have a right to exist, your chemistry, bitch, your anatomy, motherfucker, teaches you to preserve your life and those that you love, to preserve your life at all costs. That's why they call it fight or flight. You have to analyze each situation. Do you have the potential in this particular situation that has triggered your adrenaline rush and your fight or flight response? Do you have the potential when analyzing to survive this event if you fight, if you decide, because self-preservation is dominant? If you identify that you don't have a chance of winning if you fight, this is when you make the instantaneous decision to flee, to take off. You feel me? And we don't do either. We don't do either. We don't do either. You feel me? And so this philosophy, this most effective drug of asceticism, of sadomasochistic asceticism, the divine need for martyrdom, the divine need for pain and suffering, to endure pain and suffering, and the equally divine right, the divine right to disseminate pain and suffering. That's why absolution is so necessary. I'm trying to tell you that's the reason that you stay perpetually confused, is because you're always having somebody, say, just let the system work. Don't rage. Just let the system work. Don't fight back. Just let the system work. Don't take judgment into your own hands as a sovereign divine being. Let the system work. And every time the system betrays you, it's deliberate. First of all, let me tell you, every aggression against those who have been deemed the divine, listen, whenever the state clamps down on your ass, it is because in their collective mind, because of the goddamn, the conditioning, the teaching. Every cop, every military person, anybody who facilitates acts of aggression against you, even if they cannot communicate or even understand this, they do this. And what they expect when they commit acts of violence or commit acts of aggression is they expect you, through your disciplinary teaching, to accept what is happening. And when you don't, they act confused. Like, why they fighting back? Like, why they busting back? Like, wait a minute. They are not adhering to the script. They ain't adhering to the script. You see it. You'll see some video of some cop trying to aggress on somebody, and then the person get the slip on them, get the drop on them, and take off running so hard, engaging they fight or flight, engaging them so hard that child, because the cops are not used to people defending their own lives. And so what will happen is they stand there looking shocked for a second, like, this nigga just ran. Because his fight or flight, his natural biochemistry told him there ain't no way you can get out of this alive if you comply. Haul ass or fight back. And they be sitting there confused, like, God damn, did that just happen? Don't they know they supposed to accept suffering? Don't they know that we are the divine disseminators of pain and suffering? Like, why they broke the script like that? Why they did that? That's what's happening right now. While everybody is talking about goddamn pacifism and peaceful demonstrating and all of that shit, we see the same shit happen over and 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 over again. And every time there's going to be somebody in front of everybody with a louder voice talking about, just let the system work. That you guys know that what you're doing is bad. You're looting. What does that have to do? What does that have to do with anything? That becomes the issue. Not the fact that unidentified so-called federal agents, and everybody is conveniently forgetting that just a couple of weeks ago, there were several videos, viral videos floating around the internet about how these 1,600 men and women that were pardoned by Trump have been showing up to places. And so it's one of my list of things to do today. I mean, this week soon was when I was telling you I need to dump all these videos, is to get off of Amazon once and for all. Every last one of these kids, these men and women that have been showing up pretending to be ICE, pretending to be federal agents, can get on a video confident that nothing will happen to them. First of all, a man was stopped in the street, and this guy with just his cell phone was like, yo, I'm live. Are you ICE? And he starts laughing. He was like, hell no, I'm not ICE. He was like, well, why are you wearing an ICE uniform? He was like, because I thought it would be funny to see these people scatter like roaches when I come into a space. That's what he said. I thought it would be funny to see these people scramble like roaches when I come into different places. He's like, the interviewer was like, yo, this looks like a real uniform. He was like, yeah, it's crazy because I just ordered the shit off Amazon. This was a viral video just 2 or 3 weeks ago. How ain't nobody saying that the reason that these motherfuckers are not required by the same Trump that pardoned them? They are not required, quote, as federal agents to show their face, to have a badge number, to deliver an actual arrest warrant, to not reveal the location of the people that they just kidnapped out of their goddamn house, to go to an elementary school and attempt to kidnap children. That just happened. Where the school had already been prepped on how to handle ICE when ICE show up. Like, you can't come the fuck up in here. And how several, quote, ICE agents, masked, unwilling to identify themselves, went to an elementary school saying, we need you to pull all the first graders out of class. We need to interview them. And so they was like, under whose authority are you doing that? Oh, well, then we gonna need to get your badge number. We need to see your face. We need to get a picture. We need a phone number of your superior officer. And when the people was like, you can't come the fuck up in here without any of those things. And when they was like, when the teachers was like, yo, so you gonna provide that shit? Because they were standing in the door. And they said several ICE agents, do you hear me? Came to an elementary school talking about pull out all the first graders. That don't sound suspect at all. Pull out all the first graders. We need to interview them. And when the teachers refused and was like, and they was trying to be pushy with the teachers at the door, the teachers was like, look, we have called the police. We've called the LAPD, and we can wait here at this door until they come, or y'all can go on about y'all motherfucking life. And when she said, the main teacher said, we calling the police, they left in unmarked cars. They left, backed up and left. That don't sound suspect. Because if you was really legit, you would have busted it. It wasn't nothing but a few teachers. You would have busted the door in, guns on the ready to get done, quote, what you was federally mandated to do. And that did not happen. I said, this is a goddamn straight up, no, listen, you have me tell it no different than what happened to African people in the continent. That some people just showed up with guns saying this who he is, and you ain't got no choice. Get on this boat. We already done heard the horror stories of ICE for the last 10 years. How many children disappeared completely, and ain't nobody accounted for them. 76,000 children, I think, over the last 5 years, and ain't nobody accounted for them, and ain't nobody asked no questions since. And we sitting here watching these motherfuckers roll up on a goddamn elementary school talking about bring out specifically all the first graders, and you don't see this tied to human trafficking with this 37-time convicted felon with a history in the trafficking industry. You don't see that related at all. These 1,600 weirdo lunatics for whom we do not know and don't know where they is, who now got a grudge they got to get off. And then to see a viral video 2-3 weeks ago of a random white boy who they did find out was one of the 1,600 released, walking through the streets in an ICE uniform that he purchased on Amazon. You understand what I'm saying? And because collectively we have been so terrorized for so long that we just video when we see a woman deliberately being trampled on by a police horse, and then the other police start knocking her over the head with a stick while she on the ground, and this dude got the damn horse dancing on her back. This wasn't ICE doing that. This was LAPD. We conveniently forget the history of LAPD. Well, the local police are just there, to support. They're not engaging. But we forget who the LAPD is. That's why they needed who won the mayor's mansion. That's why it was strategic that woman won. It's strategic. I'm trying to tell you, it's strategic. Let me see what's coming through here. Let's see. Let's see. Thank you, Alicia and Ursula, for your donations. So we have to stop collectively allowing others to set the narrative for what is happening to us. I'm telling you, we cannot continue to accept a narrative like imposed from the outside about the necessity of being civil and peaceful and letting the officers do their job and trusting the process will work. How the process gonna work when they say 70 people who got, quote, hemmed up by ICE, where ICE was waiting for them at the courthouse to fulfill their legal obligation to go through their process for immigration, for legal immigration. Was like, yeah, okay, I have a court day, you feel me? This is the level of in the process that I'm at, and I just have to complete this level to become, a legal resident or citizen or whatever. And how ICE was waiting at the courthouse to bum rush them before they could even get into their court hearing, to disappear them before they could even get into their court hearing. Oh, but y'all talking about let the process work. Y'all talking about let the process work. Y'all talking about the law. Y'all talking about the legality of the Constitution and how this is against the Constitution. They can't do this. Why they can't? They doing it. Why they can't? Why they can't? What you mean why they can't? According to the Constitution. What you mean by that? What do you even mean by that? What are you communicating with that? What you mean? What you mean? That same Constitution, that same goddamn Supreme Court just robbed you of every right that you have if you have a uterus and have the potential to be pregnant. They literally just robbed you. What you mean according to the Constitution? What you mean? That same Constitution that said that slavery was legal? That Constitution? Wait a minute. That same Constitution that said that black people was only 3/5 a human being so that they could profit better off the black people and deny them certain rights if they was a full person. That in the voting process, white men needed to be able to identify how many, quote, heads of cattle they had to get certain breaks And so they reduced it down. They reduced each head to a 3/5 of a head so that they could get better breaks on being captors, on being what's the name of the person that holds hostages? What's the hostage holder? What's his title? The hostage holder. This sleight of hand shit, man, it's going to. And then the other thing, and it's the last thing I'm gonna say about it, but this thing that I see happening that I told you in November was going to happen. I told you this thing in November. I told you in November this thing was going to happen. So I've been seeing a lot of, quote, new videos over the last week since this thing jumped off in LA. I've been seeing a lot of videos of Black women in particular. They always show Black women, enraged, and their responses to being, quote, enraged, still, quote, holding a grudge about Kamala. All of these Black women jumping, at least that's what we've seen. That's what the algorithm wants us to see, is the few Black women who are talking about, it's terrible what's happening to them people, but we tried to tell them. We told y'all. We told y'all. You know what I'm saying? We told y'all. Y'all's the one that, quote, put him in office and shit. We feel bad. Don't mean we ain't got no empathy. Just mean we ain't doing shit. We ain't saying shit. We ain't showing any ounce of solidarity. I keep telling y'all, multiple things can be true at the same time. Multiple things can be true at the same time. It is not a contradiction for you as a Black person to say, we hate to say so, but you have to understand that the situation that you are engaged in right now is directly as a consequence of people who look just like you running out to these polls in mass. What is it? 64% of the Latino community voted for Trump. In mass, voted for Trump, knowing what his policy was going to be and what was operation number one on his mind. That we have to remind you, because everybody, not just Mexican people, everybody got short-term memory. Everybody got short-term memory. You feel me? That we have to remind you, because the origin, even if you don't want to say it, we have to stay in your motherfucking face about how your allegiance to white supremacy will always betray you. And that your allegiance to white supremacy and white nationalism, not even supremacy, white nationalism, your allegiance with white nationalism, your allegiance with the white patriarch living in your skull is and your allegiance is what has you out in the world functioning as an agent of the state against your own interest. And the target of that allegiance to white nationalism is Black-skinned people. You and what you perceive is your guaranteed safety and untouchability because of your proximity to whiteness. You think it guarantees you safety. You think it guarantees you some freedom and some liberty. And all I got to do is demonstrate to the white God in my head that matches the face of power in this country. All I got to demonstrate is my opposition to the other. And I too will be all right. I too will be okay. That the first thing everybody Mexican, everybody Latino has to do. They're not wrong for asking for help. In my estimation, they are not even wrong for requesting, for expecting help from others. That's my personal position. They aren't even wrong for saying, please help us. You know that what you are witnessing is wrong. Not only is it wrong, it's a goddamn crime against humanity based on the articles of genocide. It's a crime against humanity what we're witnessing in broad daylight. But we also can say to this community, who we know that the primary driving force for them going to the poll and voting against their own interest is their internalized white nationalist patriarchal, their patriarchal white nationalism. It is their allegiance to maleness and it's their allegiance to whiteness that sent them to the polls to vote against their own safety, to vote against their own freedom, to vote against their own agency, to vote against their own sovereignty. Not as U.S. citizens, sovereignty guaranteed to everybody on the goddamn planet because they exist. That sovereignty. that they would betray themselves, yielding allegiance to a billionaire class who sees all of us, even the upper white middle class, sees all of us as cattle through whom they can buy, sell, and trade to earn more wealth. Everybody is cattle. Everybody is cattle. But we have to, don't be going on goddamn these social medias talking about, well, you earned that. That is some bullshit. It's gross. It's gross. It's gross. It is okay to make a legitimate political critique, an analytical, not a reactionary, an analytical political critique of a community without denying their fucking humanity and their right to live in safety, their right to be able to protect and defend their families. That is not no shit I co-sign on. Multiple things can be true at the same time. Multiple things can be true at the same time. And this goes for them too, not just us who aren't currently directly impacted, because we will be. If we sit here and watch this shit happen to indigenous people, to Mexican people, to Latino people, please believe that we are quickly behind. And I'll say something different. We ain't quickly behind. We ain't quickly behind. Just because of patriarchal white supremacy in the United States of America, nobody gives a fuck about the fact that black people have been being disappeared off this bitch for a long time. Ask me how I know. Ask me how I know. And the reason it don't get no play, it don't get no recognition, it don't get no outcry is because they deliberately do it behind closed doors, because they're like, don't nobody care about niggas. We can do this shit and no, there ain't gonna be no outcry. My ex-husband was in jail in the largest immigration camp in the country. The city, their jail was on one side, immigration was on the other side. The largest immigration camp in the country, right there in York, Pennsylvania. This is where my husband was in jail. And every single day, I'm saying every single day, he's like, make sure you have enough money on the phone. Make sure you have enough money on the phone. I can't believe it, Cassandra. All these men in this damn jail, they got men and women in the same place. He said, all these men, all these women in this jail in immigration, and we eat lunch together. We all eat lunch together. We eat lunch in the same location. But with those of us who are just in jail, we on the other side, and the immigrants are on the other side. And he's like, because they don't have any rights, quote, because they ain't U.S. citizens. Some of these people are saying, my parents haven't heard, my parents, my family, my wife, my children have not heard from me for months because they won't even let me make a single phone call. I'm sitting here facilitating 3-way calls between people who were disappeared off the fucking street, man. And they're talking to their wife. I'm facilitating the 3-way, and they talking to their wife for the first fucking time in 3 months. She thinking he dead. She thinking he dead, crying, sobbing on the phone. Oh my God, we thought you were dead. We didn't know what to do. We looked everywhere. We went to the hospitals. But the difference was every last one of them was black-skinned. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people swept the fuck up off the street and being up in these places, some of them for years without contacting family, having no rights to lawyers, not a single phone call. Ask me how I know. And this was, I got married. He went to jail. We got married in 2008. He was arrested that same year. He went to jail in 2008. 2008. And that was my daily experience, was expecting a call from him that was not just going to be him boo talking me, that another call was going to come right away. And it was going to be some person he'd met trying to, as an activist in the jail, trying to facilitate ways for people to contact their loved ones because they've been disappeared off the fucking face of the planet. Ask me how I know. I told you I'm never going to tell you no shit that I don't know personally. So please stop doing that. And anytime you see some black person, especially some black woman doing that, please yank their chain. Please check them. Even if you got to do it in a message, in a direct message, as opposed to trying to shame them on their shit. Please stop doing that. Please stop doing that. We cannot accept at all what is happening to right now the targeted community. We cannot accept that shit. While at the same time, we can require of the community, y'all have to take responsibility. Y'all have to not only take responsibility, what taking responsibility means is that those of you who are guilty, and you know you are, say, I want to be the first of my community to say, I am responsible for the way the world looks in this moment. I went behind that goddamn box and voted for Trump. I want to take responsibility for the role that I played and what I know clearly is a crime against humanity. And I encourage other people who did it to do the same. This is the only way to be truthful and honest and principled when we are calling out to others for help. They have to do that. 64% is not a small percentage of the community. It's not. And the other thing that is revealing about it, I don't know if anybody else has been paying attention, but I have, seeing people in a contest with the state, with ICE and all of that shit. These aggressions against baby, the way I've seen some of these ICE agents handle children, obvious children, 9, 10, 11, manhandling them, the way they just manhandled the 4 men on top of a pregnant woman, obviously pregnant. And under the guise, took her from her job. She wasn't out committing no crime, took her pregnant self out her job, manhandling her to the car. You understand what I'm saying? There ain't no dimension. There ain't nowhere on the world, no how on the world, no explanation in the world that justifies what we are witnessing in real time. None. Even if we collectively, and I ain't a part of the we. So anybody who got a problem with how people voted for Trump, them same people got that same problem with me because I didn't vote. Them same people got that same problem with me because I didn't vote. The only reason Kamala didn't get elected, and it ain't because of political manipulation and all of these. The reason Kamala didn't get elected, baby, is because she was not strategic to sit in the White House in this moment. I'm just trying to tell you. You can make it about your heartstrings and the Negro adjacent representative of the state. It was because they saw in Trump his ability to do what she did not have the ability to do in this moment that was required by billionaires. Do you understand me? So the other thing is that in mentioning these children, in mentioning these babies, in mentioning these men and women who are literally trying to eke out some semblance of existence when it seems that the world is stacked against them, not only that it seems that the world is stacked against them, the thing that was immediately shocking to me is how this could happen literally 3 months after everyone in this city was and is still actively, palpably traumatized by what happened in the form of these fires. And Bush didn't do shit. I mean, Trump didn't do shit. Didn't do shit. Came and made his little cameo, made his little insults against the mayor, and was out. No significant show of any kind of resolution to what happened in these fires. 150,000 businesses destroyed in this fire. Estimates of 275,000 people made homeless overnight by these fires. This community is still actively, palpably traumatized by the fires for this to happen right now. And now he's all gung-ho about changing things. And it is a crime against humanity, and we have to continue to call it what it is. It's not about people being somewhere they, quote, ain't got no business being, because if you want to be specific about that, this shit belongs to Mexico. That's my opinion. This shit belongs to Mexico. They ain't invading nowhere, motherfucker. This they shit. And y'all was manipulative and shit, and that's how you stole the shit in the first place. So if you want my opinion, I know ain't nobody asked for it, but y'all up in here for a reason. If you want my opinion, this they shit. They ain't stole shit, especially from no black ass person. What the fuck you think they done stole from you? That they done had to come here right now today and work like slaves. I ain't telling you no shit I have not witnessed with my own eyes being in California, baby. I can drive 2 hours away and show you a whole system of fucking caves, right here in California, 2 hours away, where families are living. Families are living in a whole system of caves 2 hours away, trying to eke out some existence, being picked up by white boys and pickup trucks to work for pennies on the dollar in goddamn these agricultural hubs in Southern California. So fuck y'all, man. Mexicans ain't stole shit from y'all, ain't took shit from y'all, ain't had no negative impact on your life, man. Any aggression that appears between black people and Mexican people anyway has always been orchestrated. There's a whole history of the orchestration of conflict between black and brown people, always going back to the state. So please stop doing that in your ignorance. If you don't study, if you don't learn history, if you don't have analytical skills, political, historical, analytical skills, please stop, shut up, because you are acting like the state. You are acting like the police, man. You're acting like the police. It is a rightful and decent expectation of black people to say we bow out. I'll be honest, multiple things can be true at the same time. It is a decent response. It is an understandable response to be like, look, every time we turn around, we betray. It don't matter who we stand up for, it don't matter who we show up for. Every time you turn around, we betray. We betray because we good people. We got deep senses of empathy. We got deep hearts. We love humanity. Even if that's not how we articulate it, we do. We show that. We demonstrate that all the time. And we always betray. We always betray. And yet, and still, you go down to these demonstrations and there's hella black people out there. Doesn't mean that the contradiction that upsets black people is still not present. But black people still function. Listen, what other people are just calling basic allyship, black people are motivated by something different. They motivated by an experience they've already had that everybody should be learning from and ain't. And so this shit happens to groups of people. You feel me? Black people are motivated by several things. One, our humanity, our deep, deep sense of humanity. Two, we recognize that to defend others who are being aggressed against, we are defending ourselves. We recognize that if we show up for others, even if them others betray us, the state know where we stand all the time. We oppose to the state. We stand on the side of those who are oppressed. Fuck what you heard. Then no matter what the fuck jump off, we always gonna stand on the right side in mass as a group. We always gonna stand on the right side. We're gonna stand on our principles. We're gonna stand on our conviction. Because we know if we finally get in bed in whole, that's why they can always extract some Negro that's got, that has willingly allowed patriarchy to sit on the throne of their skull. They can take them out and parrot what they say is the feeling and the general sentiment of the group. And then we be out there calling them out like we should do. Uncle Tom asked me, motherfucker, you don't represent nobody in our hood. You don't represent nobody in our community. We clear. And so that's why we do what we do. That's why we take the position that we take. That's why you can go down there right now and see a whole gang of black ass people participating. The rest of y'all, what they want y'all to see is only Mexicans. That's what they want you to see. That's why it's the only thing you see on the TV is Mexicans. But there are literally thousands of black people from South Central, from Compton, from Long Beach, participating in these demonstrations. That's the last thing they want the rest of the world to see is hood ass black people in the hoodest of Mexicans out there staging a contest with what is supposed to be an uncontended they ain't supposed to contend an uncontended show of military force. And they give them hell every step of the way, as they should. Giving them hell every step of the way. Oh, y'all ain't gonna come up in here and just easily run the fuck amok. That ain't gonna happen. Not in here. Y'all, somebody on the TV saying y'all must have forgot y'all was in fucking LA. Y'all must have forgot y'all was coming to LA, bitch. That sentiment. We cannot do that. We cannot articulate the fucking narrative of our enemy colored in some blackness. Well, it sure is bad what's happening to the Mexican people, but we tried to tell them so they earned that. 10 million% reject that shit. 10 million% reject that shit. And if you are saying that shit in your ignorance, because you is ignorant, that's not a crime to be ignorant. But once you hear a different articulation, child, you need to go sit with your motherfucking ancestors. You need to go sit with your ancestors who have never received justice, who have never received redemption, who have never received their louder and louder and louder demand for goddamn retribution. Talking about they earned that. Motherfuckers was saying the same thing about your ancestors while they was held captive up in this bitch for 300 plus years. Do not let this guy, these damn bots on social media, do not let these robots, do not let these goddamn cyber trolls implant some shit as a narrative in your skull that is diametrically opposed to your self-interest. Black people participate in these movements with others, recognizing the contradictions that exist among us, still knowing this is the right thing to do. This is the right position to take. We can work out our contradictions among us, but right now in this present moment, in this pressing moment, in this urgent moment, that will 100% have an impact on everybody around us. Everybody around us. This ain't just about them. This ain't just about them. That's why Trump just made the executive order, 3 days ago, that I know y'all have seen it's been all over. It's been the main thing on TikTok for 24, 48 hours about how he behind closed doors and in the quiet because everybody distracted by the chaos, signed an executive order that now ICE can't only quote target illegal immigrants, that they can deport. They can deport U.S. citizens. They didn't say Mexican citizens. They didn't say Black citizens. Tracy, thank you for your donation, baby. So the louder the outside world gets, you best believe that this wicked ass government, that's always been wicked, by the way, it ain't just Trump's administration, because at the end of the day, guess what? Trump, any proposal that Trump makes can be vetoed, but your Democratic Party ain't vetoing shit or ain't overriding shit. Your Republican Party ain't overriding shit. Your 148 cabinet members ain't overriding shit, barely contesting shit. He ain't up in there by his motherfucking self. The Supreme Court ain't saying out loud in one voice, everything that Trump is doing is wrong, and we want to make a declaration out loud that we are 100% emphatically opposed to what is happening under the ain't now one of them did it. Not even the Negress that y'all loved so much. Ain't nobody doing that. And they have the power to do that. That's the whole point of your beloved Constitution, is that even if the president want to do some wacky off the wall shit, that you have a whole cabinet, your House of Representatives, your political parties that's supposed to represent your interests, everybody can override. This is not supposedly a unilateral totalitarian state, supposedly. So, honey, he has gotten support, emphatic, uncontested support for every action that has happened since he walked up into the White House. So you can try to put the face on Trump if you want to. I told you, even Trump is a puppet playing a very strategic character for this moment. If you think he has power, because y'all trying to equate him to Hitler, see, he just like child, that overly simplistic, infantile understanding of the state. He is a character. He is a character in a play written long ago, and his scene is up. His scene is up. Go ahead, go on out there. It's your time. It's your time. His scene is up. His moment was required for the plan. His moment was required for the plan. So stop doing that. Because what you do when you say is quote Trump fault, is just Trump, what you do is you completely undermine the rest of the history of this country. You default, you backslide into some mythology about America before Trump. You backslide into the accepting some mythology about what America has always been. America before Trump, America before Trump. But we was having this exact same damn near verbatim word for word discussion in the year 2001 under Bush. I'm telling you, because y'all ain't old enough to remember that, I'm telling you word for word. I was an activist then. Word for word. Oh my God, this must be the end of the world. Bush done stole 2 elections back to back. How he do that? With the complicity of the entire House of Representatives, the Senate, all of them. That's how he was able to do it. He ain't one man by himself. This is a system, a singular organism with many tentacles, with many functions. The figurehead of this system that you call the president, the figurehead is just the figurehead is just the mask of the moment. The figurehead is always has been just the mask required for the moment. It's like a scene change, you feel me, in a play. But your ass is the only person in the play. You feel me? Because you the stage. And so every now and again, you play in a different character. So you got to change the mask so that the audience actually believe you multiple people and you just one person. Well, this is just one organism. This is just one organism with multiple masks. This is one organism. And I ain't even just talking about the United States. This is one global organism with different masks for different periods, different masks for screen change. Just one organism. This one organism. So please stop doing that. Stop mythologizing the nature of this country. Stop mythologizing the history of this country, because the other thing you do when you do that, oh my God, America before Trump, the other thing that you do is you minimalize African, Black people, African descendants in this country. You minimalize their unending experience in this country. That's what you do. You minimalize, even though that's not your intention, even though you might be really progressive as progressive goes. What you do when you descend into conversations about, oh my God, America before Trump, is you minimalize the impact, the unending impact of America upon the heads of Black people and indigenous people, red people, who you call red people. What you do is you minimalize, because it ain't been your experience. All these white people talking about, oh my God, we're living in a Christo-fascist state. Because now they feel the pinch. Now they experiencing it. Now it can't hide from them no more. It's in their news. It's in their social media all the time. Like, damn, I got to take a position. It used to be I could just turn off the TV and act like I was ignorant. Can't do that no more, because if I want to exist in the world, I got to exist on social media, and I can't even open up the social media without this shit being in my face. So now I can't even pretend I don't know. Damn. People being forced to take a position. And they don't like that shit. People being forced to face their own moral compass that has always been in hell. In hell. And all they had to do is feign ignorance. Well, I didn't really know what was happening in the world because I don't watch TV. You feel me? So I can still be progressive and still still exist, still thrive off the suffering of others. And because I didn't know, and you believe I didn't know, you just trust what I say. What you have done is when you engage in this kind of conversation, like America is supposed to be the land of the free. This is against the Constitution. This isn't legal. How can this happen? How can this happen? We're living in a Christo-fascist state. I am grossed out. I am so offended by that shit. I could vomit. I could literally vomit. Because what you propose, what you feign, is your ignorance when you say that shit. It's not ignorance. It's not ignorance. It is a position you are stating. It is a position you are stating. And one aspect of this position that you are stating is that this, whether you say it or not, this ain't supposed to happen to us. That's what you're saying. America, this ain't supposed to happen to white people, like we Americans. This ain't supposed to happen to us. When you hear white people talking about the Christo-fascist state, those of us who have always existed in a Christo-fascist state since the first enslaved person came up over here to be worked for free, those of us who have experienced that, for the first time an indigenous person welcoming a foreigner into their land and was turned around after you done fed them, after you done teach them how to wash their ass, and the first thing they want to do is turn around and slay you and raise your village to the ground. We always lived in a Christo-fascist state. We always have existed in different phases and different faces and different presentations in a Christo-fascist state, and that our experience has never changed in relationship to the United States as an institution. So what you do when you say that, oh my God, fascism, oh my God, Christo-fascist state, what you're saying is this ain't supposed to happen to us. Whether you intend to, I'm just trying to give you a word, whether you intend it or not, whether that's anywhere in your brain or not, that's what you're communicating. And that's why Black people stay irritated with y'all. Them same people talking about we're an activist or I'm a socialist, but I believe we're in a Christo-fascist state, and Black people be all up on you, all up in your comment section saying, please stop saying that shit. Please stop saying that shit. But them Black people don't know how to articulate what I'm articulating to you now. They know they frustrated. They know they have a right to be frustrated when they hear white people say that shit, but they can't articulate why they frustrated. And that makes them more frustrated because I know what they're saying is messed up. Now I'm giving it a language. Black people is mad when you say that shit because the Constitution has never favored us. Never. The Constitution has never granted us sovereignty, has never granted us liberty and justice, has never granted us what they call it, the freedom of the pursuit of happiness. It ain't never granted us that because it wasn't written for us. And every time some semblance of progress is added to the Constitution, let me just tell y'all something about the depth of the betrayal. Everything that everyone experiences in this country, foreigner or otherwise, everything that everyone, especially those who come here, everything that y'all say makes America great, everything, the freedom, the freedom of the press, the freedom of religion, the freedom of this and that and this and that and this and that and this and that. Everything that you, especially those of you who come from someplace else, experience as some expression of like progressiveness and freedom. But even those of you who are here, every last one of you who have experienced something resembling a leveling up women's rights, a leveling up feminism, a leveling up gay rights, a leveling up in any single way has perpetually come off of the denial of those very same things by the people who granted you those same things. It's our fight back. It's our resistance. It's our consistency in resistance that has always allowed everyone to level up, to make this country the great thing that attracts everybody, America the great. Not being able to say in your opportunism that what has always perpetually made America great is Black ass fucking people always fighting, always strapping, always making America uncomfortable in its current presentation. In its current presentation, whatever that current presentation is, any given particular time, Black people's presence is what is perpetually making this bitch uncomfortable. And we got to concede a little bit, just a little bit, to pacify these niggas for a moment. Yeah, it's probably only going to work for a little while because they're going to get the confidence to be like, yeah, we did that. We won in the Supreme Court. We won, in this place and that place. We changed the laws over here and over there. We did that. And they don't need us getting too comfortable, too confident in our ability to change phenomena in real time. We'll concede a little bit, give them a few little, a little changes. You feel me? We got patience. We see the long view. In 20, 30 years, we'll be able to snatch all that shit back. We'll be able to snatch all that shit back. And isn't that what they did? Isn't that what they did? Every little thing you won, why can they predict with mathematical precision 30 years down the line when there's going to be an opportune time for them to snatch every right that they, quote, gave us right the foot back? Because they know that white nationalism lives in the minds and spirits of everyone in this bitch. So as you get what you need off the backs of struggle that we have consistently and unbroken in time made, while we done did that and cleared up, freed up the democratic space for everybody to fight for what they want, which is a right anyway. But they see, damn, these niggas really, they about that life. They stay fighting. They stay making America uncomfortable. They stay challenging America based on its own words. All we doing is trying to hold you consistently accountable for the words you put forward as holy text. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the goddamn Declaration of Independence. All we trying to do is show you your own shit to make you level up. Government. And every time somebody jump on our back while we scrapping, while we running, while we fighting, somebody gonna jump on our back to get for themselves what they need. But because they have a white patriarch living in their skull, they will never reach back and say, damn, you created the space for me to do this. Now let me reach back and grab you so you too can level up. Ain't nobody out here trying to make a contest with white nationalism, with patriarchal white nationalism. Ain't now one of y'all up in this country. So while y'all can be mad at Mexicans or Latinos in the moment, this is the basis of it. This is the basis of it. It's not a small statement when black people be out here articulating how everybody hate us. Politically, what does that mean? Politically, what does that look like? It looks like what's happening now. That what drives people here, what has them have fantasies about America, nobody to this day, anywhere around the world has been able to honestly articulate what attracts them to America is the presence of black people perpetually holding the state accountable, perpetually shining the light on the state, using its own mythology, constantly shining the light on the state to try to force America to be what it is always proclaimed that it is and never has been. That's what it is. And so because y'all are so convicted to patriarchal white nationalism everywhere on earth, because y'all so committed to patriarchal white nationalism, y'all never have had the ability to say, thank God for black people. Thank God for black people. Because if it wasn't for black people, the America that we see today would not exist. Thank God for black people and their undying fighting sense of rebellion. Thank God for black people, because the America we so love, the America we so romanticize, the America that we talk about, if I could just get to America, all my dreams would be fulfilled. That America was created by black ass people, bitch. That America was created by black ass people. That America, and I will add something else to that that's always necessary to add to that. That America could not even have been built by black ass people were it not for the relentless, diabolical purging of the indigenous population. This baptism in blood I'm always talking about. That even black ass people could not have built the America that you so love and enjoy, because there's another narrative that I want to be clear about, because it is a really fucked up and opportunistic narrative among black folks to say, yeah, we built everything. We built this bitch, which is true. And to completely ignore the fucking mandatory strategic suffering of the indigenous people before that could even happen, before we could plant the first seed, before we could build the first building. This place, and there are historical estimates of the, because we always see Westerns and we think, oh, well, there wasn't but a couple of indigenous people here when we got here, white people. There wasn't but a handful of little teepees scattered to and fro when we got here. So the damage wasn't really that bad. You feel me? Yeah, it was messed up maybe, but we here now. What we supposed to do? Just give it back? Yes, yes, yes. But this opportunistic position by Black people is like, yeah, we built this bitch, and that's it. Is problematic. It's problematic. It's problematic. It's problematic. This idea among these certain weirdo groups and sects among Black people talking about we the real indigenous people. Ooh, ooh, gross, gross. Multiple things can be true at the same time. And if so-called Asian descended people crossed the Bering Strait 30,000 years ago and have been living, because those are the estimates, between 13 and 15 and 30,000 years ago, and they have now populated the Americas with indigenous people that were already here in the Americas, Black-skinned indigenous people that was already here in the Americas, and they came down 15 to 30,000 years ago and have been living on this land as the legitimate and coexisting peaceful caretakers of the land with the Black-skinned indigenous people. So you mean to say because they came here 30,000 years ago, 15,000 years ago, they don't have a right to call themselves indigenous? That they don't have a right to lay claim and ownership for that which they built and tended to? Y'all are insane. And anybody saying that shit, especially in these big old spaces, y'all motherfuckers is the police. You cannot convince me otherwise. Y'all are the police. You function like the police. You behave like the police. So you mean to tell me that these few little Asians that crossed the Bering Strait some 30,000 years ago, and there are historical evidence about across multiple sources that say there was anywhere from 200 to 400 million, not million, thousand, no, more than that. What was the million? Somebody Google. Million, 200 million, 200 million indigenous people on this land when the first pilgrims got here, when the Mayflower got here. 200 million. I didn't say thousand, I said million. More than half the current U.S. population at 333 million people in the United States. Somebody Google right now. What was the population of Native Americans at the time of the arrival of the Mayflower? Hell, go back further than that. At the time of so-called Christopher Columbus, who never stepped foot on North America, by the way, but supposedly at the time that Christopher Columbus in 1492, quote, discovered America, what are the estimates? What are the historical estimates of the indigenous population or the Native American population in this country? Google it now and put it in the comment section. I've read estimates of a population as dense as the current U.S. population. I didn't say thousand, I said million. Not to mention these so-called or theorized this 50, okay, so somebody here say 5 to 15 million. That's a gang of motherfuckers. That's more than a few motherfuckers in teepees spread across the goddamn country. Somebody else, if people have other sources, other sites, put them in the comment section. In the meantime, the other thing that we always do in this country is point to the complexion of Native people, Native American people. We point to their complexion as evidence that they aren't the quote they aren't the real indigenous people, right? That's what you hear that a lot, at the complexion, negating the fact that as a part of strategic colonial processes, Native Americans ain't the only group of indigenous people attacked in the age of exploration. Fiji, New Zealand, Australia, India, Hawaii, South America, all the islands around South America, everywhere you go on Earth, people who you can find photos right now today from 100 years ago, from the 1850s, of people in these same places around the world, black as me and blacker, dark as night, with straight hair, and in less than 2-3 generations of coming into contact with the white world, they lighter than my biracial child. and y'all won't call a thing what it is. That miscegenation, the forced, imposed mixing of races, forced, imposed mixing of races was a political strategy to concretize white nationalism in people's brains, both the captives and the captor. That in order to do what it is we need to do, we have to make them identify with us. So we're going to pay some of you men to come on over here, Brazil. We're going to pay some of you men shiploads of men for the sole purposes of breeding enslaved women with mixed race babies, that once them babies became adults, they would give them more access, more stuff. Well, y'all can't vote because y'all still ain't equal to us, but we'll let y'all buy little pieces of land in limit. You feel me? We'll let y'all get jobs that the rest of them can't get. And so y'all be conveniently talking about the people claiming to be Native American ain't Native American. The people claiming to be indigenous ain't indigenous because they came over here 15,000 years ago. They came over here 30,000 years ago. They can't lay claim to the land that they cared for and governed on and buried their ancestors on. How many generations of people is in 15,000 years? How many generations is in 15,000 years? How many generations is in 30,000 years? And you got this many ancestors buried up on the land, and you Negroes talking about they can't lay claim to the land. Y'all need to be muted. Y'all need to be muted. Y'all is the police, and y'all can't convince me otherwise. People I know personally, people I care about. And I have to be like, I have to stop them before they even get on that dumbass shit with me. First of all, if you do not study history, shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. If you do not study history at all, everything you think you know in your skull is because you learned from somebody else and didn't apply or didn't do further research, didn't do deep dive, uncomfortable shit to either prove a commitment to this idea you have in your head or be like, oh, damn, I done read this, and this shit don't even come close to aligning with this idea I accepted as fact. Please do not even hint at talking to me because I have made my position public from day one. You will not have me out here being no political opportunist or some dumbass shit, some agent of the state done planted into black militant spaces. Talking about we the real indigenous people. Fuck everybody else. We ain't got no friends. Fuck everybody else. Blah. 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 The hell? Not to mention, you can look at pictures right now of motherfuckers we know as, quote, Native Americans. And just, man, Geronimo. All you got to do is Google images of Geronimo right now. His ass was jet black. Chief Red Cloud, dark as the day is long. And Chief Red Cloud had dreadlocks before black people had dreadlocks. In the 1800s, you see this picture of Chief Red Cloud with big old fatties all the way down his back in 1875. Before the Rastafari movement. Why? Because it was black ass people too. Here, indigenous with nappy ass hair. They probably had dreadlocks. We just don't have no pictures of them. But he got that shit from somewhere because his hair didn't naturally grow out his head like that. We know kinky hair motherfuckers be doing dreadlocks. We just ain't got no pictures of them. But what we do have is pictures of black indigenous people, black-skinned indigenous people, and what we call red people who were copper-colored because their ancient ancestry, 15 to 30,000 years ago, descending from Asia into the Americas, came into proximity with black-skinned indigenous people, and they peacefully coexisted for them 15, 30,000 years. And so there was surely some mixing that contributed to the darkness of what we call the red people. Red-skinned, dark-ass, red-skinned people with straight hair and black-ass skinned black people with nappy hair. Please stop doing that. So I'm getting all kind of numbers from y'all. So please stop doing that, man. Stop being nostalgic in your fucking growing up watching Westerns and shit. Like there was just some few people scattered around this bitch that justified the onslaught of, because even if there was 100 indigenous people on this land when the first white people got here, they still were not entitled to this land. They still were not entitled. They wasn't a divine right to come up on here and slaughter the inhabitants of the not only the inhabitants, the permanent caretakers of the land. So some people say estimates of 5 to 15 million. At the time of Christopher Columbus's arrival in the Americas in 1492, there were an estimated 5 to 15 million indigenous people living in North America. One study even estimated up to 18 million. Then somebody else says, from an AI source, there were estimates as low as 8 million and up to 112 million. That's literally half the current U.S. population. Hold on. Somebody else says, exactly. Let's see. Somebody else says, the history tell another story that would pass you off to know that they lied in history school, and we are all taught that lie. According to Henry Dobbins, is that a website? Is that a historian? Like, who is? Can you give me the source? Like, is this a website? Is this an archaeologist? Like, is this a historian? This Henry Dobbins? But according to Henry Dobbins, there were estimates as high as 142 million indigenous people at the time of Christopher Columbus. Let's see what y'all talking about over here on IG. It seems like a few million that they were unable to verify, but suggested a sustained growing population. That is the issue. Resistance with us uniting with a plan. I believe the landmass considered in the calculations at the time is why the numbers are different. That makes sense. So please stop doing that. Because what we're having all this time in the future is these same operations of divide and conquer. They have us engaged in conversations and accepting ideologies that, no matter how militant they sound, are always at our expense. For Black women in particular to be coming up on here talking about, well, you know, I hate to see what's happening, but they earned that. They should have voted for Kamala. Please stop doing that. What you're doing without even knowing it is justifying the coming assault on us. And I've been talking to y'all about this for 4 years. I said, you are being, I've been saying it. Go back. Go all the way back. There's 753 videos on my goddamn channel. Go all the way back to the first few videos when I was reading The Great Cosmic Mother to you guys with my little interventions. I said, be crystal clear about what is happening all the time, even if it's not being said. These little aggressions on your rights, the doing away with habeas corpus, the writ, the habeas corpus, this constant little nitpicking of rights being taken, and they have to try it with other communities. You feel me? They don't want to be too obvious that the target of their aggressions has remained the same since the beginning. The targets of their aggressions have always remained the same. It is female human beings in general, and the darkest female human beings primarily. The target has never changed, though the strategy has changed. The strategy looks different. The strategy divides. So, well, that's only impacting gay people over there, so I ain't even gonna trip. But that's only affecting Mexican people over there, and that ain't none of me, so fuck them. You feel me? Stripping and nitpicking, further dividing it. But baby, when I tell you, I am guaranteeing you that the target has remained the same since the beginning of this project. Women in general, and females in general, and the darkest skinned primarily. The evidence of which, those same beneficiaries of civil rights legislation, of affirmative action legislation, of DEI legislation and practices, as soon as this white boy signed the documents, who was the primary target? Who was impacted the most? Black women. It's not my opinion. The statistics have shown The data has shown since January, when he was inaugurated, that DEI had the greatest impact on Black women workers. More Black women lost their jobs than any other group in this country, damn near overnight. Ain't nobody said a word. Ain't nobody coming to our defense. Ain't nobody being like, what the fuck, this shit is obviously racist. Nope. Ain't nobody said that. Ain't nobody said that. Not only that, what else did they say? There was something else about Black people since Trump was inaugurated about Black women. But be clear. Be clear. All this other stuff is terrible and it's happening, and they're looking to see how much they can get away with as much support from the blind masses as possible, because they're going to sharpen and deepen their aggressions against what they perceive as public enemy number one. And I'm telling you, is Black ass women. That ain't even my opinion. Goddamn, what was it? When they finally released the COINTELPRO papers in the 1970s to reveal the depth of the attacks and the aggression against the Black community and during the 1950s and 60s, they didn't say Black people were the greatest threat to American security. They said, we recognize now that Black women represent the greatest threat to American security. That's in the papers. That's not my opinion. It was like, damn, we done killed all these Black men. We done killed all these Black men because, in our mind as patriarchs, the males are the only problem. The males are the greatest threat. The males are the one that are the most likely to set this shit off. And several years later, they was like, oh no. They was like, it's these bitches. It's these Black ass women that represent the real problem. Honey, their objective has never changed since they disappeared the civils and then painted all their images over white. Every time you turn around, it's obvious. It's obvious. That doesn't mean that nobody else suffers. Everybody suffers that's not white and male. Everybody suffers. But honey, in a strategy where you have a long view that's a couple thousand years old to maintain hegemony over the many, you have to target the one that is the most likely to stage an actual successful rebellion against your existence. The white male patriarch, the white male father god. You have to target that motherfucker who is the most likely to rally a successful rebellion against your right to exist as a white male father god, dominating the consciousness of everybody on earth. So stop saying that dumbass shit. Kamala was not your savior. Kamala was not your savior. And the evidence of which is that girl has been ghost, silent, and invisible since the election. She ain't said nothing on y'all behalf. She ain't staged no grand ass party to say, I want to thank Black women and Black men for showing up to the polls the way that you did. Thank you so much for your support. And even as my position is not commander in chief, I'm still because she's still working the government. I'm still going to be up in here in my position, making sure in every space I rally on your behalf. I'm committed to justice. And she ain't said none of that. Not a motherfucking word. Not a motherfucking word since November 5th. And y'all still out here jocking for her. The evidence that she did not have your best interest at heart is presented. It's her silence and her invisibility. No, thank you, niggas, for showing up. Thank you for doing what y'all doing. Because I still got to keep this goddamn the campaign money, the millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars you Black ass bitches raised for me to run this campaign that I knew I was going to lose. That was my script. That was my role in this contest, was to lose to the white boy. Because they knew that my black ass, as Black and female, they knew this was going to be the dog whistle that was going to stir the vigor of all of these white nationalists, these sleeper agents in the goddamn country. They needed me for that role. And I played that role, and y'all fell right in line, raising all these millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars to see me coon dance on the stage, to see me shuck and jive in this role that I was playing that needed me to be the diabolical face of opposition that was going to stir not only the white nationalists that's functioning as a sleeper cell in all of these white people, but was also going to be the low key dog whistle of the signs of the time to come, the sign that the end is near. This girl represents the whore of Babylon. I'm not telling you no shit I'm theorizing about. I'm telling you, I remember the language that the many were using about Kamala. I told y'all, isn't it interesting that they chose a girl, just like Obama, that they chose a girl with a very strategic middle name? She couldn't be a Black American. She had to be Black and foreigner adjacent, because that is the peculiar thing that they need to kind of trigger the fervor. You feel me? She had to be Black. She had to be female. She couldn't be too Black because they didn't want it to be too obvious. You feel me? She had to be Negro adjacent though. But what did I say? I said, y'all think this shit make believe. Y'all think I be being extra. Y'all be thinking I'm talking like a conspiracy theorist, not a scientist, not a historical scientist, not a political scientist. I said nobody's talking about it, but I said this shit is deliberate. This shit is purposeful. I said it's so striking to me, this thing that to this day ain't nobody mentioned. I said it's so striking to me that this girl's middle name is Devi. This girl's middle name is Devi. This girl's middle name is Devi. Devi in Hindu or Sanskrit meaning goddess, but not just goddess. Let me read you something. Now, this is my segue. Since I said I wasn't going to be up on here long, 2.5 hours later. This is my segue. Devi, her middle name was Devi. I said, y'all don't find it striking that this girl's middle name is Devi? I found it interesting that even the Christians weren't mentioning that. I was like, damn, I'm surprised, because they always looking for signs of the Antichrist. They always looking for signs of the ends of time. And it never occurred to any of them that her middle name is Devi, one letter off from the word devil. It didn't occur to them at all that her middle name Devi. And they always looking for the Antichrist. They always looking for the devil. I said, that's fascinating. I said, but that shit is strategic. Because even if her middle name as Devi didn't compute in their conscious mind, this is the role of archetypes. That they subconscious mind, they sleeper cell was triggered, whether they paid attention to the fact that her name is Devi. Devi is a long-standing Indian archetype that had great influence in Greece and subsequently Rome. Yeah, it did. So this is the role that archetypes play. You don't have to be consciously aware of your ideas and beliefs for these archetypal images to walk you around, child, like a puppet on a string. So let me just talk to you now, because that was a great segue. I didn't mean to go off like that, but it was necessary, and it leads right to some things that I wanted to read you from our this is our part 2 of our biblical trinity as the temple of evolutionary emergence. The first one being the great cosmic mother rediscovering the religion of the earth. The second one is the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects. And the third, by the same author, Barbara G. Walker, is the Women's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. This is our trinity of biblical content. We got other major books as maybe the disciples, but these is the ones. You feel me? Listen. So she talks about, and it's so funny because I just read about Devi the other day. Let's see. 241 first. Oh yeah. Isn't it funny? This I didn't even remember. I just had a mark. The word Devi is part of the reading that I was actually going to use for you today. And I'm here mentioning this all happenstance about your beloved Kamala, and didn't even realize, because I was like, oh, well, I have it marked. I don't have to remember what the words are. I have it marked, and the word that I have marked is Devi. Hold on, there's another one. This one, and then 488. So for those of you who have the book and want to follow along in the Women's Dictionary of Symbols and Sacred Objects, I am first. Yeah. So I am first on page 241. Because I'm gonna talk to you about Devi first, and then I'll talk to you about the other. So that's it, 241 and 488. Okay, so Devi is mentioned in on page 241, where Barbara Walker is talking about the devil. It's been truly said, quote, the devil is the curse of those. Listen, it is truly been said, quote, the devil is the curse of those who have abandoned the goddess. Did y'all hear what I just said? Y'all didn't hear what I just said. Y'all ain't heard. Y'all ain't heard. It has been truly said, quote, the devil is the curse of those who have abandoned the goddess, end quote. Even his name was derived ultimately from the Sanskrit Devi, meaning goddess. Through Persian Devi or Deva, which is Daeva, Persian, and the Latin diva, Diva, divus, Divus, or deus, Deus, all words for the goddess. Patriarchal Europe always confused woman with the devil. Her genitalia with the mouth of hell, her very motherhood with the vehicle of original sin, and male artists often painting or sculpted the Christian devil with female breast and genitalia. The devil was deliberately constructed by the Christian church for good reasons, having to do with another kind of confusion that equated him with God. The God of Isaiah, who claimed to be the creator of evil, God in your own book creating evil. The God of Isaiah, who claimed to be the creator of evil itself, Isaiah 45:7, was no more acceptable to Christian theology than the cyclic goddess who gave both birth and death, and so encompassed all blessing and misfortune at once. Christian apologists insisted on a God who was all good, all pure, uninvolved with ordinary matter, and incapable of, quote, evil. So, out of bits and pieces of the old pagan deities, they created a devil to account for the world's obvious evils, pretending that their all good God had actually created him, let's see. Pretending that their all good God had actually created the devil, an insoluble paradox to this day. Instead of facing up to death, illness, and natural disasters, and other vicissitudes of fate, they could blame such things on the devil and woman, even though some were still called, quote, acts of God. For example, early Christian theologians held that there was no such thing as death in the world until God created it as punishment for the sin of Eve. The fact of Christian theology is that the entire scheme of salvation was utterly dependent on belief in the devil. Not only because in Great Cosmic Mother, she tells us that the early that upon the beginning of the Inquisition, not the beginning, in the later stages of the Inquisition, where they shifted focus from heresy to witchcraft, that in the early stage, it was just heresy, which was basically to purport out loud anything that was posed as opposition to the accepted Jesus narrative or biblical narrative or the narrative of the church. And then when the church pivots from heresy being its primary focus as the Inquisition to witchcraft. In the early stages, it was said in the early stages of the witchcraft focused Inquisition that that if you made a declaration out loud that the devil was not real, then you too were guilty of heresy. You were guilty of heresy if you said you didn't believe in the devil. You were a heretic punished by the Inquisition to death. Not only that, the pivoting of the focus from heresy to witchcraft happened with the creation of the printing press in Europe. And I told you that the first book that was printed on this new invention was the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of the Witches, not the Bible, the Hammer of the Witches. And so not only if you didn't believe in the devil could you be tried, but what else did she say? She said, because the Great Cosmic Mother talks at length and in great detail. Also, Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets at length and in great detail about the Inquisition, that not only could you be killed for saying out loud that you didn't believe in the devil, but because the Maleficarum was the only book printed on the printing press for some time, then the Bible, another crime, quote, crime that was seen as a form of heresy during the Inquisition was to reproduce books. People were able to black market buy printing presses and started printing their own books that were in direct opposition to the narrative being proposed by the church, aka the state. And so many people were sentenced to death for having been found to have books, to possess books. Didn't matter what the books were. If it wasn't the Bible, and if it wasn't the Malleus Maleficarum, which were the two primary books of the Inquisition at that time, any book. And so people were keeping books in holes dug under their houses and selling books on the black market, because to possess books was a crime against the church and the state. Yeah. So anyway, so it says that not only did the devil, the fact of Christian theology is that the entire scheme of salvation was utterly dependent. It was utterly, you don't need a savior. You don't need salvation if the devil ain't real. If the devil ain't real, what you need saving from? What you need salvation from? So the fact of Christian theology is that the entire scheme of salvation was utterly dependent upon the belief in a devil. Not only did the devil relieve God of responsibility for the world's evil, he also provided God himself, y'all, as the all innocent. Oh, shit. God himself, y'all, in the beginning, y'all, before there was even people, the great war in heaven, God himself as the all good, the all knowing, the omnipotent, in his creation of what is supposed to be the figurehead of all evil, that God himself is the pure, the blemishless, the blameless, and the devil, aka Lucifer, the angel of light and illumination, becomes the scapegoat through which God himself, as the blameless and the blemishless, can now pivot and make his creation responsible for everything that ails humanity, while he remains blameless and blemishless. The tyrannical Father God of the Old Testament, even as he is a tyrant set on genocide and bloodlust, can remain innocent and blemishless because he is all good. He is all knowing. He is omnipotent, and anything that's bad that happens on the earth is because of the devil. But It's only because God only allows the devil to do what he has to do to serve the greater plan. God don't commit the acts of evil himself. The devil makes everyone commit sin. You understand? The devil make them do it. But even the blemishless, blameless, all-knowing, all-Father, all-God can demand of his, quote, chosen people to be like his angels. What does he say of his angels? That they do God's bidding. And because they are the tools and the instruments of the conduction of God's bidding, they too are blameless and blemishless, because all they are doing is fulfilling as tools God's blameless and all good and all knowing acts upon others. So this is the role of the chosen people. He got angels to do some shit, but he's like, nope, I need flesh on the earth to conduct other projects of my doing without me taking the blame, without me catching the blame. So even in his most diabolical presentations throughout 4,200 years of the Old Testament, he's like, the devil did all this shit, except the shit that cannot be seen as bad, cannot be seen as evil, because these are my chosen people. These are my descendants. I have given them dominion over the earth. And so it's pretty much a wrong place, wrong time type scenario. If you happen to be one of these Gentiles in the place that I have promised my people them, the act still ain't bad though. The only time the chosen people were sinning was when they were engaged in acts that they, Father God, told them they could not engage in, which was stuff like sleeping with animals, or like, sleeping with each other if you male, or sleeping with each other if you female, or like what else they talk about in Leviticus, or eating pig, or like eating shellfish, or eating animals that have, what is it, two hooves or some, what is it? The hooving animals and I don't know, whatever. You feel me? Like when they engaged in that stuff, what did the Bible say? Those things eating pig, those things eating unclean food, those things like what they say? Sleeping with animals, those things are not only a sin and evil, they are an abomination in the sight of God. But isn't it funny that not a single genocide executed at the hands of his chosen people on a whim of a singular one, of a singular patriarch, saying, God told me this last night, so let's get it cracking, and don't leave nothing alive. None of that is seen as an abomination in the sight of their God. Ain't that about a bitch? But he is still all knowing, all good, all omnipotent. Anyway, this shit is deep. So every patriarch from the beginning, every patriarch since the erection of the Father God of the, quote, Hebrew peoples, of the chosen folk, right? Every single patriarch is fashioned after this original image of God the beneficent, God the good, God the all-knowing, God the all-seeing, right? And a war waged against him and his supremacy in heaven by his own creations. And that this becomes the origin of evil. And every patriarch is literally fashioned after him. Okay, so anyway, not only did the devil relieve God of responsibility for the world's evil, he also provided the need for a savior through the myth of temptation and the fall. He gave the church its greatest weapon, the fear of damnation, by which to control the recalcitrant populations of an entire continent. The idea of the devil could never be abandoned, lest the whole power structure of the church should crumble away. The devil has to exist. These institutions rely on it. The devil took charge of the eternal torture of sinners on God's orders. The devil took charge of the eternal torture of sinners on God's orders, an unfortunate notion that seemed to place God in the position of a Hitler commanding his concentration camp overseers. She wrote this book in 83, 82, 83. She said, the devil took charge of the eternal torture of sinners on God's orders, an unfortunate notion that seemed to place God in the position of the Hitler commanding his concentration camp's overseer. Still, this notion could not be forsworn. A devil who this notion could not be forsworn. A devil who blatantly disobeyed God and refused to torture sinners would have been no use at all to the ecclesiastical establishment. Why? Because the only opposition he could stage is to what? Not torture the sinners and win their solidarity. Because what's the only thing you can do? If God has mandated that he is the permanent torturer and punisher of sinners, and he said, I don't want to do that shit as the devil, as the great rebel. That's why rebellion is the sin of witchcraft in the Old Testament. Because if the devil is what God say he is, which is the rebel, the first rebel who turned, 2/3 of the angels in heaven against God, that's some hella organizing skills. He was a hell of an organizer. You understand? These revolutionaries can learn a lesson from Lucifer before he became Satan. Because that's some gangster. How are you up in the same house? Heaven. How are you up in the same domain? Heaven. And on the slide, you able to navigate all the terrain while God is all knowing, all seeing, all omnipotent, and you still able to navigate the terrain and organize 2/3 of the heavenly host to stage a rebellion against God himself, your own creator, your own father? How he do that? Lucifer was not only the original rebel, he was like the blueprint for the ultimate gangster rebel. Seems like y'all socialists need to be taking some notes. Y'all ain't going about this shit right. Oh shit. Y'all ain't going about this shit right. They say the devil who blatantly he rebelled against God. He rebelled against God. So if he is so hateful of God, his creator, God, his father, and that all he want to do is perpetually take the opposing position. God damn. Oh my God. That's all he lived for. Is to perpetually take the opposing position, like I've been telling y'all. That when I became a revolutionary and I learned that everything I ever knew was a lie, I was like, damn, I can't relearn everything. So what I'm gonna have to do is just automatically, my default is to take the opposing position. Whatever white people say, I'm automatically, without no information, taking the opposing position. If they say this dude over here is the enemy, I'm trying to find out what he done right that done pissed off the white people. If they say it's night outside, I'm going to actually go check my blinds to make sure it's not daylight, to make sure that the sun, my default is to take the opposition, to take the extreme opposing position of the white world, and I'll probably be better off without even reading a book about any history. When I became a devotee of the mother, I took the same position about white male patriarchal domination and all of his antecedents. What do I mean by all his antecedents? All the colored patriarchs of the past, all the colored emperors of the past, all the colored patriarchs of the past, red, yellow, brown, all black, all of them. Because he learned this shit from somewhere, and y'all just mad because he perfected the craft that you taught him. The student done outshine the teacher. So any patriarch of any color and all their antecedents, I'm automatically taking the opposite position, even if I don't have the information to back that opposition, and I can get the information later. But my automatic position is I'm taking the diametrically opposed position all the time. Just like I trusted me without no information, but guess what? I hated the word compassion. I hated the word discipline. And I was like, I ain't using the shit. And then I had y'all Google the etymology of this bullshit ass bullshit today. And there you go. Evidence that you can trust your flesh. That your flesh will never lead you astray. But your head, while somebody is occupying that space, will always 10,000% of the time will always lead you astray and against your own self-preservation, against your own self-interest. Bank on it. Bank on it. So anyway, what do you say here? The devil who blatantly disobeyed God and refused to torture sinners would have been no use at all to the ecclesiastical establishment. In effect, the devil was God's alter ego. The devil was God's alter ego. God damn. The devil was God's alter ego, his shadow self, as prefigured by the Persian twin deities. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo. Did y'all hear what I just said? In effect, the devil was God's alter ego, his shadow self, as prefigured by the Persian twin deities, the heavenly twins that we've been talking about since the movie Sinners came out. The heavenly Persian twin deities, dark Ahriman and bright Aru Mazda. In the Middle Ages, there were still many remnants of the Gnostic idea that the creator, Jehovah, was the evil deity himself. Jehovah was the evil deity himself, having constructed the world of matter to trap souls and bring them to destruction. I want to tell you this. I'm not going to go into a deep dive about it, but I do want to tell you this because right now we're hearing this discussion a lot across many, many communities, across many, many beliefs, across many, many sites. I am seeing it a lot more than I ever have, though I've heard this story for years about the archon, the demiurge, the archon, the demiurge, right? And how we was never supposed to have a material experience, and that the demiurge created this as an illusion and to keep us imprisoned by the flesh, you feel me? And to drain our energy or do whatever the fuck it is the demiurge is trying to do, right? I've been hearing this a lot more as an explanation for all things bad, because their position, anybody talking this shit about the demiurge and the icon, they are still talking about it within the context of seeing spirit as supreme and matter as subordinate. That is the place from which they are having this discussion about the demiurge and about the material world being a prison and this and this and that. This is just a fucking sleight of hand narrative to further destroy, betray, and keep hidden the mother and the supremacy of matter. The supremacy of matter. The supremacy of matter. I know that's uncomfortable for a lot of y'all. The supremacy of matter. And so even in this discussion, which is so sleight of handish, and people are like, damn, so y'all mean to say Yahweh was actually the devil and he kept us on earth to keep us prisoner in the flesh? So the flesh is our prison, just like that bullshit y'all been saying for forever. The flesh is just a vehicle through which, even the movie Avatar, our flesh is just the avatar through which our spirit travels from life to life. All of this shit is a sleight of hands to further get you invested in the destruction of the mother. to get you detached from being concerned about the environment, to keep you detached from your earthly mother, to keep you completely amnesiatic to the supremacy of the mother. And her supremacy is demonstrated in the flesh, is demonstrated in matter, it's demonstrated in substance. So be mindful of that shit the next time you hear some motherfucker talking about the demiurge. Because I'm telling you, that's what it is. It's some sleight of hand shit. Anyway. So they say Jehovah was the evil deity himself, having constructed the world of matter to trap souls and bring them to destruction. During the centuries of the witch hunts, the devil assumed preeminence as the witch's god, supposedly carrying out his plan to take over the world with an army of his worshippers who are mostly women. How this was to be done against the will of the all-powerful God, the church never explained. It simply used the devil as an excuse to slaughter millions of women in the 5 centuries of persecution, such as the world has never seen before. On this bloodshed of women, is it a stretch? People be acting like I'm being like a doomstress or something. Is it a stretch? Is it a stretch to say in everything that you see, in everything that you witness, no matter who seems to be the object of the focus on this given day or that given day, that always see how that event that you are witnessing is tied to the inevitable outward targeting of women in general and black-skinned women, and those most close in their proximity to black-skinned women are and have always been the primary target of this patriarchal father God. Always. That has not changed. That's why the need to win people of every race to an ideology of white nationalism. This is how they staged and concretized the contest against these black ass bitches that just kept popping up all over the place. And for a long time, people was like, oh, the heroes are here. The Amazons. Oh, the heroes are here. The Phoenicians. Oh, the heroes are here. These black ass bitches. Oh, the heroes are here. The black ass Sibyls. Oh, the heroes are here. They're going to help us. There's like, as long as these black ass bitches exist and they exist in the form and presentation of power, we don't stand a chance. We can't go directly toe to toe with these bitches. So how do we win the support of the masses away from these black ass bitches? We have to win their skulls. We have to post up. We have to plant in the consciousness where we have been taught the seat of your soul sits in your head. We have to make sure that the image in their mind of who governs the seat of their soul is white and male and aristocratic. That was a conscious decision made by Rome itself. We can't go direct toe to toe with them. We have to win in the hearts and the minds of the masses. The God is white and male and rich. The God is, because we can't even afford for poor people, even though they drink the poison, we can't even afford for poor people to think poor white people. We cannot even afford for poor white people to recognize that they might be, quote, the same as us. That the white people too, the poor white people too, the slaves in Rome, you know what I'm saying? The servants in Rome, the voiceless in Rome, that white people too, who are poor, they have to let the white patriarch sit in their skull, but we have to make sure in their daily life that they recognize that they will never be us. So they will be complicit in their slavery. They will be complicit in their voicelessness. They will be complicit in their silence, in the violence imposed upon them. They'll comply because at least we ain't like the rest of these motherfuckers on earth. We got. We can bank on that. Anyway, during the centuries of the witch hunts, the devil assumed preeminence as the witch's god, supposedly carrying out his plan to take over the world with an army of his worshippers, which were mostly women. Not only that, I read an article yesterday, and I meant to keep it up, and I didn't. I read an article yesterday. What was the name of this article? I wrote it down somewhere. Hold on. Child, the name of the article comes from a website called What's the name of this website? Okay. The name of the website is called Warriors of, but spelled O-V, not O-F. Warriors of Lucifer's Fallen.com. Oh no, .wordpress.com. Warriors of OV Lucifer's Fallen.wordpress.com. Okay. So I was just Googling images to use for a thumbnail because I had already made up my mind yesterday. I was going to talk to you about the word demon, devil, dragon, and something else, right? And so I was looking for images and didn't even use it for this one because I forgot what the words were I chose. I was like, I'll just open up the book or whatever. And so I'm Googling images. And in one of the images that was brought up on the search, next to it, it said, this is the title of the article. The historical origin of Satan as a racist slur. That's the name of the article. That's the name of the article. The historical origin of Satan as a racist slur. The image, I might have to change the image. I might have to change the image for the thumbnail because the picture I found, I was like, I sat there and read that whole long ass article, and the article was long. The historical origin of Satan as a racist slur. And do you know what the picture was of? This is an image found in a book. So this is an old image. It's not a new constructed image. It like comes from one of the ancient books during the Inquisition. I think it was like 1200, circa 1200, circa 1500, something like that. The picture was a sketch of Satan, jet black, with horns and wings and a pointed tail and with titties and a vagina. And in this picture of Satan as jet black with wings and a pointed tail and horns and titties and a vagina, this Satan is always called he. Isn't that interesting? It's always called he with titties and a vagina. Surrounding this Satan, this jet black ass Satan, was several, 4 or 5 or 6 stereotypical like white women of that age. So like, like bonnets around their head, dresses that covered their arms all the way down to the hands, they neck all the way up to the neck, they legs all the way down to the feet, like peasants, dressed like stereotypical peasants of that time. So the quote biblical illustration of the devil was black and female, was jet black and female with a pointed tail and horns and wings and titties and a vagina. Not the quote divine hermaphrodite Baphomet, the symbiosis, the coming together as the divine androgyne Baphomet with titties and a penis coming up from under her garb. Nope. Black and female, titties and vaginas, surrounded by quote witches worshiping Satan. The article is called "The Historical Origin of Satan as a Racist Slur." Somebody say, I got work to do. The unconditioning of the conditioned mind. Let's see what y'all talking about. Let me take a break and read some of y'all comments because y'all been going off in the chats. Okay, let's see. The last thing I read was the 142 million native people. Let's see. As I've heard, the game don't change. Just the players don't even change, boo. Just the mask. Just the mask. Just the mask. Just the mask. Let's see. Are you talking about the ISIS papers? No, I'm not. Let's see. Nope. Nope. All we got is a letter. No more voting. Does the mountain become a flower just because it wants to? What did Satan really do? I don't understand that question. How can How can that even happen if God is all knowing and omnipotent? Omniscient. Yeah, exactly. He rebelled against God, then God unleashed Satan against the whole world. Yeah. Um, and Jesus is Satan's brother. um, uh, he was asking a legitimate question, Gorilla of the Matriarchs. He was asking a legitimate question. He was responding to what I read. Was if God was all knowing and all omnipotent and all omniscient, how could the devil even happen? How could the rebellion against Lucifer even happen? How could Satan do what he do if God was all knowing or didn't intend it? He's like, this shit boring up in here in heaven. Let's mix this up. Let's mix this shit up a little bit. Let's create some evil. And then this will also, I want to get my rocks off in some dirty shit and some evil shit. But if I'm all good and all knowing and shit, I have to be slick about how I get my rocks off into some evil shit. So let me just create the very first scapegoat. Let me plant an idea in Lucifer, who is my most favorite. My most favorite. Lucifer is my most favorite. My most divine creation. So let me just plant a little seed in his. Let me plant a little something in his ear. Let me plant a little seed in his skull. You feel me? And then just let that shit germinate. Let that shit germinate. Because otherwise, they said Lucifer was perfect. Lucifer was perfect. But how can he do evil if he perfect? Because the most evil motherfucker, God, was like, I'm bored. I'm tired of hearing y'all sing, y'all angels in the heavenly hosts. Just mix this shit up a little bit. You understand? Let's see. The fish, the Pisces, the Gemini, the Demiurge, please don't misinterpret my message. I'm all in agreement with the info being broken down. I appreciate both of y'all. By the way, Patrick, we need to meet. We need to have a discussion that need to happen in person. We need to link. Okay. I got work to do. Okay, so I'm caught up on the comments in the comment section. Okay, so let's see. So and you know what the story reminds me of? Let me just say the story that I told you about the quote historical origin of Satan as a racist slur, and that the Satan that they show in this image that's a few hundred years old is not some big bad red devil with a large penis, like we appealing to the sexual wiles of women's naturally devious nature or no shit. Nope, that's not how he was drawn. He was drawn as a jet black female, titties and ass and vagina with some wings and a pointed tail and some horns. That's how she was created. You feel me? And so it instantly made me think of what must have been happening in Europe at the time, because we got to go deep. We got to dig into this, because the way we even learn about the quote just seeming instantaneous emergence or shifting of the Inquisition from heretics to witch trials, that seems to be just always told like instantaneous, and it's like this switch that was flipped that started attacking women. But if we are to take some of what we've learned from the Great Black Mama of Creation, the book I read on here, and if we are to take some of what happened or what we were taught in the Sibyls, the first prophetesses of Mami Wata by Mama Zogbe, and if we take some holes that have been filled in the Great Cosmic Mother and myths and secrets and symbols and sacred objects. And remember, I don't know if y'all remember, I was telling y'all about this crazy white boy. His YouTube channel is called, I keep saying I'm gonna remember this to share with y'all. His YouTube channel is called something Babylon, or Babylon something Babylon, or Babylon something. And this guy is an archaeologist, an anthropologist. I think he said he's got 3 PhDs, and how he shifted his focus to studying the lost he started studying the lost materia medicas of the civilizations that he was researching, just on some strict historical data collection and going to archaeological sites and participating in archaeological digs and stuff like that. Like, he was learning archaeology and anthropology through the strict discipline as presented in college. And he said one of his mentors told him, nah, because you won't get the whole picture. You need to be studying these ancient materia medicas from these different societies that you were studying, and how he had to learn 2 lost languages, 2 dead languages this white boy had to learn in order to translate some of these materia medicas. And how the first video of his I saw was about Medea. So anytime you Google anything about Medea, YouTube anything about Medea, right? They never say the quiet part out loud. They just talk about how Medea was this well-known, like, she was a civil oracle. But she was most known for her ability to heal. Her ability to heal was known all throughout Europe, what is they call it, the Indo-European junction, Asia and Africa, Northern Africa at that time. That she was known everywhere, right? That he found many materia medicas over different periods of time that specifically mentioned Medea as this great healer. She was most known as a potion maker, right? And so even he does this whole deep dive about Medea. That's the first video of his I saw. It was about Medea, the healer, and her sacred potions that could do all the things. And as a matter of fact, the thumbnail for the video is of a red-headed white woman. And then it says the magic of Medea or some shit, right? The magic of Medea as a red-headed white woman. And I was like, okay. And I didn't know that much about Medea before watching this first video. Truth be told, I didn't know much about her. That's not one of the women that I'd studied, right? So I'm watching this boy's video. Mind blown. I always forewarn y'all. Every time I talk about this dude, tread lightly, because I can watch and cipher through and extract what I need. But there are many people that I've told about this dude's channel, and they were like, I couldn't get through 5 minutes of that shit because he is crazy. He is crazy. When I say he is certifiable, he's certifiable. Somebody could diagnose him with something. He's certifiable. He crazy. For me to say he crazy, and I believe that madness has its origin. You understand what I'm saying? And like goddess worship and divination and shit. And so I even say madness with hella respect. You feel me? Child, this dude is certifiable. But if I had as much in my brain as he got in his brain, this nigga got 3 PhDs of just digging up shit, trying to figure out where it come from, using the materia medicas of lost languages and shit, learning the lost language so he can piece together the mysteries missing in the archaeology and the anthropology. I'd probably be crazy too. I probably, child, the switch might be flipped on my shit too. If y'all afford me the ability to be up in here studying the way that I want to, I might emerge a little bit crazy too. I'm just warning you. If you're going to go watch the dude shit, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. But he crazy. There is no other way. There is no word. There's no other word that will do to describe him. In Chinese medicine, watching him, we would diagnose him with shin disturbance. Shin disturbance is crazy. Anybody who got something going on in their brain that's just like not quite right, like off by a little or off by a lot, we say that shit, that motherfucker shin disturbed. His shin is disturbed. That's your conscious. Your shin is your conscious and your subconscious mind. Something wrong, and he crazy. He crazy. But let me not digress too far. I'm watching this video of his about the prolific presence of Medea throughout the known world at that time, everywhere. Rome, Greece, what we call Britain at the time, Briton, as like a collective kind of like village-esque society. Ireland, Scotland, the Nordic region, the Euro-Asiatic junction, what we call the Mediterranean now, what we call the Arab nations now, Turkey and Iran and all. Her name was mentioned prolifically throughout text across the known world, right? He got this image of this red-haired white girl as the illustration in this video called Medea in Her Magic or something to that effect, right? And the first thing he says about Medea that I had never heard, but was like, oh, okay, all right, I see where this is going. The only thing he said that could, so the first thing he say out the gate is, who is Medea? Well, Medea was a queen of Libya. Now, if that's the first sentence out your mouth in a 2-hour video about how prolific and profound Medea was throughout the known world, how the first sentence out your mouth gonna be Medea was a queen of Libya who sailed into Europe, and you got a thumbnail of a red-haired white girl as the thumbnail, and that's your first sentence, is that she was a queen of Libya. She a queen of Libya with red hair and freckles and white skin. And so this image that you see as the thumbnail becomes imprinted on your subconscious, making quiet everything else that would show emphatically that her genius was the byproduct of Africa, of a black ass continent, which must mean that if she was the queen of this black ass country on this black ass continent, that she too must have been black, or in some semblance adjacent to blackness if she was, quote, mixed race. But her ass wasn't the most sensitive of you, red hair and white skin, and you say she black. I mean, you say she white queen. She a white skin, red hair, green eye, freckle face, white skin queen of Libya. I would even say that might be a possibility if he had said Egypt, because Egypt had finally been colonized, successfully colonized. The last 3 dynasties, everybody that ruled the last three dynasties was white as snow. That's why I don't understand why y'all be getting an attitude when Liz Taylor played Cleopatra. Cleopatra was white as snow. She wasn't mixed race. She was white. She was white. So I don't know why y'all mad. She was white. She was white. You understand? So I could possibly see if, because again, Egypt had been successfully colonized, with white people placing themselves up as the highest position in the last 3 dynasties. They ruled the last 3 dynasties. So if he had said, oh, Medea had her roots, had her origin in Egypt, then I'd be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Red hair, green eyes, white skin. She was white because Europe had successfully ended the dynastic age. But he said Libya. He said Libya. He said Libya. And so the reason I got off on Medea, because that might be, because even her story, like her story outside of what this guy is talking about, he is talking about the very real Medea, not the legends of Medea, the very real Medea and the impact that she had on the known world at the time as a healer primarily, but she was a Sibyl. She was a Sibyl. She was a healer. She was a queen. Like she was a gangster. You feel me? And so that's her history. But of course, with powerful people, there'll be mythologies that spring up around them that give their powerful nature a mystique that becomes legend and shit, right? So in the legend of Medea, yes, that might be one of them. Yeah, that might be it. But yeah, the name is site. So it's in the chat, y'all. The name of the video is Queen Medea, the Bacchic Empire by Lady Babylon. That's the guy's page, is Lady Babylon. Like I said, you have been warned, okay? You have been warned. But anyway, so the legend that sprung up around Medea is that supposedly her mother is Hecate, the triple goddess Hecate that I'm always talking about, that we always associate with like like Ireland, like the Nordic region, Irish areas, the Isles and stuff like that. That we always see the face of Hecate as as a white triple goddess. You feel me? So in these legends that emerged around Medea, it is said that her daughter was that Medea was the daughter of Hecate. If I'm not getting that incorrect, says that Medea was the daughter of Hecate. Well, guess what? That might be legend, because in our mind's eye, we have an image of Hecate as a white triple goddess that is peculiar to, quote, the Northern European regions, Celtic regions, and the Nordic regions, and so on and so forth. But guess what? I just read in Myths and Secrets just the other day. Just the other day. Not even thinking about Medea at the time. But guess what I read just the other day about Hecate in this book right here. That Hecate, before she was Hecate, she was Heka, a goddess in Kemet. She was Heka. And became, as people began to spread out into the different regions, they changed the story to meet their peculiar needs in these different regions. That's okay. How you think white people learn what they learn? At all. By coming into contact with us and like, damn, I like that. And the language is different and the things are different and everything. So they like, oh, Hecate, based on their language. I don't even think it was cultural appropriation, truth be told. I think that this was probably how these earlier periods existed, in perpetual exchange of ideas with one another as they go into and fro. You feel me? And so who we know as Hecate, to whom I make offerings to this day. I told y'all I do not throw food scraps in the garbage. Every 3 to 5 days, I'm going out and taking my food scraps, my quote refuse, and taking it out to a 3-point road, a road of 3 points, a crossroads, and making my offering to Hecate. I've been doing it for over a year now. Ever since I learned about Hecate and her story resonated with me so much, I was like, oh yes, I always be feeling guilty about throwing food away. I got it. I don't compost, so I can't do that. You feel me? I live in an apartment. Ain't no reason for me to compost. What I'm going to do about these food scraps? I was always feeling guilty about throwing food away. I was like, and then I heard the story and they was like, yeah, you can give her cakes and candy and shit, and that's cute. But what she really enjoys is your scraps, that which you are going to throw away, because she loves it when you feed her ignored children. Who are her ignored children? Worms, maggots, flies, gnats, those things that we view with revile, that we show disgust towards. She's like, these my babies. They got to eat too, because they play a role in the grand scheme of things. So if you're going to make an offering to me, make an offering that feeds my babies. I was like, I like that shit. I'm keeping that. And have been making an offering to her consistently ever since. That was over a year ago that I talked to y'all about that. How I came into a relationship with Hecate. Little did I know that the reason she resonated with me so is because of her identifiable Kemetic origin. I still say Hecate, and I know, because I just read 3 days ago, I can also say Heka, and it's the same thing. It's the same thing. You understand what I'm saying? So anyway, according to the legend, Heka is the mother of Medea. Heka is the mother of Medea. So whether that is the Heka, the mythological goddess, or whether it was a queen who was elevated to God status in Kemet, which is common, right? Regardless, further evidence that her ass was black. Her ass was black. And so the reason I got on this particular story, Lady Babylon, him putting a white girl in as the thumbnail for this ancient Sibyl who was the queen of Libya, you feel me? And how it relates to what we're talking about is this image that I saw on this article called the historical origin of Satan as a racist slur. And I'm expecting to see a picture of the devil as the man, you feel me? And it's a black-skinned, black-ass female with titties and a vagina and some wings and a pointed tail and some horns. I was like, oh my God, yes. Oh, why all of a sudden that because in the Inquisition, in its original stages, which was just targeting people who were speaking out against Christian ideas, did all of a sudden just every man in Europe get on board with attacking their own country women, their own women, their own wives and shit? Why? How did that pivot happen so sharp? Because the way we're taught it is like, it was like the pivot happened sharp. And now everybody that's a man is trying to get a job as an inquisitor, and everybody trying to get a job catching witches, and everybody getting a job trying to be prickers. Prickers was a specific job during the Inquisition where you could be paid bonuses to fake, quote, signs of witchcraft so you could help the church hijack some woman's land or hijack some woman's property. Because if you ain't have to be convicted. If you were arrested and accused of witchcraft, all of your belongings became absorbed by the church. Didn't matter if you had kids, grandkids, didn't matter. If you were the simple accusation made everything that you own null and void. It became instantly absorbed into the church. And so I'm sitting here looking at this picture. I'm thinking about the story of Hecate and the connection between these two, the historical origin of Satan as a racist slur, the story about Medea and her being this famous healer all over the land, and why all of a sudden everything that white women did could be viewed as witchcraft. There was a transition that we had not been told. In the Sibyls, she mentions it, but very short. Her mention of it was very short. She was saying that the prop and the reason, the necessity, oh my God, the necessity of painting European history is exclusively white. Because now what's happening? We're seeing all these shows, TV shows and like movies about Black people, that were in Europe during the Inquisition, and Black people. What's that show y'all love so much? That bullshit ass bullshit. I never watched a single episode. What was that bullshit ass bullshit everybody was obsessed with for a little minute? With the Black aristocracy, the woman, and she trying to marry off her daughter or something to this white boy. What was that show everybody was talking about for forever, for the last 2 years or some shit? Just looked like bullshit ass bullshit to me. But I remember one of the big controversies was about all these white people getting mad, calling on people to boycott the shit because this is not his Bridgerton. That shit. This is not historically accurate. There was no Black aristocracy and all of this shit. Black people wasn't in England. Black people wasn't in France. Black people wasn't in Rome. This becomes the reason to even whitewash their history, to even whitewash white history, to completely eliminate the prolific Black presence in Europe at the time, y'all, is because in the Sibyl, she talks about, even though we're talking about the witch trials in this period in the 1100s and blah, 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 she said the witch trials began. The directing of the witch trials began with the complete slaughter and disappearance of Black Sibyls who were literally everywhere. The Black Sibyls who literally had divinatory shrines all over Europe. All over Europe. The reason because we can see it clearly when we start learning how the Romans started painting all the black, they didn't destroy the paintings. It was just like, look, these paintings are nice, but we don't need them to be niggas no more. You understand? We need to have some artists, you feel me, that can go through everywhere. We got Black popes and Black angels and Black Jesuses and Black Madonnas and shit like that. We just need to paint them white. See what I'm saying? We ain't gonna destroy the shit because it is beautiful. It is art. We just need to people to begin to accept the image of God and all the divine heavenly hosts to be white and not black. That way, when we get ready to oust these that way when we get ready to fully and completely oust these motherfuckers, the images of whiteness will be so heavily ingrained because symbols speak louder than letters that we won't have no contest. We don't have no contest. Nobody will contest us ousting them the hell up out of here. We have to make sure that history is written from a perspective, even here in Europe. Yes, white people are in Europe. Yes, white people, that's their land of origin. But because of the junction between these places, the Arab, the African, and European junction, travel to and fro was so easy that we was everywhere and they was everywhere. And that's why nobody even contested their appearance in Africa in the early days. It was like sharing and buying and trading and all of that shit with them, was because you just be on the boat for 2 days and there you are. Your ass from Spain and you can be in Africa in 2 days. So we was everywhere, but we have been taught a history of Europe that is and we have accepted it, even us, that is exclusively white. That's exclusively white. That there was nobody else in Africa, in Europe, but white people. And so the problem becomes when you see an image like this one in this article called the historical origin of Satan as a racist slur, and you see this black female, this jet black female naked with her titties out and shit, surrounded by white women as the evidence of how these white women were becoming, what she just say right here, this is what got me on it. What she say right here, that the devil assumed preeminence as the witch's god, supposedly carrying out his plan to take over the world with an army of women, with an army of women. And so I started thinking about this crazy white boy and Medea and how he tried to whitewash Medea. And I was like, oh my God, if she was this healer, renowned throughout Europe, throughout the Indo-European junction, throughout what we call the Middle East now, throughout Rome and all of them southern Mediterranean places, and all throughout Egypt. And he's saying that in every ancient materia medica he has read, her name has been mentioned at least once. That she was this well known, that her potions were practiced, her potions were used hundreds of years after she died. I was like, oh my God, this image of this black deviless sitting in a circle of women is black women. It is the presence of black divine women in Europe as healers, in Europe at the time as oracles, not just random everyday oracles, having shrines erected on their behalf to do what they do. Not only that, not just to do what they do, quote, for anybody, to do what they did for empire, that it was emperors, that it was Romans, that it was Alexander himself that sat at the foot of a Sibyl before every military campaign he waged. Talking about, this is in the Sibyls, where she talks about how emperors, not sending representatives, emperors themselves from China and from from Southeast Asia and shit, would trek for months at a time for the opportunity to sit before a black ass oracle, a black ass Sibyl who resided in a shrine built for her to just do what you do, don't do nothing else. And because what you do is so important, you only gonna work 7 days a month. For 1 week, the last week of every month, that's all you're gonna do is be up in this shrine for 24 hours a day for 7 days with a line stretching as far as the eye can see, to have the opportunity to talk to the goddess through you. And so is it that once, according to Mama Zobe in the book Sibyls, that once these emperors and these rulers, and what does she say in this book also? That for a long time, both the Greeks and the Romans, you feel me, had such reverence, not for the Sibyls themselves, but they genuinely believed this was the only way to talk to the goddess was through these black bitches. And so they had such a deep belief in the goddess. They was like, look, they might not even like black people or black women, but they was like, look, she got the direct line, so we got to keep this bitch comfortable, so we can get from her what we need without upsetting these greater forces. And so she says in this book that the first emperor to display a disrespect and a subsequent disregard for the promises made by the previous Roman emperors to preserve the space, to protect the temple, to worship the goddess, that came and like challenged her power, tried to humiliate her and all of this shit was a black Roman emperor, the first, quote, black, at least recognized emperor of Rome. He was the first one to open. So listen, the action was so shocking to his consorts, the people that, like the wise men and the spiritualists in his temple serving him. His acts of disrespect to the Sibyl were so shocking that they say that his consort was like looking scared, like, and the one intervened and asked, like, what are you doing? Do you know who this is? And he's like, I don't give a fuck who it is. I said what I said. While he's standing in front of a black ass Sibyl. And they was like, yo, She said, I think she said what? She said, like, they started to look away. They were like, what is this nigga doing? And they say that by the time, because they was like, look, you got to stop this. You got to stop what you're doing, man. This shit is blasphemy, what you doing. It's the story about the books. How she had spent, I forget how long they say. It was like 7 days. And in 7 days, because she has scribes. And in 7 days, her being fully inhabited by the goddess, that in 7 days, the scribes scripted 9 auricular books. 9 auricular books in 7 days. And she was like, look, she went to this new Negro emperor. And she was like, look, I'm about to be out this business because y'all doing a lot right now. And the goddess say I got to be up out of this shit. So I'm going to sell you these books. I got 9 books here. I want 300 pieces of gold for these books. And then I'm out of here. And he's like, I don't want that bullshit. And they were like, oh, you can see the whole court. She was like, oh, you don't want the books? I just sat in the cave over there with my scribes. These 9 books were scripted in a week. You sure about that? He's like, I don't want this bullshit. She's like, okay. And she burnt 3 of the books, set them on fire right there on the floor of the castle. And the scribe, his consort, his advisors are going crazy. They're like, oh my God, what did he do? What did you do? She's like, okay, now I got 6 books left. But the price ain't changed. $300 gold coins for these 6 books. He was like, I said what I said. I don't want this shit. She's like, you sure? He's like, yeah, I'm sure I don't want that shit. She's like, okay. Put them on the floor, set them ablaze. Now everybody in the court is freaking out. One of his advisors stops him and said, do not let her burn. Pay her what she asks. Do not let her burn the last 3 books. Pay her what she asks. Do not let her don't let her burn the books. She's like, the price ain't changed. 3 books, 300 pieces of gold. He's like, he took the word of his advisors. And the way she tells the story, Mama Zobe, is that when he turned to the first page of the book, that his eyes got wide because he realized the gravity of what he had done by letting her burn the first 6 books. That from that moment on, he had the books under 24-hour-a-day surveillance by his guards. You understand? And so I'm sitting here looking at this picture. It's still the same. It's still the same conversation. Looking at this picture. of the quote historical origin of Satan as a racist slur. And they show this black bitch, this devilish, evil black bitch, in a sea of white women, all looking at her with adoration, like she dropping something on them that they need to know. And because she was dropping this shit on them that they needed to know, the man was like, because we hear hints of it. But again, the way history is told is to keep us blind to shit that's hidden in plain sight. We're told in several different movies and several different historical stories about the witch trials and everything, that why white women in Europe, having survived the Dark Ages, they survived the Dark Ages because the Dark Ages is when the Roman Empire started telling these, y'all can't bathe. It became a sin to bathe too regularly. You were afforded. We just act like white people was just gross. They just emerged in the world gross. They don't bathe down on it. Y'all, we have to know history. We have to unpack history. It was a mandate of the Roman Catholic Church, cited as a sin to bathe too regularly, that the church recommended twice a year was enough to keep them from falling victim to lust. This was a mandate imposed on them by the Inquisition. And so we hear stories. There are movies that you can watch where they hint at it. What is a matter of fact? What's the name of this movie? Oh, the name of the movie. Let me write it down so I don't forget again. The name of the movie. The name of the movie is called The Black Death. The name of the movie is called The Black Death. It is about the bubonic plague, the early stages of the bubonic plague. And this movie, probably more than any movie I've seen about that particular time in history, hides in plain sight. Because what happens at the early stages of the bubonic plague, after the church has mandated for almost 100 years that it is a crime for people to bathe too often, that it was considered I'm not telling you no shit I haven't read with my own eyes, that it was considered heresy for a woman to wash her hands before delivering a child. It was considered heresy for a woman to wash her hands before delivering a baby. And so after 100 or 200 years, however long it was, of mandating that you would be too stimulated by lust if you got naked too often. So we just gonna make bathing illegal. You are afforded 2 opportunities in the year to bathe. You feel me? And so, and the massacre of cats. The massacre of cats what do they call it? As the chosen familiar for witches. We gonna wage war on cats. Fuck. We're gonna wage war on cats. Fuck. We're gonna wage war on cats so these bitches don't have no familiars. You feel me? And so, in conjunction with years and years and years and years of filth, with a culture that equated filth as a way to repel lust, right? And then add insult to injury, cats being massacred literally by the hundreds of thousands, while at the same time in the outskirts of the cities, the only fuel used for cooking, warming, or whatever is trees. So you have mass deforestation happening outside the major hubs of quote villages and cities and so on. The corresponding deforestation that, according to history, was what was driving rats who were living in the woods into these populated areas carrying the mite that was responsible for bubonic plague without natural predators. Now the rats no longer have natural predators because they ain't living in the woods where they got natural predators. Now they living in the cities where they have no natural predators anymore because the church has killed all the goddamn cats. They only natural predator inside populated areas. And so this movie, when it starts talking about the onset, the very early stages of the plague, and this king who was a devout Catholic was telling one of his soldiers, like, look, there is word coming down that this plague is caused by witchcraft, that it is a punishment or something. I forget what he said, what for, but he said the plague is an act of witchcraft. And so we have to, and we've heard, listen to what I said, we've heard that there is a whole coven living out just outside the kingdom, and that this coven may be the cause of the plague. And what we need y'all soldiers to do is go out here and find this coven that's causing all of our suffering and bring them in for judgment, right? So the soldiers make this long journey to go find this coven of witches, okay? And they make several stops because the plague is literally running through Europe completely unchecked. It's running amok at this point. So the soldiers are stopping in different villages, and basically they're hearing different villages articulate what happened to them, okay? There is a scene in this movie that is so shocking. I was like, I can't believe they would put this in a movie. Child, they get to this one village. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. They get to this village, man, and they're in the village, and the village looks like a war zone. Looks like what's left after war, after tribal war. The buildings are dilapidated. Animals that domesticated animals that are supposed to be in are walking all over the street aimless. Men just looking like they in utter dismay, right? And so the soldiers come and they see, after investigating the town for a little while, they talk to this man who still seems to be in his right mind, because every man they talk to, they seem to be crazy. Listen to what I'm trying to tell y'all. Every man they seem to talk to seem to be crazy. They find a man who is about his wits, and they ask him, like, what the hell happened here? He was like, well, and the man that was investigating was like, yo, was like, this the impact of the plague? Like, what happened here? He was like, well, I'll be honest. We started hearing rumors before we ever saw the first sickness. We started hearing rumors coming down from the church that the cause of the plague was witches. And even though no one in our village had died yet, we were sure from other villages that the threat was inevitable, and that the only way to, quote, prevent the plague from infecting our community was we had to kill the women. He didn't say the witches. In the movie, the man said, we have to kill the women. He said, and after, he said, we hesitated in the beginning, but it was like once the first few women were killed, it was like a blood rage set on the whole village. And we literally killed every woman and every girl child. He said we were so caught up in the craze of, quote, killing the witches, aka the women, that when we finally stopped and all the women were dead, the men became instantly overcome with grief and madness. With grief and like they had broken out of a spell. That's how he was talking about them. Like they had been awakened out of a spell upon killing the last girl child. He said, and the men descended into madness. This is the story that they are telling in this movie to these soldiers. He said, after the men had realized what they had done, killing their wives, killing their daughters, he said they had descended into such a madness that they had started, quote, sleeping with the animals, sleeping with the pigs. And after that could not reduce their madness. That's what you saw all over the village, was just men literally starving to death because they wouldn't even feed themselves. They had succumbed to fucking madness. They wouldn't even feed themselves. But this motherfucker out here looking for a coven of witches. Then that ain't the cause of divine judgment and retribution of something like the gravity of the bubonic plague. Nope, it's witches. It's witches. So they were like, so the soldiers was like, they was like they were straight tripping when they left this village, right? They were like, we can't even spend the night up in here. These motherfuckers crazy. So they leave. And something happens. I forget what happens, but they end up in a military conflict, I guess like with an opposing kingdom or something like that. En route, they come across these people, this military force that I guess is like the main opposition to their kingdom, not the object of this mission that they own, but they were like, damn, that's our enemy. We got to fight them before we keep going, because they might be going to find some of our people or whatever. So they end up in this military aggression, right? And in the aggression, the majority of them survive, right? But all of them are wounded. Like they took shots. And so they was like, we got to keep going. And so they keep going, and they see like a village across this water. It's almost like a lake, but it's shallow enough for them to walk across on their horses. They have to be on horseback, but it's shallow enough for them to walk their horses across. So they see the evidence of a village. They were like, well, maybe we can recover from our wounds, get some rest, and get fed before we continue on our journey. Okay. So they get to the village, and so the villagers view them with like kind of a hesitation, right? And they was like, look, we're from this town and the king has sent us on this mission, whatever. And so it's all the women of the village that meet the men at the waterfront, right? And they were like, oh, okay, y'all just need to stay for a night to get some rest and some food and shit. Okay, we got y'all. So it's only the women that come out to meet these men. Okay. So as the men start to enter the village, they still only see women. And so they don't think nothing about it at first, because they are fucked up. They like viciously fucked up, and they need help. Like most of them are injured severely. So they get up in there, and the women are helping them. They're like, all the women in the village are coming together. They got assignments. They got to cook for all these people. They got to bring the medicine. They got to bring them clean clothes and wash their clothes. So all of these women done banded together to take care of these men who are obviously hurt, right? And so once the men, so the man that's the leader of the group, he is one of the ones that's most lucid. He is seriously injured, but he is the most lucid. The woman that has agreed to take care of his wounds, she brings out like a bowl, like a big old bowl like this, and she starts digging her hand in this bowl, and he's got like a knife wound on his arm or something. It's obvious, the wound. And she takes her hand and digs in this bowl and starts piling this stuff, packing this stuff in his wound. He's like, whoa, what are you doing? She was like, fixing you. And so He can't fight back because he's so weak from the wound, but she's packing this stuff, and the whole time he's freaking out. Like, what are you doing, right? Then she brings out a book. She brings out a book, and it's beautiful, the book. It's got like gold, like, little embroidery on it, and like little calligraphy that he does not understand. The language written on the cover of this book, he does not understand. He was like, what is this? His eyes get so big. He gets scared. He's like, what is this? She's like, well, my husband fought in the Crusades. And a lot of men, on the sly, this is what she's telling them. A lot of men found shit. And instead of letting their commanding officers know what they found, they would hide the shit and bring it home. My husband brought this book home from the Crusades, and it took me a long time to teach myself the language, which was Arabic. It took myself a long time to teach myself the language. And but it is a book of medicine. It's a book of medicine. He was like, it's sacrilegious for you to have this book. That's what he said, sacrilegious. It's sacrilegious for you to have this book. She was like, but your arm ain't in pain no more, is it? And he was like, oh my God, you're right. Damn, that's crazy. My arm don't hurt. And then he passes out. After staging this contest with the woman who has said, I'm going to save your life. When the men wake up, they go to this place in the village where the women are going to feed them. And now the woman then told him she had a husband that brought the stuff back. And he asked her, because he's looking around and he still ain't seen no men yet. And she was like, he was like, where your husband at? She was like, my husband died. He died. And so, I came to live at this village because I didn't have anybody where I was after my husband died. And so the only male people that they see in the village are children, but no adult men in the whole village. And once, after getting fed, after getting bathed, after getting repaired, after getting their clothes washed by this village of women, so they're lucid now. Their belly is full, they lucid. And the first thing they start doing is talking to each other. Have you seen any men? No, I ain't seen no men. Have you seen any men? No, I ain't seen no men. They was like, we supposed to still be a few days off from the coven. Y'all think this the coven? Y'all think we might have taken a detour or got lost somewhere and got there early? Y'all think this the coven? Well, it makes sense to me. There ain't no men. There ain't no men here. Why there ain't no men? That's suspicious. Even they done fed us, clothed us. There ain't no men. Why there ain't no men? And so finally he get up the courage to ask the woman that healed his ass, where all the men at? And she says, the world is increasingly hostile towards women. And so some of us moved out here that's like off the beaten path and off the radar. That's why the lake, right? In hopes of keeping ourselves and our children safe. She said, many of us came here in the beginning because our husbands had died in the Crusades. And a woman without a husband is never safe. So we came out here to live with each other, to keep ourselves out of the out of public spaces, to keep ourselves off the radar of potential that would people that would potentially harm us. But more and more women started hearing about our sanctuary and was like, we gonna go there too. And so they would in the middle of the night leave and bring their babies, and we would give them sanctuary until we have this big, beautiful village where we took them out back, where we grow our own food and we domesticate our own animals so we don't have to hunt and this and this and this and this. That was all they needed to know. These bitches live by themselves and there ain't no men. Those same men who came there damn near mortally wounded, as soon as they got enough energy, they slayed everyone. They killed everyone. The reason I mentioned this movie, the reason I mentioned this particular scene in the movie is what we had always equated to. That's the only story I ever heard about women in Europe with the ability and the knowledge of using healing herbs and other healing modalities was that they came into contact with this information as a consequence of the Crusades. and their husbands bringing back books with medicine in them. That's the only story I'd ever heard anytime I read about European history, was that the reason women were able to, do this and do that and this and this and this was because their husbands was bringing back all these books from the infidels during the Crusades. That story only came to my consciousness talking to you about this quote, historical origin of Satan as a racist slur, and the discussion by this white boy of the Libyan origins of the greatest healer in Europe at the time, Medea, and this and this and this, and then the attack by this Negro Roman emperor on the Black Sibyls. You feel me? That kicked off what eventually would become the Inquisition. What would eventually become the Inquisition, can be said in one way or another, was jumped off by this aggression against the Sibyls by this first Black Roman emperor. That up until that point, the Romans had an agreement with the Sibyls to never, no matter what their aggressions, they would never transgress against the temples of the goddess. He was the first to violate this Negro emperor of Rome. Why am I saying this? Because this historical origin of Satan as a racist slur, right? And you showing a female devil surrounded by women looking attentively at this black devil, that contrary to the narrative we have been fed, I have a sneaking suspicion that's based on evidence that the literacy, the securing of the literacy of white women in Europe, the teaching of medicinal practices, magical medicinal practices of white women in Europe, the transferring of information in Europe to white women. The devil was this black bitch. The devil was Medea. The devil was Black Sibyls. The devil, the mysterious devil in Europe that only white women was following. Isn't that interesting? That the only people dancing with the devil in Europe at the time was white women. The only people dancing with the devil at the time, what did I say, 781 years of Inquisition, was white women. And these weren't, quote, witches. Who was it? Healers. It was what? It was who? People teaching them how to wash their ass and wash their hands after these practices that were not foreign to European people have been actually blacklisted by the church, reminding them of what they had lost as a consequence of the Dark Ages. How dare these black bitches come over here think they know some shit after we done damn near erased. You feel me? So these black women traveling all over Europe, dropping knowledge wherever they can, dropping knowledge and keeping it moving, dropping knowledge and keeping it moving. To have some nigga, somebody mentioned it in the comments just a little second ago, to have some nigga 2,000 years later make his millions. Listen, when I tell you, y'all can't take nothing for granted. Y'all cannot take nothing for granted. Y'all can't take nothing for granted. Y'all can't take nothing for granted. To have some nigga, somebody mentioned him in here, named Tyler Perry, 2,000 years later, make his he's a billionaire at this point, right? Make his billions off one character that we have all forgotten, named Medea, as the grand matriarch of an entire family who is a man dressed as a woman, not only as a woman, as a grand matriarch. And we are constantly presented with stories from everywhere on earth of the son angry that he does not have the power of his mother and dressing as a woman to enter into women's spaces to steal the secrets of his mother in all astrological, mythological stories. Every single one. Every single one. Hermes, the hermaphrodite, he who is male, who dresses as his mother to enter against her will her temple that was exclusively protected by female oracles. That's Hermes, where you get the word hermaphrodite, the he that is a she, the he that presents as she. What's the other story? I just read a story. This is an actual story of Nero, Emperor Nero, and his peculiar sexual desires. Emperor Nero, what loved men, exclusively had sex with men. Emperor Nero, but some of his actually he had a wife. He had one wife, and this wife he actually loved. Supposedly, he loved this wife so much that I forget what he did with the wife, but he didn't bury her directly. He loved this woman, right? And because he loved her so much and was so overcome with grief, he was out in his empire and saw this teenager. He sees this teenager that looks so much like this teenage boy. Let me clarify. He sees this teenage boy he as emperor, who looks so much like his wife that the story goes, this is a real emperor, by the way, that looks so much like his wife that that quote, he takes the boy as his wife, not as a slave lover, as his wife. That he is so serious about making this teenage boy who looks so much like his dead wife his wife, that he he mutilates the child. Let me put it that way. I don't want to get too graphic, but what distinguishes a male from a female, he mutilates, he removes from this child so he can quote keep up appearances in the kingdom. Because in the kingdom, even though homosexual relationships were not, a taboo at all, the taboo thing for, like the senators and the Senate, he still has to keep up face as the emperor. He still has to appear to be sane, right? So because everybody that was in a position of power had boy child concubines. That was not the faux pas. The faux pas was, how do you elevate what is essentially a concubine slave to the status of bride? He wed this child. He had a ceremony, but in order to save face among the senators, he made the child like a female. He made the child like a female. Do you understand what I'm saying? Through mutilation, he made the child like a female. Then had a wedding where everyone was required to attend and dressed this teenage child as his bride. And so we hear these stories all the time throughout not only mythology, but actual history. Nero seized possession of a teenage child as his right as king, as his right as emperor, mutilated the child, put him in a dress and veil, and wed him before the kingdom. That story sounds eerily similar to the story of Zeus seeing Ganymede in the field minding his own business as a teenage male, to kidnap him, to turn himself into an eagle and kidnap him, and literally use the words that he was so beautiful, I couldn't help myself. Kidnaps the beautiful teenage Ganymede, takes him into Mount Olympus to serve as a slave for all of human history, for all of history, as the quote divine cup bearer. And we think that it means a literal glass serving ambrosia to the gods in Mount Olympus. But then we find out that cup has always, since the ancient times, been a metaphor for the uterus's ability to quote pour out from it new life in the form of stars. That the cup has always been a metaphor, right? So what was he attempting to do? To transform the now divine male Ganymede and to mimic a female, because that's not the only thing the story says. The story says that Zeus continuously, quote, had sex with Ganymede once he was forced to come to heaven as the divine cupbearer. So is his capacity as a cupbearer, his capacity as a cupbearer, more sexual in its nature, to attempt to turn this male into a female? And then we see the repetition of this story through these stories of actual emperors, historical emperors doing the same thing. Nero wasn't the only one who did this. And then 2,000 years later, we got a Negro who ends up making his billions off that one character named Medea, where he, as a male, dresses up as a historically divine female and transforms her into a caricature, a comedic caricature, who is also respected as the chief matriarch in her family. And now, while Tyler Perry, the writer himself, may not know consciously, though I doubt it, that the crime that he committed in this character, the people who seeded his mind with, I got an idea. You know what I'm saying? What about, like, Eddie Murphy did, you know what I'm saying? Dressed like a lady. Like somebody else did. And then, she be like funny because she's still a matriarch. Everybody still in the family is like Medea the one. You feel me? But she wild and she crazy and she's like the source of all the comedic relief. Somebody planted that idea in his ear. I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet. And even if he didn't have the direct frame of reference about who she was in history, which I find highly unlikely, but let's just say for the benefit of the doubt, the Negro didn't know. He's like, I like that idea. I'm gonna write a whole play about it and how she solved everybody's problems. She do all the things that a matriarch could do, but she is also at the same time, she's given the respect that matriarchs are given, and the ability to solve problems and work out things and do the thing and facilitate relationships and do all the things. But she also is the chronic source of comedic relief and reduction. Because this story exists too much in too many places to ignore that this shit is a coincidence. Let me finish reading this shit and get the fuck up off of here. But even the story that I just told you about the Black Death, it instantly reminded me. I've told y'all about it, so I'm not going to rehash it. But it reminded me of the Odu that I was telling you about. The first Odu that I heard about, that I was like mad about the Odu, but I don't remember the name of the Odu. I'll find out. But it's basically translates to when the women left. When the women left. And it's that story in the Black Death reminded me instantly of this Odu, when the women left, where the women were doing all the things. They were over the market, they were over like agriculture, they did all the planting and all the things, and the men just took care of the cows. And they didn't do nothing else. They didn't cook, they didn't work, they didn't help with the collective like responsibilities. The women did everything, and on top of doing everything, their men were abusing them. That abuse was rampant in this village. So the women decided one night all together, like a uni consciousness. Did the women decided one night, all this shit we doing, all this work we doing for the group, we can do this shit by ourselves. We don't need the men. We already doing everything. We can just leave. And so they went and built their own village. That's what it reminded me of. So we're gonna have to rehash the Odu about the land of no women, or when the women left. But that story that he told in Black Death, that shit was deep. So anyway, let me finish reading this and get the hell up off here again 4 hours later. Okay, I'll reread that. It says, how this was to be done against the will of all-powerful God, the church never explained. Talking about the takeover of the world with these wild women who were in league with the devil. The church never explained. It simply used the devil as an excuse to slaughter millions of women in 5 centuries of persecution, such as the world had never seen before. On this bloodshed, the modern patriarchal society was built. The devil had many names. Some were drawn from Yahweh's biblical rivals, others from classical pantheons or popular titles for ancient deities. Satan, Beelzebub, Belial, Apollyon, Hades, Pluto, Lord of Flies. Lord of Flies. Do you know what the origin of the title Lord of Flies is? Does anybody know what the origin of, because the Lord of Flies was a title. Does anybody know the origin of the title, the Lord of Flies? Anybody? Let me see if, hold on. Okay, looks like we, oh, I was missing some more. Hold on, I was missing some more comments. Da-da-da-da-da. 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 Yes. Yes. Da-da-da-da-da. Dang, man. Yes. Yeah. Oh no, it was way before Zeus, baby. Way, as a matter of fact, Zeus is at, by that time, Zeus is a long biting of a very, very ancient story. Now, from what we've all read, right, between the Great Cosmic Mother, Myths and Secrets, Symbols and Sacred Objects, Sibyls, the earliest known mention of this story is Sumeria. The most popular retelling of this story is Babylon. Yeah. Everybody else is just direct ripoffs of this very old story that is exactly the same. Everywhere. Okay. So anyway. Oh, does anybody know the historical origin of the title Lord of the Flies? Anybody? Come on, somebody surprise me. Because y'all ain't gonna know, because when I found out, I was like, what the what? Because it's something else we got to talk about too. I'd already told you I'm gonna do a breakdown sooner than later. I'm gonna do a piece called Bad Birds. Right? I'm gonna do a piece called Bad Birds. But I had made an addition in my notes to that about about the true history or the true origin of our hatred of insects, of bugs, right? And ugh, give a second because I can see that my feed is dragging. I remember as a kid, I remember the thing that concretized my hatred, my disgust for flies was the movie The Fly with Jeff Goldblum. That movie freaked me out so bad. That movie freaked me out so bad. So bad. Right? And ugh. And then I think the actual movie based on the book, The Lord of the Flies, came out, I think, shortly after The Fly. It may have been before, but I think it was after, right? And it was based on the book, The Lord of the Flies. And as a kid, I could never figure out why they called it The Lord of the Flies. Like, this ain't got nothing to do with flies. Like, I don't get it. And I never read the book. To this day, I haven't read the book. But somebody says Beelzebub. Vienna says Beelzebub, and that was a title for Beelzebub, but the title, the Lord of the Flies, that is correlated with Beelzebub, the origin is still older than that. Fuck. What about now? Am I frozen? Okay. Once I heard the story, and I'd heard the story maybe, let's see, it's 2025 now. So I heard the story of this queen in like 2010 at a lecture. Do you guys know what's his name? Ashra Kwesi. Everybody here or anybody here familiar with the historian, the Kemetic historian Ashra Kwesi? Well, back then, Ashra Kwesi, back in like 2008 to 2010, he is a Kemetic historian. He and his wife's primary focus is Kemetic history. He started making a real big name for himself on the speaking circuit, particularly because they had already been doing annual tours with their students to Kemet every year, right? And then teaching Kemetic history through a Black and Afrocentric lens of Egypt. As a matter of fact, Ashra Kwesi is was the primary target for the Egyptian government launching its campaign maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know if y'all remember when the Egyptian government had launched this campaign maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, denying what was it? There was an event that was going to happen in Kemet in Egypt among Black historians. So yeah, it was about shit. It had to be more than 5 years ago. Maybe 2017, 2018, there was supposed to be a huge conference in Egypt that was going to include a tour of the pyramids and all of these things by these big name Black historians to, quote, teach the true history of Egypt. So they had organized, they'd already rented the space, they'd already set the date, they'd already started promoting for people to come participate in this conference in Egypt. And the Egyptian government got wind of the conference and waged this campaign that is still mentioned in a lot of spaces. You see a lot of people on TikTok now talking about this this Afrocentric mythology, of Egypt. Yeah, a lot of Arabs are on that's the origin of it, was around 2017, 2018. All these Black people, these Black, well-known, well-established historians were creating this conference, and the Egyptian government started a campaign where they were denying entry. They basically forced the location that they had already rented to hold the conference. They forced the location to cancel the dates. Like, it was a whole smear campaign that was targeting Black Americans who were saying, who the Egyptian government had qualified as Afrocentrists who were denying the true history of Egypt. American Afrocentrists who were denying the true history of Egypt. The true history of Egypt that they were saying is not Black. Okay. So the Egyptian government launches this campaign. The campaign got crazy radical traction. And so every year, Ashwa Kwesi and Marira Kwesi, his wife, for 25 years, have been facilitating these tours. Cut it out. Have been facilitating these tours, these guided tours to Egypt every year for like 25 years, where they would take a handful of people and then they would do these tours. They wouldn't do the pre-prescribed, tour guided led tours through the pyramids. They would facilitate their separate tours to teach these people the true history of the true black ass history of Egypt and of the pyramids and so on and so forth. And so they've had a hard time really continuing that since this campaign was waged by the Egyptian government to, quote, dispel the Black origin of Kemetic history, right? And so saying everything from the reason that the ancient pictures of the earliest pharaohs and shit and nobility was Black, not because the people were actually Black, but because Black was used to describe the richness of the soil of the land. All kind of crazy shit. Anyway, cut it out. The reason I'm saying this is because Marira Kwesi, who never gets as many accolades as she should. She is a fucking genius, but it's always Ashra Kwesi that everybody knows, and her name really gets mentioned. Marira Kwesi has done several lectures, one of which you should look, because it's hey. One of which is the one I am referencing when I'm going to tell you where the origin, at least the oldest origin I have heard of the title, "The Lord of the Flies," comes from. The first person I ever heard talk about it was Marira Kwesi in a lecture that she made that you can watch on YouTube, called "Sisters in the Struggle." Sisters in the Struggle: The History of Black Female Liberators. Sisters in the Struggle: The History. That's the subtitle. The History of Black Women Liberators. Sisters in the Struggle: The History of Black Women Liberators. Okay. And so in this, she talks about who I'm going to talk to you about. But I mention her because there are several other lectures that she has done. I don't know if they're on YouTube, but you can definitely buy them from their website. So you just have to Google. Like, I don't know what the name of the organization is anymore. I don't remember, but Ashwa Kwesi, ASHWAKWESI. Ashra Kwesi. You have to look him up, and then her stuff will show up under his Google stamp. But this was back in the day when you was buying everybody DVD. If you went to go see a lecture, they had DVDs, you would buy all the DVDs. So I bought all her DVDs. There's another one that she did, side noting just for a minute. There's another lecture that was very popular I bought on DVD that she did, was I think she called it the racist history of European fashion. It's either the racist history of European fashion or the racist history of modern fashion. But I tell you, you gonna go in with some preconceived notions about what she gonna cover, and you're gonna miss the boat. That lecture blew my whole mind. I walked because I loved fashion growing up. You feel me? I knew I was gonna be a fashion designer. I knew all the top designers. I could identify their style. I was a huge fashion buff. So I was like, okay, let me find out what she got to say about the quote the racist history of modern fashion. Who she gonna talk about? Whatever. It was not what it was not what I expected at all. 0% in any way. It was so sobering and mind blowing. It was like getting kicked in the chest by a horse. That piece, that lecture on the racist origin of, or the racist history of European fashion or modern fashion. That shit was radical. Another one that she did, I gotta revisit all of these. These joints still taped up in boxes somewhere. But just thinking about it, I was like, damn, I gotta pull these shits out. Another one that she did that was because the only three that I bought were those three. The last one that she did, that if you ain't angry now, you will when you see it. It was because I have done papers on this subject. I have listened to activists specifically around this subject, that their activism is specifically around this subject. I have watched innumerable documentaries on this subject that were great documentaries on this subject. And when I watched her lecture, not a documentary, a lecture on this same topic, it made moot and minuscule everything I had known up until that point about this subject, which is environmental racism. This lecture that she delivered so all you watching is a slideshow presentation that she created and the lecture on the real history of environmental racism. No, it wasn't a documentary. No, it wasn't free flowing and moving. It was just a lecture, but it literally made minuscule every single thing I had ever learned, ever studied, ever researched on environmental racism. Her piece on environmental racism was unmatched. It was radical. So it's interesting to me how she still to this day is nowhere. She's been teaching just as long as her husband, but to this day, even amid Black Power circles, she does not get the accolades and shit that her husband does. That's why Kwesi is brilliant in his own right, but she is equally, if not more, genius. And she still plays the background dutiful wife, because in Black conscious and Black nationalist spaces, patriarchy is not the issue. So you will still find genius among ants that'll play the dutiful, supportive wife to the Black Power militant that is their husband. I digress. It is she that is the first time I heard the origin of the title, where it originated, the origin of the title, The Lord of the Flies. The queen's name was in the early dynastic period, the way early dynastic period. What is her name? Amos Nefertari. Whose name means the beloved most black. The beloved most black. That's what her name means. When she, Maria Kwesi, told the story of Amos Nefertari, I was like, oh, because I was a huge fan already of man, what is wrong with my brain? Damn, Queen Hatshepsut. I always loved her story. I still love Queen Hatshepsut's story. I love her story so much that I was certain there could not be anyone else whose story could compare. I have a lot of African continental heroines, but Queen Hatshepsut, that was some gangster shit she did. Her whole reign was just one boss ass move after another. And her boss shit was so deep that not 20 years ago, maybe, about the early 2000s, you saw a school of thought emerge That's what. Let me tell y'all something. You saw a school of thought emerge among the supposed. I know it was some white people shit, even though it was not white people mouthing this shit. I know it was some white people shit. I know it was some white people implanted shit to further seed division. Because in the early 2000s, you started to see a slow voice emerge among the LGBTQIA plus community where they were, quote, identifying, quote, famous women in history who were actually trans. That was the line. This is the evidence that they were actually trans to use to support their idea that trans people have always existed. I ain't got no problem believing that. I ain't got no problem believing that at all. At all. But the problem that I had with these particularly targeted, primarily black people, black women. It was always black women too. It was always black women too in this little movement in the early 2000s, where they would primarily target as the evidence of the fact that trans people have always existed. Hatshepsut became public enemy number one. That Hatshepsut's reign in Kemet, as what does she call herself? She began as Queen Regent Hatshepsut, and her stepson was in line to rule. Her husband died. Her stepson was in line to rule, but he was too young to rule. He was a child, not like a teenager. He was a child. And so she sent him off to a school that they would send young kings, young would-be pharaohs to learn the sciences, to learn the arts, to learn the art of war, to learn all the things. They would send them off to school. And in the absence of a pharaoh, the queen would rule as regent until the son was old enough, which was usually around 12 to 14, where the son was deemed old enough to take his place as pharaoh. So Hatshepsut ruled for some time and made a lot of shit happen as queen regent. When the son came back home, I was like, okay, I'm ready to lead. I'm ready. And I think the story was that he was 12. I'm ready to rule. I'm ready to take my throne as the king and shit. She was like, nope, that ain't gonna happen. She was like, no, you ready when I say you ready. And right now, I like the progress that I have made for Egypt. And so but you know what? I need a little bit more access to power that only kings have. So what I am going to do while I rule and to embolden my rule is your ass gonna go back to school until I say you can come home. And I am going to crown myself Pharaoh. I'm gonna crown myself Pharaoh. And because I know how you men be, that you don't respect authority unless it presents as authority. I know how you men be. Y'all do not respect authority unless it presents as authority. So since I know how y'all niggas be, not only am I going to make the declaration that I am Pharaoh, that I am God incarnate, because that's what it meant to be Pharaoh. Not only am I going to crown myself Pharaoh, but that I am going to wear the uniform for the job. That's how Maria Raquazi put it. I am going to wear the uniform appropriate for the job. So she became the first queen in the history of the dynastic period to don the royal postiche, the royal beard, the little golden braided thing that only the pharaoh could wear. She donned the royal postiche. She wore the pharaoh's, adornments. She dressed as Pharaoh. She dressed as a man, right? And so in this period in the early 2000s, I started hearing a lot. These quote representatives from the LGBTQIA community almost exclusively referencing Black queens as the evidence of the ever existing trans community. Just queens. Just queens. Just queens. And so the Egyptologist in mass got on board, calling Hatshepsut and other queens who did the same thing, calling them cross-dressers, calling them cross-dressers, calling them trans Egyptologists, calling them trans historians, calling them trans, calling them cross-dressers. You understand? And so the reason I got on Hatshepsut is just because she's my heroine. She's my heroine. She understood the mission. She understood who she was dealing with and the climate with which she was dealing with these peoples. There were more shrines and temples built under Hatshepsut's reign than any other pharaoh in the dynastic period. There is a famous, what in the hell are you doing? Stop attacking her. Boy, hold on. Cut it out. Cut it out. There is one of the most famous and most visited buildings, structures in Kemet is a what's the English name for it? I forget. It's popular. It's very, very, I forget what it's called in English because I always learn the Kemetic name of the temple. But its Kemetic name is Zetretzetru, and it is called is it called the Valley of the Kings? Is that what it's called? The building? Is it called the Valley? I think it's called the Valley of the Kings. That was built with her as chief architect. That was built under Hatshepsut's reign. The Valley of the Kings. Anyway, I love her. I love her. I love her story. I love her. And so fast forward, I hear Miriam talk about Amos Nefertari. And she is the mother of a famous pharaoh. I can't remember the pharaoh. Sorry. Because her story shook me so much. I was like, she the one. Queen Hatshepsut still the one. But damn. This story about Amos Nefertari. This is some gangster shit. She, whose name means the most beautiful black one. Every time you see her image anywhere, she is coal black. Like you can barely see her eyes. Every illustration of her, every picture that is an adaptation of who she was, whether it's hieroglyphics or just, she is coal black, like ebony. The most beautiful black one. And the way Maria Arkwesi tells her story is just literally is like poetry. The reason she became the Lord of the Flies is they were saying that she was one of the greatest warriors. She was a queen. One of the greatest noble warriors in Kemetic history. But not just because of her ability to actually participate in battle, which she did, but because they say that there was none in history more militarily strategic than she. When Maria Arkwesi talks about her, she says that there were poems written about her ability to, quote, subdue her rebels, talking about those who were plotting against her in her own empire, to subdue her rebels, to that there was none greater in her ability to turn her enemies into allies. That shit struck me so deep. There was none greater in her ability to turn her enemies into allies, to subdue her rebels, to advance through injury. They say that because in Kemet, the fly was considered a resilient animal. Like they viewed the fly with adoration, that if somebody is injured in battle and they just keep coming, they just keep advancing, they just keep going, right? that they called them a fly. That was a title that they would give him. That motherfucker, he fight like a fly. Like he gets swatted at, he might even get hit, and his ass just keep on coming back. No matter how much you swat at a fly, they keep returning. They keep returning. And so she had been given what they called the sacred, what was it called? It was like we get quote medals. Like men get medals when they do things in battle, right? This was considered the most sacred like adoration. It was it was called, I forget what it was called, but it was called like, they said she was the only one ever awarded with the what do they call it? It's a specific name, but essentially it looked like a massive necklace. The honor of the golden fly. The whole necklace was huge and made up of giant golden flies, one by one, a giant golden necklace. As she was the only one who had been awarded the award of the golden fly. I was like, damn. And so, as the only recipient of the quote award of the golden fly, she was given the title, the Lord of the Flies. She was given the title, the Lord of the Flies, for her persistence in battle, for her ability, her strategic military ability to subdue her own rebels, to win and make of her enemies allies. Child. And her jet black ass self is probably why these crackers called the devil the Lord of the Flies. Beelzebub, the Lord, the archetype of the most abominable. The Kentuckys, they was revolutionary gangsters. As a matter of fact, y'all gotta watch this y'all gotta watch this lecture. As a matter of fact, Lisa J, thank you for reminding me of the Kentuckys, because let me tell you, she talks about the Kentuckys. What she bases this whole lecture on, Sisters in the Struggle, the history of Black women liberators, is she breaks it down in 3 sections. Okay, women. What does she say? Women who changed the world out of acts of revenge. Women who changed the world. Or she said there were 3 motivating reasons for Black women liberators in history, and she broke them down as the evidence. Women who liberated out of acts of revenge, women who liberated when there was, I hated this assessment, but it was still a good section. Women who became liberators when there was none available to do so. Talking about men. When there was no men available to set shit off, then women would step in to engage the struggle when there was no man available to do so. That's what she called it. That's a quote. I had a problem with that, but the people that she mentioned in that section, gangsters. All gangsters. No peace talk people. All gangsters. Okay? And then the third one was, so it was acts of revenge to set off liberation, when there's, quote, no men available to do so. And then the third one was, I forget what the third one was, but there was 3 ways that she broke that shit down. Okay. And what Lisa J asked about, what about the Kentuckys of Kush? So she talks about in particular, and the other thing she did was so brilliant. God damn. The other thing that she did was brilliant in this piece that she did was she would take like ancient Black women like Queen Hatshepsut, and she would show, child, listen, I might have to go back and watch this shit, because what she would demonstrate is the connection between them all. She would say, okay, back in the ancient world, you had Queen Hatshepsut, and then 2,000 years later, almost like a divine ancestor of her line, you would have this queen. So she made a connection between Queen Hatshepsut, which literally came like 2, maybe 3,000 years before Queen Nzinga, who did almost verbatim the same thing that Queen Hatshepsut had done. She was like, oh, okay, y'all men don't respect my natural claim to the throne because I'm a female. Okay, and so y'all want my little brother to overthrow me so he can take the throne, and he ain't shit. I'm the one that my daddy sent to military training. I'm the one up in here know what to do because I've been trained for it, because my daddy said you up next to lead, bitch. And so my daddy was like, look, you up, because I'm out of here. And when she went to go seize her throne, the men in the community, in the village we know now today as Angola, conspired with her brother, who did not have any of that training, to overthrow her so he could lead. Because if we let a woman lead, then we'll become the laughingstock of the kingdom. Won't no other kingdom respect our stilo if a woman lead? Now this is at the time that the Portuguese are trying to colonize Angola. And so she was like, oh, I see what's going on. Y'all don't respect my stilo because I'm a female. Okay, cool. No problem. First of all, what I got to do is kill my brother. She killed a brother. Let me go handle this shit with these cats. Hold on. Don't let me forget where I was. Yeah. Um. So, and these are the stories, and everybody tried to corrupt the story about Queen Nzinga. Everyone, all historians, everyone be trying to corrupt the story of Queen Nzinga. She understood what had to happen. She even the little documentary slash movie they made about her did not do her justice. It was decent, but they did not do her justice. They always try to present something that's outside the realm of norm as anything less than strategic. You feel me? So one of the things that rubs uh whenever you hear black men tell the story about Nzinga, they always leave a big piece out. They don't treat it like what it was. It was strategic. It's about her consolidating power. And so, yeah, they talk about, like when the Portuguese was trying to shame her or whatever, and the person getting down on all fours so that she could have a seat and all of this shit. Okay, that's cute. But first of all, she had to kill her brother. She was like, not only kill her brother, she had to clamp down, because now in the in this process where the men in the village was trying to position her brother to take the throne from her, this revealed how many people were conspiring against her. You understand? People she'd known her whole life conspiring against her, challenging her right to rule. And so, but the first thing she was like, I can't claim a throne while this nigga taking up space. And even though he my brother and I love him, he didn't conspire against me. He didn't let me know what his position is. And so he can get it. Why can he get it? Because we ain't in peacetime. We's literally watching these people descend on our whole continent, all our neighbors, and y'all up in here with this frivolous dumb shit about you don't want somebody with a vagina to lead, even though I've been trained for my whole existence for this moment. And y'all don't want me to lead because I got a vagina, even though this nigga ain't seen a day of fight in his whole life. In his whole life. So we at war, and y'all act like we ain't. And we ain't at war with each other. We are at war with a force that, right as of now, has superior firepower, and has seen that it can move through our continent relatively unchallenged. And we witnessing this shit, and y'all with this dumb shit. Y'all with this fucking silly shit about who got a vagina and who don't. Okay, I can already see what I got to do. I got to pivot because I ain't just fighting an enemy from outside. I'm fighting an enemy from within that threatens to destabilize our entire empire with some dumb shit. That's what patriarchy does, is open you up to be defeated because you stuck on dumb shit. She's like, I see what's going on. She said, I'm gonna have to. She said, I recognize that the only thing y'all understand is nigga shit. I recognize the only thing y'all understand is brute force. The party used to say all the time, power concedes to nothing but power. I can see right now, I'm gonna have to make some power plays for y'all hear what I'm trying to tell you. No talking, power plays. Let me murk my brother. Let me make the shit public and not some shit you have to investigate. Why can I do that? Because I am the queen. I am the rightful ruler of this empire. That's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna make sure y'all know I did it. I'm gonna make sure that it is painful so that I send a message to all of you would-be betrayers of our whole goddamn people that you too can get it. You too can get it. I'm not only gonna rule from the throne, bitch. My daddy sent me to school to be able to lead into battle. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna crown myself king just to let you know how serious I am about this shit. Because it's obvious. The title of queen in y'all mind don't entitle me to shit. So I got to speak the language that why bearing chromosome motherfuckers speak. That's the only language y'all understand in the patriarchy. So I got to speak the language that you speak in order for you to internalize how serious I am about this shit. So let me go ahead, crown myself queen now that I done moved my brother out the way. I'm king up in this bitch now with king powers up in this bitch and king authority. So you better follow the fucking line. And just to concretize that I am serious about this status, I'm gonna do what kings do. I'm gonna do what kings do so y'all can respect my stilos. So y'all can see with your own eyes how serious I am about what I am saying. So what's the first thing she did that everybody, especially male historians, just conveniently skip over? That as a strategic move to challenge the patriarchal cancer existing within her own empire, she's like, y'all only respect kings and y'all only respect what kings do. So I am going to crown myself king and then take up the responsibility of a king as my first act as the king. I too need a harem. What? Yes, I too need a harem. She had 42 husbands. What I think somebody said, I heard, I haven't read this myself, but I heard one historian say that she actually called them her husband wives. 42 husband wives. She's like, that's what y'all respect, right? That's what y'all respect about being the king. Is like, damn, that nigga can have a whole lot of wives, concubines and shit. You feel me? I get who I'm talking to now. And so I get the strategic character I must play for you motherfuckers to comply. And that's what she did. And under her governance as king of Angola, she was able to stay off she was able to beat back the Portuguese military. I think they said for 40 years. For 40 years. 40 years. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Story after story after story after story after story. But what was brilliant about her lecture was how she would take characteristics of long before, Black heroines and show how, as if it was a cosmic web, child, how this person in the common age or the current age is a direct replica of this great thing that some Black heroine that we have long since forgotten did damn near verbatim. And she drew the direct connection between Queen Hatshepsut of the early dynastic period, crowning herself crowning herself king. Why she had to do that in ancient Egypt if quote patriarchy didn't exist before we met white people? Why she have to crown herself king? Because that's what you hear in these black militant spaces. You know what I'm saying? There was no patriarchy in Africa before we met white people. That's y'all line, ain't it? That's y'all line. That everything bad that we as black men do, we learned it by watching white people. Ain't that y'all line? Ain't that y'all line? Ain't that y'all line? That's y'all line, ain't it? But if that's the case, and Queen Hatshepsut, some 3,000 years ago, had to say, oh, y'all don't respect me as queen regent to do what it is for our homeland that I need to do. Y'all only respect males. Well, let me do what I got to do. Let me put on the appropriate uniform for this character. I got all the power. And it's what the fuck I say. All the way down the line is what the fuck I say. And so in order for y'all patriarchs who cannot get y'all penis out the way when somebody is trying to do the right thing for the whole, let me go ahead and put on this royal postiche. Let me dress like the Pharaoh. Let me present like the Pharaoh so I can wield the Pharaoh's sword. Let me do that. And then 3,000 years later, every bad habit y'all learned by watching white people. That's the line. You feel me? Because patriarchy didn't exist in Africa before we met white people. You feel me? And so Queen Nzinga was like, oh, here we are again. I get it. Okay. Well, and I'm going to tell you, it's probably not likely, considering how far Angola is from Kemet. It's not a far, I don't think it's a stretch to assume that maybe she had never heard of Queen Hatshepsut. I don't know that, but I could imagine. You feel me? And so there she go, Queen Nzinga. Then she also talked about she talked about them, Queen Hatshepsut and Queen Nzinga, under the section of maybe the third one was so it was revenge as the motivating force for liberation. It was women stepping forward to liberation when there was, quote, no man available to do so. And the third one, I think, might have been dressing. I think she called it like dressing for the act of liberation, something like that, because she talked about a lot of what these LGBTQIA persons referenced later was the evidence of, for some reason, black women in particular being historically trans. Don't that sound like some sleight of hand shit ass way to be talking about how masculine, this trope about how masculine black women are? Sound like the same shit on some sleight of hand shit. When the majority of the people they was always mentioning was Queen Nzinga, was Queen Hatshepsut, was Queen Asantewaa. Just sound like some slithery ass, backdoor handed ass shit that diminishes our validity as female on earth to reduce us to, quote, something other. Why? Because the origin and the basis of that shit is power is not supposed to be possessed by female bodies, least of them black female bodies. We have no right to possess power. We have no right to possess power. And so when you see power presented in a black female body, your first knee-jerk bullshit thing to say is, oh, why are you acting like a man? Why are you so masculine? Why you sound like a man? Not just strong-mouthed, disseminators of explicatives like myself. I've seen light-skinned, mixed race, black women with Coke bottle figures and, quote, dainty as the day is long. As soon as they are disagreeable, the first thing a motherfucker out their mouth gonna say is, why you acting like a man? So it ain't just me because I'm black-skinned, or I'm a big girl, or I'm, quote, strong, or any of that shit. Because I have had just as many so-called fair-skinned, light-skinned, mixed race, good hair having ass, black women identifying as black. Say it's not just you, Cassandra. It's not just you, Yapo. I can't count how many times in my life, even when I was a child, even I still don't understand why. I never considered myself tomboyish, but every time I turn around, ever since I was 10, ever since I was 15, somebody get mad at me. Some man get mad at me. And the first thing they want to say is, why you acting like a man? Why you acting butch? Why you boyish? Why you acting like a tomboy? And I internalized that shit my whole life. Like, why people keep doing that? Why people keep saying, going out of my way for 20 years to be as feminine as I can be and still being called a man? Boyish, tomboyish, mannish acting. What they were not responding to my presentation of femaleness in the world. That's not what they were responding to. They can't articulate that. They just know that their internal white patriarch is being harassed by my presence. And the only thing that they can default to is you being managed. What they are responding to is their outright opposition to power in the possession of a body that is both black and female. That's what the patriarch sitting in their skull is reacting to. Now, they only have a limited understanding and explanation of why they're irritated, why they're annoyed, why they're frustrated, why they want to fight back. Because they, as the victims of patriarchy, as the victims of white nationalism, have always been taught that power is the sole possession of males. Nobody else has a right to own power, to lay claim to power. So a seemingly simple act like a woman telling a man no when he propositions her and asks her for her phone number after catcalling her becomes his internalized patriarchal white supremacist in his skull, though he black as the day is long. That white supremacist is what is responding, and it's literally walking that black ass man around, using the black ass man as a robot that he's walking around, carrying out his deepest desires as a white nationalist. This black man, as a patriarchal white nationalist, this black man. And this becomes in his mind, a justifiable response to the presentation of power in this female in general, and in this black skinned female in particular. This is his internalized white patriarch committing acts of violence that he feels entitled to exact on this woman who has the audacity to present from a position of power. What is her position of power? Fucking sovereignty, the right to control and govern her own universe, which is her domain. And how dare you, bitch, tell me no? How dare you tell me no? Bitch, I'm God. Because in his mind, the patriarch in his head says that even though your ass is a nigga, even though your ass is black, you still got a penis. You still closer to God than you are to that woman. How dare she tell you no? And so the white patriarch sitting in your skull, who has always exacted violence against black skinned women, this is the position from which you respond to the presentation of power in a black woman. This is why everybody black and female, no matter how quote yellow, no matter how quote red bone, no matter how close a man says she is in desirability, no matter how much good hair she got, no matter she can be great in every other way. The moment that she asserts the inherent power that she incarnated with, which is to govern her own spatial sovereignty, honey, that white patriarch wakes up, rises to attention in his skull, and is like, charge! And then the Negro, acting like he has no thought of his own, says, yes, sir. And then initiates acts of violence against the arch enemy of the white male patriarch. His arch enemy. is the white male patriarch's arch enemy is the black sovereign she. Even if it's just a moment where she says, I'm not interested in your phone number, but thank you. That slightest minuscule presentation of power, and that white male patriarch that governs his universe, calls him to attention and to charge on his arch enemy to preserve and secure his own being. The white male patriarch living in the black man's head. You have to defend me because I'm God. I'm the one sitting on the throne in your skull. I'm God. And you my foot soldier. While you allow me to take a seat up in your skull, bitch, this is my universe. Your body is my universe. Your body, I own it. This 6 to 9 foot radius, this mine. This mine. And just like the good foot soldier, he falls right the fucking line. Yes, sir. Let's go get him, boss. This bitch that had the nerve to tell us no. Don't she know that the white man rules? The white man reigns? Supreme up in this bitch? Who the fuck she thinks she is telling us no? Imagine this nation's most valuable slave for 400 years, generating wealth out of her own body, being aggressed upon every single day, and not having the power to say no, to now be the most intelligent, the most educated, the one who owns more businesses than any other group of people, the one person that employs more people than any other race of people in this country. Who the fuck she thinks she is doing all this shit? She was just on the plantation 150 years ago. Who the fuck she thinks she is? And so now she out in these streets thinking she can tell a motherfucker no. That your ass was just a slave yesterday. Your ass was just a slave yesterday. And so now Massa can't be overt in his aggressions at his arch enemy. So now he has become much more efficient in his covert military psyoptic tactics to make sure that the object of his aggressions have never changed. That his ability to always be aware of who his arch enemy is has never changed, but now he has foot soldiers to do his bidding, and they do the job well. So y'all got to go watch this lecture by Maria Raquazi, because when she talks, that's how I got on that diatribe. When she talks about the Kentucky, and she talks about how we don't even get to see the images, even though they was from the Cushiatic Empire, the Kentucky. They was from a distance away, the Kentucky, from Kemet. How even in Kemet, there are buildings that are the exact replicas of the Kentucky women. And you could tell they were Kentucky because they was always defined by these big ass booties. They had big ass booties. And on all these Kemetic temples and these Kemetic buildings, you see these black skinned women etched, not paintings like inside the pyramids, etched, chiseled into the side of grand buildings of these big booty having ass women, the Kentuckys, who were considered, even among the Europeans, even among the Greeks, the most ferocious fighters they had ever come into contest with. These black ass women with big old asses fighting out in the desert. As a matter of fact, Queen Candace, y'all got to see this lecture Maria Ra did, because she connects the battles of the Kentucky, specifically led by Queen Candace. Queen Candace was a leader of the Kentucky for a very long time, but she was about that scrap life. She was like, I ain't just gonna direct you as your queen. I'm here for the fight too. Hold my earrings. I'm here for the scrap too. And how they were fighting. I want to say they were fighting the Greeks. They were fighting men this army of women. They were fighting the Greeks, and she got stabbed in the eye. Queen Candace got stabbed in the eye, her eye removed, her eyeball removed on the battlefield. And they say she took off her shirt so her titties was hanging out, wrapped her motherfucking shirt around her eye. They had just been plucked out her skull, y'all. Wrapped her shirt around her eye. Now she got her titties out in battle with the Greeks, picked up her sword and commenced the throwing down. She's like, look, I don't fuck what you heard. I came out here to scrap. Till every last one of them either dead or gone. I came out here to scrap. Hey, girl, help me tie my shit. Help me tie my shirt on my motherfucking head so I don't bleed out in this beach. And picked up her sword and commenced to strapping, right? So what Marira does in the lecture is she goes through stories of ancient women, this and this. She said, now, remember that story I was telling you about Queen Candace losing her eye on the battlefield in the fight for freedom? Y'all remember that? We was like, yeah, right? She was like, well, guess what? I bet you didn't know that there was a modern version of Queen Candace, and she so specific that she too lost her eye in battle in the struggle for freedom. Guess who it is? And everybody in the crowd was like, damn, I don't know who in the modern time done lost their eye in the struggle for freedom. Child, oh my God, Fannie Lou Hamer. I did not know this. I knew the story because I love Fannie Lou Hamer. I did not know that because I always heard the story about when she got arrested, how these pigs spent all night beating her up in the jail. These pigs beat her up all night. And Fannie Lou Hamer was already, a crone by that period. She was already up in age in that period. And when she got arrested, trying to get people to vote, organizing in Mississippi to get people to vote, and they arrested her, they spent all night beating her up. They injured one of her kidneys so bad that her husband had to donate a kidney to her. They beat her so bad, they ruptured her kidney, and her husband had to give up a kidney to her. But what I did not know is that they beat her in the face so bad, she lost her eye. They actually had to remove her eyeball. That she lost sight in her eye as a consequence of how bad they beat her in that jail. And she just eloquently just showed how Fannie Lou Hamer was a modern Queen Candace of the Kentucky and Kush. I was like, the woman is brilliant. She talked about, I forget who it was. I'm gonna watch this shit over. There was another woman. She was talking about, in one section, she was talking about women who had taken it upon them. Baby, y'all, we gotta watch this shit. So talking about women who had to dress for the job of liberation and the history of Black women having to dress like men to get the mission done. She's talking about this woman who was enslaved. But she was so light that she could pass for white. But she was a slave. She was born into slavery, whatever. Okay. But the woman was so light she could pass for white. And people used to tell her, both white people and enslaved people used to tell her, damn, you look just like the master. And so she because she was married to a brother, but he was Black. He was black ass Black. You feel me? And so she was like, look, babe, she's like, I done came up with a plan. I've been working out all the potential highs and lows of the plan. We getting the fuck up out of here. You know what she did? She stole one of Massa's suits. Cut her hair off. She had learned to write. Nobody knew she knew how to read and write. She had learned to read and write. And she had forged past papers for she and her husband. You feel me? The way she was able to get her husband out was she dressed like a dignified man. And her husband was her slave. Her husband was her slave that was going to accompany her on this trip to the north. Was going to accompany her to the north on this business trip that the fine young gentleman had to go on. And this was his boy servant. This was his man servant, aka security. And forged so well, they papers. They got right on a train, left the South, was on a train for 2 days. Took 2 days to get what they was going. 2-3 days, something like that on the train. 2-3 days. Many stops, many connects. Unaccosted, unsuspecting. And they took that train all the way to fucking Canada. To freedom. Took that train all the way to Canada. So when I hear white people talking about goddamn allyship, talking about being invested in the movement, I'm gonna need you to show displays of your gangster. I'm gonna need you to. She exploited her white privilege in that moment. That's what she did. She used her white skin and what she had recognized what white skin affords white people. She took her white ass skin and staged the contest for liberation. That's what she did. Because they didn't just get the can and say, great, we free. The first thing they did was get jobs. And then the money that they used to acquire massive amounts of land and build a school. Then they became active participants in the Underground Railroad. She and he, as an example of this story of survival and liberation, started doing paid gigs all over Europe. People paying them to hear about their story and how they escaped enslavement. She was using her whiteness as a privilege, not as a privilege that benefited herself. She was using her whiteness as a superpower. That's what she was doing. Hey, now she was using her whiteness as a superpower. How do you use a whiteness as a superpower? You exploit what is handed to you as a payoff to secure you. You use your whiteness instead of as a payoff to secure you. You use your privilege on behalf of the oppressed. You exploit those spaces and opportunities that others of us cannot exploit. Outside of that, I don't believe y'all. Not one of you. I'm going to tell you. I might call myself friend with you. I might even let you come to the house, sleep on the couch, feed you. But trust, but just listening to what you say about you an ally with no evidence. Ooh, better yet, don't call yourself white and a pacifist. I have a problem. Because this woman who was enslaved, she was a captive, said, you know what? I know how my white skin came to be. I know how it came to be. And she was like, motherfucker, while I got it, we gonna use it. Boo. Hey, boo, I got an idea. I'm gonna dress like the man. She couldn't be a white woman. She knew that. She could not pretend to be a white dignified woman traveling with her manservant. She understood the assignment that I am still a woman in this world. White as I may be, I am still a woman. Me coming up on this train with you, this is suspect. Red flags raised everywhere we go. She's like, no, I got to be a man. I got to look like a man. I got to talk like a man. I got to behave like a man. For men who govern everything in every space to respect me in space. Just cut all the hair off. You understand? And got to work. You feel me? Yeah, she did that. But then there's another woman. Last woman I'm going to mention, I don't remember her name. But she was, so she talked about all of this one period where she talked about all of these women, these Black women who were risking their lives to be educators. Because you're talking about 300 years of Black men and women and children being denied access to even be able to read. So even after the quote official end of slavery, you still had a massive population of people who could not participate in the so-called electoral process because they did not know how to read and write. Okay, so there were all of these women. And then the other thing that was happening was it wasn't like just because slavery ended that the aggressions against Black people having the ability to learn ended. So people were still having to create, quote, underground schools after the end of slavery, y'all. having to create underground schools in some of the more openly violent places in the South so that they could learn to read and write. They were having meetings after hours in churches that was just nothing but school, teaching people how to read and write in the safety of the dark at the church, because the Klan would run down on schools regularly. So these women had created like these underground schools all throughout the South. These educators, she talked about the several women, young women, 20, 25, who were being murdered by the Klan for teaching people how to read and write, And so she mentioned all of them, all these educators who weren't even like, quote, doing the other things like outwardly rebelling or outwardly fighting power. They recognized that what they were doing was just as important as the outward displays of, resistance. And so she talked about all these women. One in particular, she talked about this sister who had been enslaved. She was born enslaved, and I don't remember exactly her whole story, but she had become a millionaire. She had moved out to California, became a millionaire, and her first order of business was she was born during slavery. She got her freedom, moved to California, amassed a fortune. And upon amassing this fortune, the first thing she did was sending money, currency, to support because she kept her ear to the ground as such that she knew John Brown personally and sent money to his cause, the Harper Ferry, raids and all of that shit. She was supporting liberation struggles all throughout the South. Oh, y'all about that life? Y'all about to set some shit off? Here, let me throw some coins at that. Y'all need weapons? This woman in California, I think they said she made her, do not quote me on this, I don't remember her name, but I want to say she made her, I might be mistaken, but what I want to say is she became a millionaire running the safest, cleanest brothel in California. That she knew that, quote, wealthy white men had an affinity for, quote, light-skinned women. You feel me? Black light-skinned women. But she said, I was not going to run my shit like no slave shit or no like brothel shit. Like these women were able to, every woman that worked for her as a, quote, prostitute in this brothel, every woman that worked for her was rich, had become rich, working with her as their madam. And then the first thing she did when she amassed her fortune was start sending support. Oh, this person is a conductor on the Underground Railroad. They done secured how many of us? Give them some money. Yep. Not only that, apparently she married a white man. And the white man, too, was a supporter of liberation struggle. Like, he knew what she was doing. He was a supporter of liberation struggles throughout the antebellum South. And was like, yep, her money is her money. I'm going to send money, too. She talked about all these stories. There was this last one. This particular woman who was born enslaved. I don't know if it was still during slavery. But the quote that always stands out, that's why I got to rewatch it, because of the whole lecture, this quote from this one Black female educator stayed with me forever. I saw this lecture in 2008 the first time. She says, I don't know the exact quote, but she says something to the effect of, so many people in the world are afraid of chaos. That's what she said. So many people in the world are afraid of chaos. She said, but not I. I welcome chaos. She said, because within the eye of the storm of chaos is brilliance, is excellence waiting to be born. I say, bring the storm. Oh my God, bring the storm. She said, honey, I welcome chaos. I welcome chaos because within chaos there is always excellence and brilliance waiting to be born. I say, bring the storm. God damn. Listen. This lecture Maria Crazy did. Mary Ellen Pleasant. Thank you. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Look at how y'all be reading my mind and shit. Tell me this is not the evidence of weaving. Y'all literally be pulling shit out of my skull that I cannot pull out on my own. Mary Ellen Pleasant. Yes, it is. She said, bring the chaos. Bring the chaos. Y'all gotta watch this shit. It's gonna change you. I watched the shit, like I said, 2008, almost 20 years ago. It was radical. Now, the only critique I have of that documentary is that bullshit about when there was no man available to do so. I rejected 10,000%. I rejected 10,000%. But outside of that shit was genius. The people that she mentioned, genius. But that when there ain't never been a period when there ain't been no men available to do so. It's because patriarchy's impact on their Y chromosome. Not that their Y chromosome is flawed, it's patriarchy that corrupts their divinely created Y chromosome. And patriarchy has been able to win that shit. And so they fear fighting the white man. They fear fighting the white man. You feel me? And so even some little old witchy woman named Queen Nehanda was like, fuck your crack of Christ. That's what she said. I'm just telling you what she said. The man was like, look, we gonna cut your head off. But before we cut your head off, we gonna give you the opportunity to give your life to Jesus Christ, our personal Lord and Savior. And her husband, king of the empire, fell on his face in front of all his people and gave his life to Christ. He betrayed his entire people, crying at the foot of his this, I think he was like the general or whatever. And then this dude cleaved his head right off. And Honda said, not only am I not getting on my knees, but fuck your Jesus, and I curse you now, that in the future my bones will rise and another Honda will finish what I started. And they cut her head off while she was standing. She was like, the fuck what you heard? Look what you heard. And supposedly several, I don't know how many, it's more modern African history. I want to say that the battle with the people of Zimbabwe and under Queen Nehanda, who was Queen Nehanda was a witch. Queen Nehanda was a divine oracle among her people. She wasn't just a queen. She was known to be a root worker, a magical woman. And some say that she foreshadowed what she called the coming of the white serpent, or the coming of the white snake. That she foretold in prophecy the coming of the white snake. And she said that in the future, because she foretold the coming of the white snake, because the battle that the Zimbabwe people staged against this invading force, it was the British, their chant was behead the white snake, behead the white snake. When they was going into battle, behead the white snake, behead the white snake. It was based on this prophecy that she made of the coming of what she called the white serpent, or the white snake. And she said, don't worry, my bones will rise again and another day Honda will come and finish what I started. And the story is that several years later, when I think it was the British, was it the British or the Dutch? It was either the British or the Dutch that had reinitiated the process to colonize Zimbabwe and changed the name of Zimbabwe to Rhodesia after Cecil Rhodes. That the more modern revolutionary movement of the people of Zimbabwe that one of the chief generals in the rebellion, the movement, the revolutionary movement of the Zimbabwean people, one of the chief generals in the military, her name was Nehanda. Now, this is the Zimbabwe against what had been Rhodesia. This is the movement for the liberation of Zimbabwe that Bob Marley talked about in his song Zimbabwe. So this is like within the 20th century, the revolution that finally liberated Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe changed its name back from Rhodesia to Zimbabwe. And in this revolutionary movement that was supported, some people say that Bob Marley's active financial support of liberation struggles throughout Africa was what got him assassinated. That's what some people say. That the quote cancer that killed him, supposedly from an unhealed injury, was actually a CIA that when he was in the hospital for his minor injury, you feel me, that they injected him with radioactive isotopes, and that's why his body disintegrated so fast, quote, because of cancer. That's what some say. That's not I'm just telling you what I heard in these revolutionary spaces my whole life, was that the official quote cause of death was cancer, but that his body got eaten up very quick with cancer. And there are some theories that while he was in the hospital, he was injected with radioactive isotopes and quick dead from cancer. Some people say that about Chavez too. Venezuela, Chavez, radioactive isotopes, quick death by cancer. Yep. That's why I study history, motherfucker. But anyway, yeah, they say that one of the leaders of the movement to liberate Zimbabwe, her name was Nehanda. Where magic meets history, where magic meets science. You understand? Where spirituality, closing the chasm between spirituality and the belief and the conviction of spirituality and what it has the ability to create in the real world through people who are convicted by the spirituality. Because everybody heard the declaration that she made. Then my bones will rise again and another Nehanda will finish what I started. So don't you believe that this becomes a part of the spiritual culture of the people, that one of us gonna have a girl child and we got to name her Nehanda so that we can fulfill this oath that our great ancestor made. You feel what I'm saying? I teach y'all for a reason. Yeah. Anyway, that's why, going all the way back, this bullshit with Tyler Perry and the character that transformed him into a billionaire, you can't tell me that he ain't know. You can't tell me he ain't know. As a matter of fact, I have a sneaking suspicion, because Medea is very culturally, it has cultural prevalence in the Black community, especially in the South. It's one of the many names we call our grandmothers. Big Mama, widespread. I call my grandmother Big Mama. Big Mama. Medea is very, very common as a term of endearment specific to your grandmother, Medea. But even the cultural prevalence of her name among us, could this be generated and stimulated by ancestral memory? There's a gang of shit we do, and we don't know the origin of it until we start learning some of these African traditions and spiritual traditions in particular, that we realize the reason that even Black boys on the hood who ain't never even finished 8th grade always be wearing bandanas. This is an ancestral memory springing forth from their DNA. Why everybody on the block don't have no relationship, not only to the church, but any other spiritual tradition, but everybody know that you're supposed to pour out liquor for your dead homies. This is ancestral memory springing forward in your DNA, begging to be let loose, child. The giant I'm always talking about, caged in your heart, always looking for a way to make a break. Your DNA is the same way. Like, bitch, I'm in here. Let me out. I'm in here. Let me out. I'm in here. Let me out. If you let me out, I swear I will big you up, bitch. I will embolden you. Let me out. Let me out. Your ancestral memory. Uncage me, your ancestral memory. There's so much we do. All these black women still held hostage in these institutions called churches, and they literally have this unspoken contest about who got the prettiest hat, who wore the biggest hat. Girl, I got this hat last week. Girl, that's cute, but wait till I come to church next Sunday. My hat gonna be off the chain. That's the gala day. In Ifa tradition right now, who got the cutest head wrap? Who got the prettiest gala day? Spent hours with the perfect presentation before they go to church or ceremony or whatever it is they go to. Even y'all's hatred, I don't have hatred. You feel me? But y'all's hatred towards black men who are like effeminate, black men who may eat, black males who like to wear drag. Why black males in drag are so popular, and y'all think that the origin is like them as enslaved people having to hide their affinity for dressing like women. You see, because there's all these stories and documentaries about the history of black male drag queens in the late 1800s and the early 20th century, right? Cool. That came from somewhere. And whether y'all acknowledge it or not, because the white patriarchal God is living in your head, it's old. It's old. Men dressing up in quote drag, dressing up in women's attire as a ceremony, as a ritual of adoration to the mothers, as a ritual of adoration to the mothers that is very much Ifa, where they will literally all the men in an Ile will dress as women, will behave comically like they think women behave. Girl, all the most caricaturized presentations of what they think like maybe they mama act like, or they big mama, or they sister. Girl, and this and that, and they carry purse and all of the things, dressed fully up. I've seen it in my own Ile where the women will spend hours dressing the males up to participate in the gala day. But y'all got a problem when y'all see a nigga in a dress. Not knowing that this is a part of your cellular memory. This shit is etched in your DNA, no different than that shit is etched on the stone walls in goddamn Kemet right now. Can't make a break with it. You can't make a break with it. The only thing that creates conflict among yourselves is that patriarch that you have given up your throne to, who currently resides in what is called the seat of your soul. That's why black men get mad when they see black men in dresses, and why that black man dressing up and acting like a lady is. Child, first of all, they ain't worried about you. So what you worried about? Go on about your life, child. Leave people be. Let people be. Especially in this madness, people got to eke out some sense of happiness on the terms that they see fit. Why you mad? Why any black woman mad? Because I got to call y'all out too. Because some of y'all be saying the dumbest shit. Why any black woman is mad about any black person born male going through the things that they must go through to quote have a feminine experience that they think aligns more with their spirit and they consciousness. Why you mad? Why you mad? First of all, black ass woman, they all your children. So why you mad? That's the first thing. They all your children. First of all, why you mad? Second of all, they are all your children. What I mean by that is we say, mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Do you think that is exclusive to people born female? This declaration is just for us? Is that what you think? Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Why am I trying to ingrain it in your goddamn DNA? Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Why do you think I do this? It is to purge that motherfucker in your skull, holding you hostage. But you black women who be mad about black trans women because you see them as some, like, even if you don't express it that way, you see them as competition, not as your children, worthy of sovereignty by virtue of being born. Worthy of sovereignty by virtue of being born. So why you mad? Even if, and I get it, I get it, I get it. I hear a lot of trans women be, because you know what? Trans women still exist. Not only do they still exist within a construct, a global construct erected to benefit the white male patriarch at everybody else's expense. So guess what? The white male patriarch live in their skull too, as feminine as they may present. The white male patriarch lives in their head too. And so whenever you hear them out their mouth say some bullshit that is specifically antagonistic to black females, just know, baby, because you know more now. You know more now. You know more now. That when they say some bullshit ass bullshit, you know that they are opening their mouths and the white male patriarch in their head is popping out. That the reason that they are triggered is because the white male patriarch is coming out. And who is the arch enemy of the white male patriarch that lives in their head? Yo, black uterus carrying ass. Yo, black uterus carrying ass. So that's why I don't have to be offended by the articulations of some trans woman, some black trans woman. You know why? Number one, why? Is because in the temple of evolutionary emergence, sovereignty reigns supreme. Bitch, I want you to be happy. And however you see in your mind happiness can unfold in your life, you do that. Because you are the governess of your whole universe. I honor your sovereignty because I honor your mother. I honor your sovereignty because I honor the uterus from which you emerged. I honor the uterus that gave you a right to exist. That's why I honor your sovereignty. That's why I honor you, even in your lowly self, child. Even though I recognize that the patriarch in your skull is still alive and well and thriving, and that my presence in the space is what you are responding to, not because you hate women, but because the white male patriarch in your skull hates women. Not just because you hate women in general. Most in particular, the white male patriarch in your skull hates black women. Not just that he hates black women. Not that he just hates black women. Guess what he hates more than even black women? He hates any hint of the presentation of power in the possession of a black uterus carrying human being. That's what he is responding to. And you, right now, just being a puppet. Right now, just being a puppet, articulating those things which will secure the life of the dying white male patriarch in opposition to your own self-interest. It is in your self-interest to be an ally to black women. It is in your best interest. It is in the best interest of the preservation of your very life to be an ally to black women. It is in your best interest to not see yourself in contention with black female women, to see yourself as the most important ally to black female women. Because to be in alliance with, to be in alignment with, to be a true and genuine ally to black female women is to secure your own life and safety. Is to secure your own life and safety. That goes for all of you, not just black trans women. That goes for all of you, white women. Your best bet is to align yourself as a true and genuine ally to black female women. It's your best bet. White men who say they about that life, the greatest ally you can have is the one that is the arch enemy of the white male patriarch living in your head. that if you want to secure a future for yourself as a true ally to humanity as a white male, baby, you better start with black skinned women. Show better. Natives, Mexicans, Indians from India, the globe over. If it's not, quote, the descendants of Africa in your nation, align yourself with the blackest females you can find in your country. Align yourself with the blackest ass females in your territory, in your hood, in your country, in your state. You embolden them, I guarantee you, what you receive, what you always trying to take, but now you receive willingly, is a motherfucker who can't lose. It's a motherfucker who can't lose, who refuse to lose. Black skinned women. Is a motherfucker who refused to lose, and this is the thorn in the side of the white male patriarch from up on high. Like, damn, there ain't shit we can do to these bitches to make them act right, comply, yield, surrender, retreat. Like nothing. Damn, we done did everything we know to do. And these motherfuckers still just stay advancing. There ain't nothing we can do to make these motherfuckers retreat. Damn, ass bitches. All these motherfuckers around the world we got hating these bitches, and they still do what they do. Not only do what they do it flawlessly, do it sexily, do it boldly, do it audaciously, do it laughing out loud, disrupting everybody's peace. Bitch, if I can't have peace, I'm gonna laugh loud every time I'm in public. Why they always so loud? To make you uncomfortable. Why they act so ghetto? To make you uncomfortable. Everything we do, even if we can't articulate it, everything black skinned women do is an act of rebellion. Whether they know it or not, it is an act of rebellion. And I'm here for it. I didn't used to be here for it. I'll be honest. I was on some respectability politics at one point in my life. Why black women got to be out here making us look so bad? Why we got to be out here making the group look bad? Why you walk out the house? I used to do that shit. Now I'm like, girl, whatever opportunity you can seize to make the greater world uncomfortable, because that discomfort is what's gonna shake they shit loose, or cause them to dig their heels in deeper to bullshit. They ain't got but two choices. The whole world ain't got nothing but two choices. And that is becoming every day more and more and more and more evident. Every day, baby, is becoming more and more apparent. We have to sharpen the shit. We have to deepen the shit. We have to sharpen the shit. We have to clarify the shit. Yes, when I step out of my house, just the act of stepping out of my house today on the terms that I set is an outright act of rebellion. Just me stepping out my house, just me being seen in the world is me staging a contest, bitch. Yup. If the Bible say that rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, then I am what they call it, the head witch. I'm the head witch. I'm the grand witch. What the clan got? The clan be calling themselves the grand wizard and the grand dragon. Where they get these archetypes from anyway? I want to know. That's another deep dive we got to get into. Why the clan be having these archetypes of wizards and dragons and shit? I want to know this. Why they do that? Is this another sideways attempt to what you call it? To like seize possession and ownership of the mystique of the mother and turn it into something other, to terrorize the people who would have the audacity to remember that they are God? Cut it out. Huh? Is that? Because I'm curious, because they say that the robes that they wear, the hoods and the robes, come directly from the Catholic Church. That was a whole deep dive I went on when we was doing the Sinners review. I probably didn't even talk about it because I talked about so much. I was like, I'm done with Sinners. Somebody else can pick up where I left off or something. But that part of that was talking about the clan suits that was sitting on the bed, and I was like, you know what? Where that clan shit come from? And it is directly from those were considered robes of penance in the Catholic Church. Robes of penance look just the same. Robes of penance where anybody who was performing penance would have to wear the robes and walk through the streets. And the different colors of the robes would tell you the crime for which they were in act of penance for. What crime they committed, what sin they committed, and the color of the robe would tell you what they are in penance, because humiliation was a form of penance. And so they have to walk the streets and do shit in these robes. And they are directly connected to the clan. The difference between the red robe and the purple robe and the black robe and the white robe. Da, 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 da. So if it's directly connected to the Roman Catholic Church, why y'all got titles like dragons and wizards and what's the other one? The dragons and the wizards and the this and the this and the this? Because that's witchcraft shit. That's witchcraft shit. I told you where the burning cross came from. Remember that? Because we talked about that in the sinners breakdown. The whole thing about the burning cross, it's also here in the in Symbols and Sacred Objects. The burning cross was a pagan reference. They burnt the cross because it was the way in pagan time, pre-Christian time, that the people who were in close proximity to one another, they would burn the burning cross. What did they call it? They also called it the will-o'-the-wisp. They called the burning cross the will-o'-the-wisp. The light that shines through the dark. They would also call lanterns, like when you would light a lantern so you could get through the woods. The lantern that seemed to be just floating in the dark, they called this the will-o'-the-wisp, right? And the function of the burning cross in pre-Christian paganism was to alert. It was a war call. The burning cross was specific. It was a war call to alert neighboring clans that a threat to all of them was impending and to prepare to go to battle. It was a war call, the burning cross, that has its origin in pre-Christian paganism. So here you got pre-Christian paganism on one side with the clan, and here on the other side you got images that have nothing to do specifically with the theology of the Roman Catholic Church. The Bible don't be talking about like dragons, and not in any way that you're supposed to unite with as a quote good Southern Christian. So why you call a grand dragon and a grand wizard and shit? Where that came from? I'm trying to find the connection. You feel me? What? I have not heard that, but whoa. I don't know if y'all reading in the comments, but Rose from the Dead, thank you for the donation, baby. I have to go back and give shout-outs out for a lot of donations. I saw them coming through, but I was in the zone. But Rose from the Dead said, I recently learned that there are conservative parents out there who are transitioning their gay minor kids because they don't want gay adult children. They would rather their children be fully transitioned than to have gay adult children. As crazy as it sounds, I'm like, yep. The conservatives are crazy enough to do something like that. Better my child live in the world as a female attracted to males than my male child transition to female to be attracted to males than him grow up male attracted to males. Yikes. I've never heard that specifically, but the math be mathing. The math be mathing. I have not heard this, but I have seen a lot of videos, a scary lot, mostly in Europe, a scary lot of videos by young people who have been convinced to transition in their teenage years, who are detransitioning. So many videos. It wasn't prevalent for a while, and then all of a sudden they're just like multiple, so fucking many 20-year-olds, 25-year-olds, 24-year-olds saying that they had been forced to take endocrine blockers as teenagers, and had, by the time they were 17, 18, 19, in full transition. And it only took one meeting with a psychologist to quote diagnose them with body dysmorphia to start the transition process. And now they're like, fuck, there's certain things I can't do because I had full transition surgery by the time I was 18 or 19 years old. But I knew the moment that I had been misdiagnosed with body dysmorphia, and I was actually just gay. Damn. I have not heard the slogan though. Stop transing gay kids. And I will tell you, the several documentaries and videos I've seen of detransitioners, the majority, when I say the great majority, I mean 99% of them. As a matter of fact, it was a statistic coming out of England that the majority of children that are being diagnosed with body dysmorphia that allows them to start endocrine blockers and shit like that are girls, the majority. The majority of detransitioners, and I'm telling you, one statistic coming out of England was something like 89% of young people who are, quote, actively detransitioning right now were born female and diagnosed as, quote, male, or diagnosed as, quote, men or boys, to jumpstart the process of transition. And that of these kids that are coming out saying I made the wrong decision, the majority of them say that when they, quote, went for that one psychological meeting that they needed to go to start hormone blockers, that the descriptions of what they use, the doctors use to diagnose a person with body dysmorphia, are characteristics that are most prevalent in homosexual young people. And that the majority of kids they are telling that need to transition are females, lesbians, girls that are experiencing an attraction at 11, 10, 11, 12 to females. They are being told that they are suffering from body dysmorphia and that they should have been born male. Several documentaries I've seen. So now me, yes, the scientist, but also the spiritual scientist, also the historical scientist, also the dialectical materialist, also recognizing that the enemy to everyone on earth, including the plants, the trees, the air, the land, is the white male patriarch invented by the son gone rogue, the white male father god invented by the son gone rogue. Now me looking at this and thinking about these documentaries of all of these girls, disproportionate numbers of people born female being told that they're actually male in the wrong body because they display sexual attraction to the same sex. And I say that this is a screaming example. This is a screaming evidence of the heightening, the deepening of the assault on female bodies. Why not use science? We always have. Why not use surgery to attack females? We always have. Whether it was removal of their reproductive organs without them knowing it, like Fannie Lou Hamer, what they call the Mississippi appendectomy, where at 14, without her knowledge, going in for what she is told was the removal of her appendix to save her life. And they was like, well, while we in there, we might as well take her reproductive organs. She didn't know until she was married why she and her husband could not have children. They had been trying. And it wasn't until she was an adult that she found out that her organs had been removed by the man she was working for as a sharecropper, working on his land as a sharecropper. He's like, she had been complaining of pain. She's 14, complaining of pain. And the man acting all benevolent as the sharecropper, previously plantation owner, said, oh, I got a doctor. He'll take care of your daughter, talking to the mama. He'll take care of your daughter. Da, 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 da. You know what? I'll even pay for it. Had her appendix removed, but while she had her appendix removed, they removed her ovaries. And that this was the experience for a long time under the guise of medical science and intervention. Native women to Mexican women to Black women. You feel me? So The method remains, it just looks different. The cause presented is just different. The cause presented is still different. What's the outcome? Her inability to reproduce, her inability to live in her body as female. Because just like this sister say here, the slogan, stop transing gay kids, is better that she be a trans man attracted to females than for her to remain female and be attracted to females. Because we cannot afford for people to be getting no ideas that they can do everything in the world they need to do for themselves without any relationship to men. But that ain't no shit we can afford to happen. Not in mass. Not in mass. We can't afford for that to happen. Let's see. The opposers have a slogan, stop transing gay kids. Stop thinking all your kids are heterosexual. That's a great slogan. The slogan has been very prevalent. Oh, I have not even seen it. Also, people tend to ignore gender fluid people. I don't. Y'all never hear me ignore gender fluid people, but I get it. Yes, I get it. But that's patriarchy. That's patriarchy. That's what patriarchy does. Every conflict, every issue we got is because patriarchy exists. And so internalized patriarchy exists, and then this is the outcome. Cut it out. Ignoring. And you know what? No matter what the situation is, whether it's trans kids, gender fluid people, no matter what the discussion, you know what is at the core? Not only that patriarchy exists, but as the devoted disciples of patriarchy, one of the primary functions that we have is to always deny sovereignty when confronted with it. It's still at the center, the denial of sovereignty. I can't be the great God in heaven. I can't be the great creator, the great God in heaven that runs all things and all of that shit if y'all niggas down here got sovereignty. Y'all got free will don't mean y'all got sovereignty. Don't mean y'all got freedom. It just means you got free will to make decisions based on the shit that put in your head. Y'all got free will as long as y'all making them decisions based on the ideas I plant in your head. That's all that means. Don't mean you free. Don't mean I'm telling you you have a right to be free. Your God in the Bible ain't never told you that you got a right to be free, that you got a right to be sovereign. He ain't never said that. The closest you can get to it is free will, only within the context, free will, only within the context of the ideas that I plant in your head as the only ideas that are acceptable. That free will. But if you're as a Gentile in the world, you ain't even entitled to free will, bitch. That's what your Old Testament teach you. Is that as a Gentile, you ain't even entitled to free will. There ain't no decision that you can make as a Gentile that's right and just in my eyes. And we act confused about what we witnessing today. Those who are the disciples of the great God in the sky, everything they do, every discussion they have is an internalized mission that we must attack sovereignty wherever we see it. Any machination, any presentation, a bitch say no on the street to some random lowly motherfucker who want her phone number, we got to jump on that. We got to jump on that. In that moment that the black man attacks some black woman for telling her no and kills her or beats her up or whatever, he is a dutiful disciple of the Father God. Because the God the Father said, ain't nobody, no, there is no sovereignty. There is no sovereignty. Can't be no sovereignty. Sovereignty is an enemy to the Father God. And so everything becomes, this becomes the origin, the crux of the matter. It becomes the crux of the matter. Every discussion, either pro side or anti side of the right of trans people to have help in their living, to be able to get a job as they are in the world. Why you got to have a discussion about somebody's ability to work to earn the living that you are forcing them to earn? How that happen? Why that happen? Because The God in God the Father in the sky that was given birth to by the mythological blood and water that spilled from between his birth-giving thighs cannot afford for people to have sovereignty. Because if they have sovereignty, them motherfuckers gonna start thinking too much. They're gonna start thinking too much, and that ain't no shit we can have. That ain't no shit we can have. We can't have people out here thinking. We can't have nobody out here thinking. Thank you for your donation, Sahara. Can't have that. Free will is only defined by the white Father God in the sky. That's it. Not free will in general. Free will to make decisions based on the ideas that I plant in your skull from the time you are born. That free will. That's the only place from which you can make decisions that align with my objectives. Is free will based on the ideas that I give you. You feel me? So when I tell you that I don't care what nobody say to you from now until forever, those of you who say you agree with what I be putting forward as the representative for the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, that before you respond to anything crazy people say, take a break and default. How can I respond to this person from a place where I am, even if I'm staging opposition, my opposition is based on centering their sovereignty? That's your starting point. Because any way else that you respond, I'm telling you, is going to be a reaction that probably has seeds in patriarchy. Yeah, I'm telling you it is. You can't make a good debate. You can't make a good discussion if you do not stop first and say, okay, even though what they said has triggered me, or even if it sounds like some straight bullshitting ass bullshit, let me take a minute first before I respond to make sure that even if I am responding in disagreement, I am responding with the honoring of their sovereignty in the center. Because I'm telling you, if mommy and I are one, it is some uncomfortable shit. If mommy and I are one and you accept that, one, you accept that everybody that exists was supposed to exist. Some uterus willed it so. Some woman's body sacrificed to make it so. That does not mean that just because you were supposed to be here, that you are supposed to remain. Okay? Just because you was born supposed to be here, the mother actually grants you free will. She actually grants you free will. You understand? And so just because you were supposed to be here, do not mean that you are supposed to remain. Don't mean that. So while I can honor everyone's sovereignty in a moment, it does not mean that there are not many among us, through the establishment of female-led representatives of the different stages of the goddess, maidens, mothers, crones, grandmothers. It does not mean that once we develop new systems of justice, tribunals under the direction and will of the mother, that you will remain, depending upon the severity of the crimes that you have committed against the mother and her children, will determine the severity of the display of justice handed down by the mothers. So just because your mama blessed you with a material experience does not mean, baby, that she is not many-faced. She's many-faced. And depending upon your aggressions against the mother and her divine children will determine whether you have completely lost favor in her and successfully severed all ties to the mother. For now, she don't have to feel no kind of way. She don't have to feel grief or feel bad for you, because now you have been successful in the severing of yourself from the mother and her divine protection. And so now you can face the Furies. The Fates that made the judgment, the Furies have come to execute the charge. You understand? But a lot of us who articulate dumb shit, who articulate harmful shit, who articulate malignant shit, who articulate the interest of the Father God, but haven't committed any aggressions against people. That what we say in our ignorance is still harmful, but as of yet, we have not committed any active aggressions against others. Then we know that what we are confronted with in a moment, what we call ignorance, right, is just the articulations of those who are still suffering from possession. we can call it ignorance. That's fine, because based on what they don't know. But it's not just based on what they don't know, because a person can learn a lot of shit and not do a single ounce of work to dethrone the patriarch in their skull, and now they have just become a smarter agent, a more willing and convicted and committed agent of the Father God. So learning shit, knowing stuff, acquiring information is not enough to do the trick to exercise the patriarch from your spirit. It has to be partnered with a scientific understanding of the spiritual world, a scientific understanding of spirituality in its true essence and form, its true purpose in the world, in the material world. That's what I mean by plant seeds and keeping it moving, dropping knowledge and keeping it moving. You feel me? It has to come down as an epiphany that has an impact on your actual material behavior in the world, not just some shit you acquire in your skull, but it hasn't done anything to stage a contest with the patriarch in your head. All the knowledge you acquire ain't contended with the patriarch at all, not at all. So be mindful that even people who may present, it's a test. I'm not telling you this is some easy shit to do. It is, this type of shit is the kind of shit that has had many people I care about, many friends say, Cassandra, like, I hear what you're trying to communicate, but I ain't with none of that shit you talk. That's too much. That's too much. People I love, man, like family, like blood, who are straight, staunch, quote, nationalist revolutionaries, be like, look, we respect you. You always been on the up and up. You always been a real one, but we draw the line at that white people shit. There ain't no negotiating. That's where we draw the line. We may be able to tiptoe around some, quote, allyship around Mexicans and others, but they pretty hardcore in that position too. But where white people is concerned, that's where we draw the line. Don't want to hear nothing about it. And I get that. So this particular expression of my journey has been the most difficult. It's been the most difficult because even within myself, some days I just be like, maybe I'm wrong. Just like you do with Jesus, you leave Jesus, but every now and again, Jesus creep back up in your skull. But like, what if you wrong? Like, what if you die tomorrow and you wrong? Jesus be trying to save himself in your head because you done made the declaration. I ain't no Christian no more. And he'll creep back. 5 years and gone by. You ain't been in the church. You understand? 5 years go by. And he creep up out of nowhere. But are you sure? I'm just saying. That's a long time to be learning about Jesus. That's a long time to be hearing about heaven and hell. You sure? You want to get me up? I'm still in here. I'm still waiting for you. What was I telling y'all the other day? As the evidence, God damn it, as the evidence that Jesus is the chief vampire. That every vampire story that has ever existed is based on the archetype of Jesus? Hmm? Remember that story? I said the evidence of it, it was in front of us all the time, and we never even pointed, never even saw it. That what is the line of Jesus? What is the line of every Christian when they trying to win your soul? They say it in John, what is it? John chapter 3:14. That the only way to salvation is to believe in your heart and say with your mouth that Jesus Christ is your personal Lord and Savior. What do they say when they talking about that? Every song I done heard. Jesus will not, but you have to let him in. Jesus will come and knocking, but he'll only knock so long. It's up to you to open the door and let him in. There's one of my favorite songs. It was by there was a gospel group that had in the 90s. There was a gospel group that had gone like mainstream. They were called Take Six. Y'all remember the band Take? It wasn't even a band. They released a whole album, Take Six, and they were straight a cappella. These six brothers, straight a cappella. But you listen to this album, and it's like you listening to a full band. Every noise you hear is made by their mouth. They was genius. They went mainstream. They did a couple of like top charting songs and shit that crossed over. There was a song. There's a song I forget. Thinking about them, there was a lot of songs that were actually in hindsight very fucked up, and I loved them so much. There was one. Oh, it was like the name of the song was like "I'm on my way." I'm on my way to Canaan land. This song is fucked up. Now that I think about it, now I'm mad because the song was so beautiful and it was my favorite song on the album. I'm on my way to Canaan land. I'm on my way to Canaan land. I'm on my way to Canaan land. I'm on my way. And then the hook, then like that's the chorus, right? I'm on my way to Canaan land. Then it says, then this is the first verse in the song. Thinking about this right now and how much, listen, when I tell you, I listened to this song 10,000 times. It was my favorite song after my dad died. When my dad was murdered, like, I thought the world was falling apart. I was 17. He was killed 9 days before my 17th birthday. This album, so I'm not telling you something small now that I'm mad thinking about my favorite song on this album. Every song I loved. But this song, this whole album I listened to for months, nothing else, trying to recover from the grief of losing my father in such a violent way when there was no offers of therapy. There was no church family rallying around us while we grieved and shit. And so the first verse in the song is so violently fucked up in hindsight. The first verse, if my father don't go, wait, if my father don't go, if my father don't go, I'll jerk. You better cut it out. If my father don't go, I'll journey on. They're talking about Canaan land. They're talking about going to heaven. And if my father don't go, I'll journey on. I'm going. If my mother don't go, I'll journey on. If my daughter and my son don't go, I'll journey on. I'll journey on to Canaan land. Even if none of my family come with me to heaven, I'm going. I'm going. There's another song. The whole song is about the importance of literally the verse. I forget how the verse goes, but it's literally talking about the importance of carrying your cross, And then at the end of the first song, I'm on my way. at the end they do this beautiful sequence of hooks, but in it it's like, that's what's so fucking diabolical about it, is we can just run down the line of gospel songs that we heard growing up, or religious songs that we heard growing up, and really feeling, like really feeling, and then to go back and listen to the lyrics and be like, oh my God, this shit is so fucking violently wicked. There's a cute little lesbian comedian. I cannot remember this girl's name, but bless her, because I want to find her. She is this cute little lesbian white girl, and it was like a TikTok short that I saw of a whole thing she did, but it was short. She said, she's talking to the audience, predominantly LGBTQIA, right? Everybody sporting their pride stuff or whatever. And she says, how many of you guys grew up in the church? And of course, everybody in the crowd raises their hand. She was like, the greatest thing about growing up Christian is the music. Isn't it just so powerful? The music is so powerful. Everybody's like, yep, you right. You sure is right. She starts singing this song, y'all. The first time I saw this video, y'all, I started singing this song with this white girl who is doing a comedic act. She says, everybody sing it with me. Our God is a mighty God, right? So she says, our God, all the little lesbians, all the little homosexuals, all the little gender fluid people, all the trans people, everybody in the crowd, hi, our God is a mighty God. Trauma, 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 trauma. She started pointing at everybody in the crowd. Trauma, 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 trauma. Everybody is shook. Everybody is shook because she just cut clean off the singing. Trauma, 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 trauma. She said, we barely escaped with our lives. Yo. That shit tickled me so bad. I must have watched that goddamn skit 1,000 times. Every time I stop on it, I was like, you know what? Let me watch it a couple of more times. It never stops being funny. She was serious. Our God is a mighty God. Trauma, 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 trauma. Everybody cracking up. Everybody looking shocked. She right. She right. Everybody looking at each other. She right. She right. She's like, I know. We barely escaped with our lives. Child, listen. I cannot count on both hands and both feet how many children's religious retreats we went on. How Six Flags in Atlanta, Georgia used to hold this religious retreat for teenagers every year, and our band instructor would take us to our school band instructor would take busloads of us to Atlanta, Georgia, from little old Abbeville, Alabama, to participate in 4-day weekend religious retreats accompanied by, quote, pop culture Christian concerts and shit. Thousands of us, baby, people, busloads from thousands of teenagers singing gospel songs that sound like heavy metal, singing gospel songs that sound like rock and roll, singing gospel songs that sound like rap, singing gospel songs that sound like R&B, and everybody was welcome because we're all the children of God. And we can communicate through these. Listen. Thousands of us, like on a full ass stage production, rock concerts and shit. Teenagers and all that vital energy in teenagers worshiping the Father God. Our God is a man. And I started singing before I even do the punchline to the joke. I was like, oh yeah, that was my jam. She said trauma, trauma, trauma. I said, God damn. Listen. That shit shook me. Everybody in the crowd was like, God damn. Everybody was, and they was singing. You hear me? You can see the feeling. Child, this So I'm telling you, if you do not know what we are trying to, Chad, I'm gonna keep saying it. What Lao Tzu? Know your enemy, know yourself. You grew up in this shit. You grew up in this shit. Now we recollect how deep and diabolical and dubious this shit is. Are we willing to change? Are we willing to stage a contest? What is a contest? A contention of power, of equal and opposing power. That's what we talking about. When I tell you that, oh, y'all kick me in the motherfucking forehead talking about, bitch, if you want to do some real gangster work, if you want to do some real revolutionary shit, rescue these witches out these goddamn churches. I was like, God damn. Well, she just said it in this reading today. She said, the church has always been clear. If you get rid of the devil, you destabilize the whole institution. Who the devil? Who the devil? According to this article I read looking for a picture. Who the devil? According to Warriors of Lucifer's Fallen, WordPress.com, according to the article that they wrote, talking about the historical origin of Satan as a racist slur, they always been clear about who their arch enemy is. She tell me in 2018, 7 days before my first grandchild was born, 7 days before I officially transitioned into my crone years, and she gonna tell me, you want to stage a real contest? All this shit you've been doing up to now, it's been necessary, it's been important work, but you want to recognize, you want to understand how to set this shit off rapidly. Rescue these motherfucking witches out these goddamn churches. Who the witches? The devil. They say right here. They were crystal clear from the beginning. If you get rid of the devil, the church don't have a leg to stand on. What it say here? That the fact of Christian theology is that the entire scheme of salvation itself is utterly dependent on the belief in the devil. There's got to be somebody to blame. The devil has to exist to legitimize our existence. If there's no devil, there's no us. So thank you, Java Watson. Thank you. I got you. And I am complying. 6 hours and 25 minutes later, I'm complying. So that's it. Hold on. Oh, the reason for that entirely extremely long deviation from the read was because we got stuck on the Lord of the Flies. Let me just finish this section and then I'll end. So this was supposed to be the different names of the devil according to Yahweh. The Lord of the Flies, the Great Beast, the Great Serpent, Old Nick, Old Scratch, the Dragon, or Lucifer, the Light Bringer. A 15th century woodcut shows a typical devil image with a monk's robe, curiously mismatched wings, and the four-horned crown of Osiris. This is a quote, when there are any mighty winds and thunders with terrible lightnings, quote, a clergyman wrote, quote, the devil is abroad, end quote. In classic circular reasoning, the clergy proved the existence of the devil from that of God and vice versa. Roger Hutchinson said, if there is a God, then, quote, verily there is a devil also. And if there is a devil, then there is no surer argument, no stronger proof, no plainer evidence that there is a God. There you go. That's patriarchal reasoning for you. And that's the end of the quote. So that's the end of that reading. But a lot came through in that. And so, yeah, we're going to have to, there's several things that came up that we're going to have to get into collectively. Collectively. Yeah, but this Medea thing, that thing is urgent. I feel like that's an urgent one to get into. And then I talked about it briefly. I have to figure out what the name of the movie is. It is a relative. It's called It's a relatively recent movie. I talked to y'all about it minimally, but it was about, if anybody remembers the name of it, I'll figure it out if not. But it was about this future where humans have destroyed the planet, have destroyed Earth. And so they have successfully sent the first colony of humans to this planet that is habitable to humans, right? And this colony said that it was told of them that they would have to be there for a certain period of time before they could send the second wave of humans to this planet. Okay, so they were supposed to establish some things like dwellings and all of this stuff. But the planet has this particular like energy that exists on the planet that males on the planet, um, males on the planet, once they get on the planet, males can hear each other talk. They can hear each other think. They can hear each other's thoughts. So there's no ability for them to quote hide anything or keep anything secret. That they don't even have to open their mouth. That when they're in the proximity of another male, they can hear each other's thoughts. But when the first round of colonizers came to the planet, they quickly discovered that they could not hear females' thoughts. They couldn't hear females' thoughts. Okay? The females couldn't hear either, couldn't hear their thoughts. But nobody, the chaos walking. Whoop, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. But the males could hear everything, but they could not hear the females' thoughts. And this created mass paranoia among the first wave, mass paranoia among the first wave. And of course, in the paranoia, one emerges among them to be two among them, one black male and one white male, okay, emerge from among them saying that they received divine providence from quote God. And the reason everybody believed them was because they had mastered a way to keep their thoughts hidden from the other males. So this like legitimized the mystique of them saying that they had received this divine message from up on high. They had trained themselves to keep their thoughts quiet, to control their thoughts, and nobody else had done that. And so they emerged saying that that females, that there is that the men, listen, so the men who got the divine providence created a story saying that God told them that the reason that they could not hear the females' thoughts was because the females did not have souls. And that us being unable to hear their thoughts like we can hear each other validated masculine supremacy, while at the same time proving that the women did not have souls. The reason we can't hear them is because they don't have souls. And this community of men, just like with the movie Black Death, I wrote it down as a note. That's why I wanted to tell you before we got up off of here. That just like in the Black Death, this paranoia, along with the raising up of two among them, one white guy and one black guy, to be the only ones that could hear the voice of God while hiding their own thoughts from the group. And then the men in their paranoia raised them up as the leaders. And so when the men told them that the evidence was presented by God that the women didn't have no souls, they turned around and slaughtered every woman and every girl in this village on a planet far, far, far away from home. And it's only them on the whole planet. They slaughtered every woman and every girl child. So the youngest child in this village, the youngest person in this village is, when the movie starts, is 19 years old. He was the last person born. His mother literally was murdered while he was still nursing, while he was an infant. And so it is his mother's because her and her husband were killed because he tried to defend her while the men decided they was going to kill all the women. He tried to defend his wife, so he was killed. So the child was raised by her best friends, who is a gay male couple that have been living together all these 19 years and raising this child as their son, teaching this child that he is their son, that one of them is the father, and that the mother died of unknown causes. So he's the youngest person in this village. He's never seen a girl in his life. He's never seen a girl. He's never seen a girl. He's never seen a woman in his whole life. And so all he has are these stories that have been told by these males. And he is the youngest person in the village. There is none to be born after him because there are no females. And his reaction when he meets a neighboring village, because he's on the run, he meets a neighboring village and he's like, how are there other people? I'd always been told we were the only ones. We were the only ones. They meet a whole nother village. And the leader of this entire village is a black woman. The leader of this other village on this other planet where he believed they were the only ones and has never seen a female in his fucking life. The first female, well, the second female he lays eyes on is the leader of a whole nother village. And she is black and female. She is black and female. The movie was deep and profound, especially the role that the black guy played. The black guy who was professing to be a prophet of God and this and that and this and that. His character was complex, child. They don't usually give black people very complex characters. His character was complex because it takes a lot for me to be surprised. It takes a lot for some shit to not seem predictable to me because I see everything. His character dynamic, I could not in a million years foresee that plot development with him. So the only black male character in the whole movie. You know what? I am going to say one thing. I don't know if y'all remember, I did this damn live and I was talking about the common theme in every end of the world scenario movie that's like zombie-esque. It's not like, it's like zombie-esque or plague with the zombies and this and this and this and this, like those specific type of end of the world type scenario movies. Well, you know what? Even some of the other ones that I've talked about is a common theme. So not only the common theme that the end of the world is synonymous with a black leader, male or female, the end of the world is synonymous with some black person in a position of power. Okay, that's one. The other thing, that there are not too many zombie movies that you can find where this is not insidiously in your face. That most of these end of the world scenario movies, what is implicitly woven into the plot is that in this future world, end of the world scenario or post-apocalyptic scenario, black people will become extinct. What do I mean when I say that? Black people will become extinct. What do I mean when I say that? Because in almost every last one of these movies, even if there are black characters, male or female, they're either the only black person in this future. They're either the only black person in this post-apocalyptic future, or if there is a male and a female, they are never couples. They are never a couple. The two only black people in the future post-apocalyptic world, they are never a couple. The two lone black people, they are never a couple. Woven into this seemingly insignificant, quote, dynamic is the fact that if they are not a couple, inherent in this shit that is woven through all, and why does it show up in every last one of them? And hidden in plain sight, just their presence in the movie implies that black people will no longer be reproducing black people in the future. Because even if there is a male character and a female character that are both black, they are one, never a couple. Not only are they never a couple, never. You name one movie, one show, one series where in a post-apocalyptic world, post-apocalyptic America that has both a black and a black female and a black male, you put me on game because I don't know it, where they are a couple. They are an attractive couple actively making love, even though it's a post-apocalyptic world where there's some romance between, there's some sparks between. Show it to me because I ain't seen it. The other thing is that in this post-apocalyptic world where there may be both a black and a black female and a black male, they are always partnered with an other, which is still predicting the inevitable end of blackness as identifiable in this new world, this new future. that eventually blackness will be a thing of the past. It will no longer exist. Somebody, because I might be wrong, but somebody showed me a movie, this movie Chaos Walking that I'm talking about, where I was talking about how dynamic the character development of this lone black man existing in an entire community where he is the only black man amidst, he's the only other in this whole community because they killed all the women. So in this community that have been living this way for 19 years, he's the only other. He's the only other. This black man in a sea of white men, feigning being the crazy prophet, prophesying whatever, whatever, whatever. One. Two, in this land where this child has been told that they the only ones. There ain't no females nowhere on this planet. And then he goes and comes face to face with not only other females, but children. He's never seen a child. He's never seen a child in his life. Not only has he not seen a woman, he's never seen a child, a baby. He's like, it's a baby. He's never seen a baby. And on top of all these news that he is seeing, the leader comes out and she black and female. And he's like, you the leader? You understand? And so the other black woman, who is, this is always a common theme too, that no matter what her role in this post-apocalyptic future, no matter what her role is, she's always presented just asexual enough to be presented masculine, but just feminine enough to still garner the attraction and the attention of the white hero in this post-apocalyptic world. What was her name in Walking Dead? Oh, what was her name? The sword carrying sister. The sword carrying sister. What's her name? Oh my God. Y'all remember her name, man. She had the dreadlocks. The badass. She was just butch enough. She was just butch enough to hold her gangster. And isn't it interesting that the two zombies that she walked around, remember, because she had two zombies on a leash, but to make sure that they couldn't get to her, she chopped their arms off. Who was them two giants? I think she said they was her brothers, her actual brothers. But she chopped their arms off and was literally walking these two black male, when we introduced to her, she walking these two black male zombies everywhere she go on a leash. This jet black sister with dreadlocks, north sword swinging badass that she is, and she walking two black men on a leash to and fro. And then she fall in love with the police. She fall in love with the sheriff, the white hero sheriff. There was another one called Revolution. It only got 2 series. I thought it was a good show, but it didn't do well. And it's called Revolution. And the one black woman in the show is a genius, like next level, over the top genius, trying to figure out why they've been living in dark for 20 something years. Like everything went off, the lights, anything magnetic, planes falling out the sky, everything, and never came back on. So it's 22 years in this post-apocalyptic future where they still don't have any ability to make gadgetry that requires any kind of magnetic energy or electric energy or anything like that. Batteries don't work, nothing. And so she's been, dug deep all these years trying to figure out what happened. She a genius. But in her genius, she is presented as very asexual. Michonne, thank you. She is presented as very quote, stereotypically asexual and unattractive. Because she is a genius, of course, they're going to make her look like an absolute nerd who's borderline crazy. Can't be genius. You can't be genius and sexy at the same time. That's an impossibility. You can't be genius and wear a miniskirt at the same time. That's a contradiction. So she's a cardigan wearing, very close haircut, bifocal glasses, borderline weirdo, completely unattractive to all the men that come into contact with her. The only black male character in this show is the bad guy, the big bad, the chief of all the bad guys. He's the one. The contradiction with him was when the world was normal, when the world was right, he was a coward. When the world was right, he was faceless and nameless because he was a goofy ass coward. He becomes the personification of the state. He wears all black now, and he is the most diabolical expression of the worst of humanity. The black guy. The only black guy in the whole of America that has been dissected into 5 territories in this post-apocalyptic world as America. That there are no states, that the United States of America no longer exists. The borders have been dissolved into 5 territories, each territory governed and controlled by people who were the former police or the Navy or the Marine. Anybody who had guns before the fall, they were the ones that were primed to put themselves forward as the new rulers. They could put themselves as the new rulers because they had access to the stockpiles of weapons when the shit hit the fan. So whoever had the guns became the new leaders of these 5 territories, formerly known as the United States of America. The show was, now I'm telling you, the show had flaws. But overall, the theme, the plot, I thought was good. The show was called Revolution. I think you can still watch it on like Prime or something. But those 2 characters stood out because in this whole post-apocalyptic world, you only meet 2, and it's like well populated. It ain't like some sparse people here and some sparse. It's well populated. There are a lot of people who survived the disaster, the initiating disaster. Well populated. And of all the places you go in the show, all the places that you go in this post-apocalyptic world, and there are 2 characters in this whole show, in this whole season. Yeah. Yeah. So when I tell you that they tell you in your face what they intending, always. They always tell you because they know you do not see. They always tell you because they Talmud tells them that if you say what your intentions are, you are absolved. You're not guilty of a crime because you warned them. You said out loud what your intentions were. And so if you say ahead of time what your plan is, then according to the Talmud, you are guilty of no crime. I learned that from Tajali. I don't know if she's still on here. But she had direct relationships with an organization called Jews for Jesus. And so it was a former practicing Jew, a Jewish person who formerly practiced Judaism, turned disciple of Jesus, who was putting them on game about everything hidden in the Talmud. The Talmud say as long as you tell anyone what it didn't say how you have to tell them. As long as you tell anyone what your intentions are, you are guilty of no crime. You are guilty of no sin. And so what y'all call the predictions of the Simpsons, I just told you there are no predictions. There are no predictions, not coming from the mouth of a patriarch, not coming from the mouth of a male, still convicted and committed to patriarchy. They cannot predict. That's why they had to steal everything. If they had the ability to predict the future like they claim, to quote, be a prophet like they claim, what would be the purpose of stealing the Sibylline books and the Sibylline oracles to write their own shit, to write a rebranded version of that shit? Why copy it when you got prophets that can see the future like Nostradamus? Nostradamus couldn't see the motherfucking future. Nostradamus could not see the future. Nostradamus was in a secret society where plans and blueprints were handed from father to son. and their stated intentions for the future are what he claimed to be prophetic downloads of events of the future. I guarantee you that we will find in this age of revelations that Nostradamus was not a prophet, that his ass was a good old regular basic ass white male aristocratic patriarch who had secret information passed down to him from his father, just like his father before him and before him and before him. This shit is going to make you look like a genius. Just stick to the plan. We have to always appear to be genius to everybody else to make this shit work. So stick to the plan. Don't deviate from the plan. Don't add your own spice to it. Y'all talking about the predict. See, in 1991, the census predicted the fall of the Twin Towers. Not that with the people accredited to being the various authors of The Simpsons, which is many, like 10 authors accredited at different people for writing for The Simpsons, that 80% of them are Jewish. 80% of them are Jewish. What is the purpose of Hollywood being founded by Jewish, a pair of Jewish brothers, and we say that Hollywood is an arm of the state. So people be saying that all the time. Hollywood is an arm of the state, and it uses mind manipulation and psyop shit to like manipulate people's mind and brainwash people and shit like that, right? Why is the music industry owned by Jews since 1913? Y'all be talking about the Illuminati takeover of hip hop to brainwash black people into doing terrible stuff to each other and shit. Is that the only reason though? For real? Because y'all get stalemated when y'all start talking about conspiracy. Like that's where y'all get stalemated. So you don't have the ability to go any deeper than conspiracy theories and the Illuminati. You feel me? Y'all don't have any ability to do that. But what if back in 1913, and the same decade is when Hollywood was founded by these two Jewish brothers. What if they saw this as a strategic and more subtle way to comply to the directives of the Talmud, which says y'all gonna have to lead for forever, y'all gonna have to rule for forever, but you have to still profess, you have to still tell your intended victim what you intend to do. But if you tell them what you intend to do, won't they create a plan to prepare for what you said you was going to do? But the way we get around that is we use images, we use music, we use sound, we use television, we use screen, we use paintings, we use art, we use books. These books to communicate something under the auspice of fiction, to still comply to the directives of the Talmud, which justifies our right to rule on earth, but at the same time requiring us to be blemishless upon our death. And so the Talmud conveniently offers us a way out, that if you speak out loud what your intentions are, and they might be a little shady, guess what? All you have to do to make sure that these intentions that you have that might be a little shady are instantly forgiven, are instantly absolved, so that you can remain blemishless. Now you can tell them in real time and in plain sight, and they will be clueless because they think it's just fiction. They think it's just a movie. They think it's just entertainment. They just think it's entertainment. And you can tell them anything you want. You can confess anything you want. You can tell them every plan that you've had since the beginning, and they will still act as if what you're telling them and communicating is fiction, not real, make believe, the machinations of a creative mind. You can, baby, I'm telling you, this shit is so great and fabulous that you can tell them blatantly in plain English, and it will still never occur to them that you are complying to the requirements of your Talmud acts that you must engage in that perpetually make you blemishless, even as you commit the most gruesome acts against human beings. I did tell y'all, that's what you can always fall back on it. according to our religion as the chosen people, I complied. I told y'all. Didn't I tell y'all? I mean, to the letter. When you can see in The Simpsons, 10 years prior to his first bid as president, literally him going down the same escalator as in The Simpsons, waving as all of these signs are by, like a literal mirror image 10 years prior. And y'all think I'm crazy when I say that Brzezinski on Reagan's administration was like, look, make no mistake, there is not a president that you have voted for. Sorry. Sorry to tell y'all. He wrote it. He didn't even, it ain't no shit he kept secret and is a mystery. He wrote it in the Grand Chess book. Sorry. There is not a president ever that you have voted for, that your vote put into office. We decided he was going to be president while he was still in elementary school. And then we primed his life to fall right into that role. Everything that we do is the absolute minimum 25 years of planning. And so your ass stay stuck on unscientific magic, predictions and prophecy and shit that's not tied to the mother. Predictions and prophecies and shit that's not grounded and based in the material world. Predictions and prophecies grounded in the Father God make-believe. See, the Simpsons always said this was going to happen. And every time it happens, damn near verbatim, it is an exact picturesque replica of an episode you saw when your ass was 13 years old. How they do that? Because the majority of the writers, 80% of the writers, are Jewish. This is the very minute, disciplined, detailed strategy of hiding in plain sight, because they know that you will see the way they demand that you see. And they're so audacious in the strategy. They're so arrogant in the strategy. They can put it in your face and you will still never come to the correct conclusion about what it is you're witnessing, about what it is you are seeing with your own eyes. That you can literally see a cartoon from the early 2000s, the late 90s, of Trump. Child, if you put the picture of his campaign and the picture from the Simpsons episode, same suit, same color tie, same signs of the demonstrators behind him, same way, his wife, both going down an escalator, and you will still see something other than what you see with your own eyes. Oh my God, how the Simpsons stay predicting all this stuff? They don't. They are telling you a decade in advance what they intend to do, what their rulers, what their leaders, what their owners are telling them are going to happen. They are telling you the plan for the future, not based on predictions, based on a strategy written out, a blueprint written out. And then they make everybody fall in line. This is what we plan in 10 years. This is what we plan in 15 years. There's another movie where that happened. The movie Knowing. When he's watching TV all night trying to find out where the next event is going to happen. And they do a broadcast on the TV talking about, for the first time in the history, in the history of this country, in the history of the oil industry, what you call it? An offshore oil drilling operation in the Gulf of Mexico. It's like hit by a ship or something, and that was what caused the Exxon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, a really big, devastating one. My cousin's husband died in that explosion on that oil rig. Honey, Knowing came out 4 years before that explosion and that oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. The movie Knowing came out 4 years before that. Was that a prophecy? Was that the fulfillment of prophecy? Or was that them hiding shit in plain sight? Intentions, plans, strategies. I'm telling you a story about the movie Black Death. I'm telling you another story about the movie Chaos Walking. Chaos Walking. Several stories like it, as a matter of fact, where there's some scenario where, quote, under the guise of religious zealotry, both these movies about a distant future on another planet and a time historically accurate by a few hundred years, and the story is the same. Overwhelmed, made mad off religious zealotry, where the men turn against themselves in the form of the massacre of the women and the girl children in their proximity. Driven mad by religious zealotry, driven insane by religious zealotry, and as opposed to lashing out against the true object of their own aggression and suffering, they lash out to those who are the, quote, weakest among them. Two stories, two wildly different scenarios, same outcome. Religious zealotry leading to genocidal assaults on women and girls. And now others can be added to the mix because they are prolific in the world now. So is it me being some kind of doomsday prophetess when I say we have to be prepared, because they have been priming us for a long time through music and through media and through film and through social media and all of these things? We talk about the bots and how the bots are generating highly inflammatory and contentious content because they didn't realize that fucking sending bots to generate specifically fear and rage bait generated them $80 billion in a year. And y'all think I'm being some kind of doom prophetess like the historical Cassandra. I'm being a doom prophetess when I talk about being prepared, because they are priming us to accept the radical increase of the violence against women, the acceptance as right of the increase in the violence against women, and also the acceptance of, not only the acceptance of, but the active participation in violence against women based primarily on the profession, the collective profession that the greatest enemy of the American patriot, the greatest threat to America, the American democracy, the greatest threat to the idea that made America great in the first place is witchcraft. It's witchcraft. It's witchcraft. Yo, Trump has already said it. Anybody who professes to be an enemy to Christianity is an enemy of the state, who will be tried for the federal crime, what? Of a federal hate crime. But nah, I've been up in here. You're just being negative. You're just being a doom. You're just being a doom scroller. You're a doom professor. Like, I don't agree with what you're saying about what's going to happen to women. Okay, I ain't telling you that we're going to be victimized by it. What I'm trying to prepare you is to step forward into the future, capable of making an appropriate response for what the plan is. It's not something I am creating. It's not something that's coming from my blank imagination. What I'm talking about being able to study history, being able to link history to current events, being able to see how some seemingly unrelated event in the great past is having an impact on your life right now. And to be able to know and see that way is to give you the upper hand in your preparation for this future that they have planned, but is not inevitable. The future is not inevitable just because they profess the plan. Bitch, that might be your plan, but I got a counter plan. That's what we're trying to establish. I got an appropriate response for your plan that you had in plain sight because you think ain't nobody watching. We got a plan for that. We have an equal and opposing response to this profession that you have made that we are plotting right now. It doesn't mean that's what they try to do with all this spooky shit. is make you believe that the future is inevitable, that the future is unavoidable. They tell you that in every movie. Every movie where they talk about somebody who can see the future, right? Every movie about time travel, and I have come from the future so I can change the past. I have come for the future, but you can't travel. You can't time travel because you'll mess up the space time continuum. So they terrorize you out of this interest in being able to affect not only the past but the future. They tell you can't mess with nothing. If you do, go to the past, like in the discovery of witches. If you do, her father even told her. Her father was a weaver. He's like, why are you touching shit? Why you been here so long? Why are you talking to people? You supposed to be here as an observer. You can't touch shit. Why are you touching the book? He's literally trying to terrorize his daughter out of this mission that she has been on to get the training from the past that she needs to stage this contest in the future. And he's like, nigga, you've been here too long. The whole purpose of being able to time travel is to observe, not to change shit. That's the theme in every in every travel movie, in every time travel movie, in every time travel movie. That's the theme. And the fear that goes along with that is what? Make sure you don't run into yourself in the past, because if you see yourself in the past, you will drive yourself crazy and you will fuck up the space-time continuum. See what I'm saying? You can't be doing that. If you come from the future, there's only certain places you can go, only certain things you can touch, or you'll fuck up the space-time continuum. Why we gotta keep telling y'all this? This shit exists because we as weavers, they are trying to tell us we do not need these bitches knowing the past. One, we do not need them knowing the true past. One. Two, we cannot create a collective thought process where people actually believe that what they are seeing as prophecies, that them as a group together can change that future. They will constantly tell you about witches and about like seers and about prophets, and every single one of those seers, prophets, and all of that shit, people who can see the future, and every last one of these quote people in the movies who can see the future, what's the first thing they tell you? What's the first thing they tell you? Is I'm just here to show you the future. That's all. You're just meant to see the future. The future cannot be changed. Isn't that what they say in every movie? With somebody who can see the future, with somebody who can see what's gonna happen every time. That death is inevitable. The future cannot be changed. It can only be prepared for. Isn't that what they tell y'all all the time? In every movie where there's a witch who can see the future, a prophet that can see the future, anybody that can see the future. I'm just showing you the shit to terrorize the fuck out of the rest of your life because you really can't change the future. I can see the future, you just can't change it. What's the point of seeing the future then, bitch? Teaches you against your own instinct. What was the point of all the great emperors of the past? Alexander and all of these dudes going to oracles to prepare for their campaign strategy to overthrow some shit if the bitch couldn't tell them this is how you need to plan. These are the possibilities. This is what you need to avoid. This is the outcome if you follow my plan. If we couldn't change the future, they wouldn't have gone. They wouldn't have seen the value of oracles if the oracles couldn't tell them something that could have helped them avoid death, that could show them the quickest and most direct route to victory. Thank you, Claudia Ankra. Why is the Vatican reading the stars? Why every president got a chief astrologer if they don't believe that you can change the future? That you can just see it, but the future is inevitable. But that's how they teach you to see the future in these movies. To fear getting divination because you scared to see if you're gonna die. The whole purpose of getting divination that tells you might die is so that you can change the outcome with an adjustment in your behavior and in your walk. One of the chief priestesses in my Elay told me a story where the reason that she was initiated as an infant. She was initiated as an infant because in Ifa, at least, those who are devoutly, committed, you receive a reading at birth. You receive a reading at birth. And her first reading at birth, the reading said that she was going to die young, that she would not see the age of 3. That was what the reading said. That if you do not follow the following steps, if you don't make the appropriate admonishments, ebahs, sacrifices, and if she is not crowned, if she is not initiated right away, she will not live to see 3 years old. She didn't get initiated right away. And she got violently ill, like near death, violently ill at the age of 2. And when she got violently ill, this is when she received initiation. This woman's my age. But that's how she came into the world. You feel me? They changed what was told to them was going to be the outcome of her life. They were able to change it. What did Abiola say in her book? We predict the future by creating it. We predict the future by creating it. We create the future that we want to see, just like they have been doing with planting ideas about a dystopian, post-apocalyptic world. This is the future that they want to see. And so you don't even imagine anything opposing that inevitable future of dismal desertification where water is the primary currency because it's so rare. And somebody mentioned Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome or whatever. Beyond Thunderdome. That future. Global desertification and people fighting whole wars over water. We predict the future by creating it. We predict the future by creating it. And so that's why every movie has to tell you what the future that you see is inevitable. Can't be changed. Can't time travel because you'll fuck up everything. You'll destroy the space-time continuum trying to impact and influence the past to have a different influence on the future. This is a metaphor for not actually traveling backwards to the past. It's a metaphor for unveiling a hidden past, unveiling a deliberately hidden past. Because to unveil that past, to demystify that past, is to have an immediate impact on the present and the potential impact on the future. It's the unveiling. It's the removal of blinders. It's to dig up that which has been deliberately hidden that has an immediate impact on the now. This is the time travel. That's why they had to tell you story after story after story after story, even witchy stories. Child, even witchy stories. What did they tell you in witchy stories? In both the good witches and the bad witches. What did they tell you? Story after story after story. Witches who are afraid of my own power because people closest to me always get hurt because of my power. To be fearful of your own power. That is a globally, perpetually, consistent theme in any movie about witches. I'm scared of my power. Another consistent theme in all witches movies is what's the other one? Ooh, it's a good one. Hold on. It was just on the tip of my tongue. What's another good theme in all witchy movies? It's not only being afraid of your power, right? But also, oh my God, this is the most insidious one. The greatest and most sacred rule in witchcraft is you never use your power for your own benefit. Do you hear me? It's so pervasive. There are 21 seasons of The Craft, or what's the name of the TV show that came off the movie The Craft? Is it The Craft? Was it called The Craft? These 3 witches who got all this power, all this power, all this power, all this power, all this power that's been hidden from them their whole lives. For the Charmed, that's it. The spinoff from the Craft movie. Charmed. All this power, 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 all this power. Unlimited power they got access to. Handed down from woman to woman to woman to woman to woman to woman to woman. They still have access through medium shit to talk to when it's urgent their grandmother and their mother. And every time you turn around, one of the three of them are saying, you know, you can't do that. You can't use your power for your own benefit. You can't use your ability to see the future, Piper, to win the lottery. You can't do that. She was like, damn, we got bills to pay. I'm unemployed. Your ass just got fired. Like, can I just use it's a no harm spell. Can I just see the future to get these numbers so we can come up out the fucking hole? Can we just do that? Ain't nobody getting hurt. And she buy the winning tickets based on this vision shit. And she guilted by her sisters into giving the winning tickets away. You can't use your power for personal gain. That's the only way to be a good witch, is you can't use your power for personal gain. Like, what the fuck? Wait a minute. You mean you can't use your power for personal gain? Then how patriarchy been thriving all this time? How patriarchy been thriving all this time? Thriving. Not only thriving uncontested. Thriving. Uncontested. Nobody contested. Nobody contesting. Nobody saving the contest. Nobody contending. Patriarchy been able to use its power solely for its own benefit. So how'd that work? Who wrote that script? Who wrote that script? You know what I mean? It ain't just them. Saw another show. What's it called? I just watched it. Sanctuary. The name of the show, it's short. It's only like 2 seasons. Sanctuary. Or no, it's a miniseries. It might just be 1 season. The show is called Sanctuary. About this cute little town somewhere in Europe somewhere. And the town is called Sanctuary, where humans and witches have lived together in peace and harmony for 200 years. We just lived together, and my best friend is a witch, and she got all the dope ass herbs to heal the people and to get me pregnant because I couldn't get pregnant and all of this shit. And she is the only witch left in the town, this witch that's left. And in this town sanctuary where everybody is nice and everybody is friends and the community witch is so highly respected. And the only crime that you can commit as a witch is to cast, quote, what are considered like banned spells. You can't bring nobody from the dead. You feel me? There's another one. There's just like 2 or 3 really serious spells that are forbidden. The forbidden spells. The biggest one is to bring somebody back from the dead. So this witch, who is the only one left in her town, is well respected. She got a little coven where her power, she can bring her little non-magical friends together, and she can still harness their energy to power up her magic when she is weak. When she's been doing too much for everybody else, her little homies who are human, who are non-magical folk, will sit in a little circle, and she will hold their hands, and she will get from them of their energy just enough what she needs to continue on in her serving the community. And because they best homies, they was having a house party, and something happened. The kids was out of sight and they was playing. All of a sudden, one of the kids started screaming, go around the back. The child is dead. His neck broken, bones, bloop, bloop, out his neck. He dead. Okay. And one of the women, that's her homies in the little coven, that's her baby. And he's like 13, 14 years old. He dead. Right? And no, he's not even that old, but because he ends up finishing high school. She saves him. And she's like, please, bring him back. Everybody's standing around, please. Only one black man in this whole show. Nobody else black in Sanctuary but him, married to a white woman. I digress. Please, please bring my baby back. You can do it. I know you can do it. So she cuts herself and offers her own blood to bring this baby back to life. Bones heal, and he'll wait like nothing never happened. Okay. She asked her best friend to do the most forbidden spell, which is to bring somebody from the dead, and she do it. And time goes on, and the child becomes about to graduate, teenager. Whatever. Y'all need to see the show. It's called Sanctuary. It's worth watching. I almost didn't watch it because there were so many white people. I was like, there ain't no black people in the movie. There ain't no black people in the show. Like, damn, not one. And so even the character presentations in the beginning, they just seemed like ultra white, like British white. You know what I mean? Like ultra white. I was like, I don't know if I can sit through a whole season of this shit. I was like, let me go ahead and watch the first episode all the way to the end, because I usually get something new. One episode to hook me. If it don't hook me in the first episode, I ain't investing no more time in it. So I watched the shit. I was like, oh shit, this about to be good. It was good. It was messed up. So terribly messed up. But one of the things that made it the most messed up is that this woman is the lone witch in this city. And all these years, she has lived 25 years in the city, and everybody's so super nice as long as she's doing for them. A point in the show, a point in the series, all these people who are plotting against her, trying to resurrect witch trials to try her for murder as a witch. And they're going through each one of the people who are leading this charge to have her killed as a witch. And it tells the story of her interaction with each one of these people, asking her to do something that is against the rules for witches. They asking her to do something deep, like putting love spells on people to make them stop cheating. You feel me? It was always her friends that was asking her to, quote, break the sacred witches laws. Right? To bring people back from the dead, to put love spells because a husband cheating on them, because it denies them their sovereignty to cast a spell on somebody. All her close friends, the same ones who were saying she a witch, and then we need to burn her or we need to hang her. That's what they was gonna do. They was gonna hang her. And so they go through the story of each, even including the sheriff. The sheriff went to her to get some shit he needed. So when she was doing for everybody, without expectation of anything in return, all they was doing was paying her the little pittance that they paid her. But for 25 years, this lone witch in this city, everybody treated her super nice as long as she was doing shit for them. As long as she was doing shit for them, everybody was super nice. The moment that they suspected her of anything, the whole town rabidly, like crazy, insane, rabidly turned against this lone witch and trying to be a principled witch under assault. A principled witch under assault. She's like, well, you know, you can't use your magic in these ways. And so even when her life and the life of her daughter was being threatened, the kids at the high school tried to drown her daughter, literally drown her daughter, and she ain't bust back. She ain't call on the power. She ain't call on the powers. She ain't bust back. And her daughter was like, the fuck, Mom? Because her daughter didn't have no magical powers. It skipped a generation. And so her daughter is being terrorized by her classmates. Her daughter is being terrorized by her classmates. These kids picked, it was a girl who told the football team, do it. The football team, listening to this blonde hair, blue eyed girl who used to be her best friend, pick her up, do it now, and don't let her up until I say so. And these boys picked this girl up by her feet and tried. 4 boys surrounded this baby and were trying to drown her. She had to be resuscitated. And she got home. She's like, you ain't gonna do nothing? They tried to drown me, Mom. I want to press charges. No, baby, you can't. You can't. We have to be strategic about how we handle this. This is what she's telling her daughter that she didn't picked up from school, had to be resuscitated by the school nurse because they tried to drown her. She's like, we just got to be strategic about how we move. She's like, what? No, fuck that. I want to press charges. This bitch tried to have these boys kill me. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. So the baby, she mad. She think her mama is a punk. She think her mama is a punk, a coward, who tried to appeal to everybody because her mother rightfully is brokenhearted. The people that she loved most in the city are turning against her. So she's trying to be strategic. I felt it. She's trying to be strategic in how she handled this, but her daughter felt betrayed. And so I was like, she was like, oh, you ain't gonna do nothing? You ain't gonna do nothing to nobody? Just nobody? You ain't gonna do nothing to nobody. She's like, all right, you got it. Next thing you know, her mama at home watching the TV, and an emergency announcement from the news, the local news come on, and this girl then orchestrated a press conference. Her daughter then orchestrated a press conference because up until this point, they're investigating the death. The boy who died in the beginning at 10, he dies at a party. He dies at a party. He falls off a railing in a party. And people are, at first they thought it was an accident. And people are saying that because her daughter, is seen in the video yelling at the boy like, you motherfucker, blah, 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 because he just did some diabolical shit. You mother, and they grew up together as best friends. You motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. And so this, her going off with her hands to this guy about what he did, and then 2 minutes later he dead. This became all the evidence they need to accuse the daughter of being a witch. Though everybody in the town knew that the girl didn't get no powers, that the powers had skipped a generation, because in her initiation she didn't display no powers. So she becomes the focus of the change of this investigation from an accident to her, quote, casting a spell on him that killed him at this party. Okay, so fast forward. They try to kill the girl and make her life a living hell. They still know she ain't got no power. That's why they're confident in like trying to drown her and do all this terrible shit to her, because she ain't got no power. So she go home. She say, Mom, you need to do some shit. They tried to drown me. They tried to kill me, man. She's like, I ain't doing shit. I gotta figure this out. I gotta figure this out. So she didn't get no action from her mama. So she organizes a press conference, an impromptu press conference. And she says, I'm tired of keeping this quiet. It's time for me to tell the truth, because y'all treating this boy who died. I didn't kill him, first of all, but you treating this boy that died like he was some kind of fucking saint. And so I'm here to tell you who he really was. They were boyfriend and girlfriend for a long time. This football champion, all-star, lovable motherfucker that y'all all raising up, he was a rapist. And he didn't just rape me, he was a serial rapist. Ask the girls that he was training. It was lacrosse was a sport, I think. Ask the young girls, the middle schoolers that he was functioning as their trainer in middle school. Ask the middle school, all the girls, all the 13-year-olds on the lacrosse team that he was training. He had aggressed against every last one of these babies in middle school. And you know what happened that we find out later in the show? Is that his father, who was the chief doctor in the town, because it's a tiny little town, his doctor was the head doctor in the whole town. His doctor, well-respected daddy, who was the primary doctor for everybody in the town, when the girls, under quote confidentiality, went to his daddy, because all the girls said they issued reports with an authority. It was mandatory for them to quote get checked, because he's the only doctor in town. Get checked. You know what I mean when I say get checked? When a person reports a rape, all the little girls had to go to the doctor who was the daddy of the aggressor. And so he took strides for years to cover up what he called his son's peculiar desires. That's what he said in the movie. His son's, it's your fault. You spoil him too much. I spent all this time hiding his little peculiar transgressions, his little peculiar desires, for you to spoil him so much that he could just be out here reckless. That's what he said. This show was wild. That ain't even the worst of what happened in this little short show. That's not even the worst. The daddy, doctor, covering up the multiple rapes that his son, by the age of 10, was committing. Because you find out, there is another black person in the show. A little black girl. Okay, so the black guy, right? The one black guy I told you is in the show. And the white woman that he had been married to, they had a daughter. And the daughter and his ex-wife had come out as lesbian. And so she and her lesbian partner were raising the little black girl. Okay? So the black girl comes forward to her daddy in the movie and says that because after it was revealed and the parents had to say they created this thing where once they got found out that the boy had been committing these acts of violence against these girls, and now the girls were being confident and staging a contest, they were like, yeah, we have to admit that there were some things that were happening with our son. And so what the mama did, her best friend did, to jump in front of this story coming out about her son, the rapist, was, I have to make an admission that it's hard for me to make. To again shift the narrative and blame from them to the woman that they are accusing of witchcraft. She said, we do have to make an admission, and this is going to be hard for us to make. It's true. Our son did commit these aggressions, but it wasn't him. It wasn't him. It wasn't him. That I have to admit something that I've never admitted. But at the age of 10, my son died. My son died, and I was desperate. And in my grief and in my shock and in my desperation, my best friend committed an act that I would not have agreed to if I was in my right mind. She cast an unforgivable curse to bring my son back to life. And so, even though it looked like my son, I knew that he was not the same. There were things that I recognized that I knew was not my son. He came back with something evil in him. This is how she changed the narrative from her son, the rapist, to the witch who saved his life, imparting an evil spirit that was attached to him that made him do these things. So you see, it's still the witch's fault. It's still the witch's fault. After he has raped 13 girls by the time he is an 18-year-old in high school. And so the little black girl comes and she tells her dad, after she hears the woman making this speech to a mob, the little black girl finally admits to her dad that 6 years prior, when she was like 5, that when they were at the party that everybody was at, because everybody friends, you understand? That the girl who is the daughter of the main character, and everybody thought she didn't have any power, even her mom thought she did not have any power, that she had casted a spell on herself so that when she went to go through the initiation that was going to tell her whether she had power or not, she hid her power from her own mother. The girl did a spell to hide her power from her own mother. So all these years, everybody in the community thought she was non-magical. And the reason she hid her powers from her mother is because that day at the party, she went upstairs looking for her best friend, who was the little black girl. And when she walked into the room, she saw this 10-year-old boy trying to rape her. He was at 10 in the process of like ripping her clothes off of her at 10, and she was 5. And she said that in that moment, she got so outraged that she was like, no. And in this was the first time she had seen her power. Was in defending her friend. She said, no. And the boy flew out of the window. That's how he broke his neck. So they thought that they were just playing rough. Something happened. The boy slipped out of the window. That she said, no, Dad, this is not something that happened because he was brought back to life. He has always been this way. And then this is when the little black girl shares a story with her dad that this kid at 10 years old almost raped her. And it was her best friend who the first time she experienced her power was in defense of this little girl and energetically threw this kid out the window and he broke his neck. That he was always a monster. That's what the little girl said. He was always a monster, Dad. This show is deep in so many more ways than I could tell you. But now I gave y'all a lot of juice. This story was deep. And every story teaches us about witches the same thing, that we with power must hide. That even though we got all the power of the universe, that in the presence of power, those with, quote, no power will become violent. That's why we got to hide, even though we got all this power. Even though we got all this power over the elements, and power to hide ourselves. What does Mystique do? She hides in plain sight through looking like humans, through disguising her beautiful blue self as a human. This is the only way that she can be safe among humans, is to hide herself in plain sight. Every magical story, every powerful story, every story that you ever hear about metahumans, anybody that colors out the side of the lines, that non-magical folk are violent in the face of power, even if the power has never been antagonistic, never been aggressive, ain't never staged a war with the humans or the non-magical peoples, ain't never even defended themselves. Ain't that about a bitch? All the power in the world ain't never even defended themselves. But we still gotta hide in plain sight. I gotta hide in alternate dimensions. Harry Potter, the only way they can get to the school is to run into the wall because there's a portal in the wall. They can be in the Muggle world, but as soon as they want to get out of the Muggle world, they gotta go up into chimneys, or they gotta go down into telephone booths, or they gotta hide. They gotta create parallel dimensions for which they are safe from the non-magical folk. From the non-magical folk, who the only power that they have is the power to destroy. The only power that they have is the power to murder without conscience, without guilt, without shame. The only power that they have is to abuse without feeling bad about it, without feeling guilty, without feeling no shame, no remorse. That's the only power they got. No power to, what's the other power? My favorite X-Men movie in the series is the one called Apocalypse. If that is not the most revealing, I don't know what is. This primordial being, who they say may very well have been the first metahuman. Oh, they just call him a metahuman, though. They don't call him God. They don't call him God because they can't do that. They can't call him God, even though every story that they say has been written about him identifies him as God. And even though he has been alive, child, not only that, I'm telling y'all, the movie Apocalypse, X-Men Apocalypse, the movie, another one, the movie Queen of the Damned with Aaliyah. That's another sinister, evil, malignant movie. I'm telling you that the chief vampire, the archetype for every vampire character you ever loved, is your Jesus. As the chief, first of all the vampires, Jesus, right? He the first of all the vampires. And if he the oldest and the chief vampire, as God incarnate, now knowing this, that Jesus is the chief vampire, does this change the plot of the Queen of the Damned, specifically Akesha's character? Specifically, Akesha's character. Akesha, however you pronounced her name. Because the focus was on the white boy rock star vampire, Lestat. That he wasn't the main character. He wasn't the main character. He wasn't the main character. Akasha was the main character. Thank you for the phonetic breakdown, Loveline. Akasha was the true main character. Even though her character's presence was short and marked with betrayal, they called her the oldest vampire. That's what they called her. They called her the original vampire. That's what they called her. They didn't call her God as the first. They didn't call her God as the oldest. They just say she was the first among us. She was the oldest vampire. And what did they say? That her lust for blood was insatiable. Didn't she say that? Didn't they say that about her? That her lust for blood. Who that sound like? Who that sound like? Sound like they tried to turn our great primordial goddess Sekhmet into a lowly vampire synonymous with the power of your Jesus Christ. Sound like they tried to turn your great divine mother of mysteries, the keepers of the secrets of minstrel magic, the governess of the dark arts, Sekhmet, the lioness, Sekhmet. Sound like they tried to change her story from that of a divine goddess worshipped by many for eons to a bloodthirsty random black bitch who becomes the prime antagonist in this movie, where Lestat, the white boy, becomes the hero of the story in his partnership betrayal of the little mortal white girl that's following him around like a little sick dog. That they come together as these two ancient family lines. She does not know that she is the part of an ancient family line, and he of this family line, and they have to join together as these great white divine forces to fight against, even as we have had our own conflict over the years and over the eons, that we must band together to defeat the true evil in the world. This black ass bitch from Egypt, this ancient primordial bitch, for whom all of us, according to the story I'll tell, she the reason we all vampires. She is, but y'all don't call her mother like you do the one who directly sired you. Mother, father, they sired me. This is my mother as a vampire because I'm reborn in the image of my sire, not the mama who gave birth to me. She becomes irrelevant. You never even know her name. She becomes irrelevant the moment I am reborn through my sire, through my father or through my mother, who sired me, who ended my life in order to give me new life in their image, who ended my life in a violent act in order to give me new life in their image. Sound like the knighting shit. Isn't that interesting? Because didn't we say that to sire a knight is to metaphorically cut their head off, cut their destiny off from their old self, and give them a new destiny with a new head through the act of beheading, the ceremonial act of beheading, cutting off their destiny given to them by their mother? So y'all don't say that to her. She not the sire. She not the chief sire. Nope. She is one that we must join together as white vampires to destroy. That we got to put all our disagreements aside because there's a bigger threat. This beautiful, sexy, black ass bitch from Egypt. This is no good. This cannot do. This can't do. This can't do. And so they join together in their mediocre selves to slay the primordial she. I'm telling you, it's everywhere. Okay, Java. Okay, Java Watson. I will comply. I will comply. Because when it be coming down, it be coming down hard. But yes, Queen of the Damn. Okay? Good night. This was fun, though. Damn. And I promise, I was like, no, for real, though. For real, today is the day. Oh my God. There was a reason that I was being so urgent about getting up all here. I had a reading to do. I'm terrible. Oh Lord, hopefully she on this call and I can apologize. Oh my God, I had a reading to do. Damn. Let me get up off this phone. I'm gonna have to email her and like give her some extra time or some. Damn, I knew there was a reason I was being pressing about today. Had to be the day I get off early because I had a reading to do. I'm awful. Damn. All right. Well, now that I have self-checked, thank you, Job. Thank you, Job, for watching. She's like, girl, please, please get your ass up off this call. Okay, I'm done. This was awesome. I'm gonna have to grovel and pay penance to the person that requested the reading, and I was like, yes, great, perfect. Damn. Anyway, happy full moon, people. Book your readings. Book your readings. Book your readings this week, this full moon, all the way through the end of the solstice. Magnanimous shit. Get your readings. If you do not know how to book your reading, stop laughing at me. If you do not know how to book your reading, email me at evoemetemp@gmail.com. Put reading or 5e consult in the subject header, and I will send you the details on the services that I offer and how you can book a session this next week through the solstice. What is that? Monday the 23rd is prime time to get your divination so that you can change the course of your coming future, especially over these next 6 months. All right. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Y'all awesome. Y'all big me up all the time. I accept that. Cassandra to go. I accept that. That needs to be a regular ongoing hashtag. Quote, hashtag assume all men and hashtag Cassandra to go. I accept it. Let's go. All right. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.